Good morning, everybody. So, start our morning Dhamma discourse for today. So, this world, the space we believe we are living, this three-dimensional world, outside world. If you observe it, have we ever met this world without a thought? From the moment we wake up, thought begins speaking. Different thoughts. This is my role. Today is Monday. I have work to do. I am happy. I am tired. Countless thoughts. Different thoughts. The voice is so familiar that you almost never question it. Yes, we are so used to this way of living. But today, let us ask something unusual. Has the thought ever actually touched this reality? Or has it only ever touched other thoughts? Answer. While the reality itself simply continues changing. This is not a question to answer quickly. It is a question to investigate yourself. Because if we mistake thought for reality, we may spend our whole life defending ideas instead of understanding what's really happened. This real experience. So let's go back to the time when you were little. Imagine a newborn child. Vision occurring from eyes, hearing occurring from ears, touch from the skin, smell, taste from nose and tongue. Yet there are no names, no lip, just some occurrences and disappearance. Not that they know where it comes from, how it happens, which senses and that. Nothing. They know nothing. Just some appearances and disappearance. There are no names yet, no labels, no stories, stories, no tree, no mother, no mind. There's only content, only appearances and experiences. Look how simple. Then later, in the preschool, slowly language starts to develop, recognition develops, comparison, the way learn, the way speak, the way even think starts to begin. Starts to begins weaving, thought begins weaving. Now slowly, my mother, my tone, my home, my life, myself starts to appear. But will they before? Mm. So we created it. They didn't come with the child when the child was born. The thought got created at one point in the mind. So unlike other sensory contents, they were already occurring, working. So this thought is something we created, something we made to none other than but to communicate with each other. Because if there is no words, no thought, people can't talk. So this language came because of that. But the tool that we use to communicate has now become something illusional, something real. So it has not changed the raw contact. Even the child who learned this new thought still gets the usual raw contact as before. But now it has something else, another interpretation. Before, those appearances didn't have interpretations, but now they have interpretations. Thought never holds the thing it names. Say the word tree, what appears. Did a real tree came with it from one of the countries? No, there's nothing, just a sound. And immediately the mind creates the thought of tree. No, it's not just a sound, no, it's just a, no, it's a mental object thing. And this mental object is not simple or flat like the sound sense. Sound content. It is very, it is a part of a mental object. Tree is the name. Not only that, it has a color, a shape, and everything in it. So the third is tree is three-dimensional, 3D. strong, round, vivid object. Not just a sound. It's basically a mental object. What we call 3D is also in our mind. A 3D object is this thought. So when we heard the word tree, what appears? Anyway, familiar shape. No thoughts about leaves, shades. But these images, these shapes, these textures, these feelings also just appearing and disappearing. No activity has entered the mind. Just some appearances happen. If we say the tree, an image of tree also comes with that thought. It just appeared and disappeared. Not that an actual tree entered the mind. Just the assigned image for that some appear. They have this link which gives the feeling of this thought. So the word points, image represents the memory, thought gives us to feel like we know it, it's solid, it's real. Yet none of these is a dream, but we believe it is a dream. But thought cannot contain actual dream, anything, just only fragments of sense contents. We haven't touched the full thing from top to bottom, just a small piece, and we remember that touch, that texture. But it feels like we touched the whole tree. We didn't look at the whole thing, but it feels like we did. Thought cannot contain bark, thought cannot contain wind moving through leaves, thought cannot contain the coolness beneath the branches. It can only create the feeling, symbol, useful symbol, which gives a sign, a small preview of the things we experience. So there is nothing else a tree here, just some collective of experience. But we take this as the thought, the real, and this real thing is not anywhere else but in the thoughts in our own mind. There's no tree out there. So now notice this pain. Look carefully throughout the day. Each and everything is happening like this. We feel that object came to our mind itself, or the thought gives the feeling. The thought contains the whole object with itself. That's how we feel it. That's why we suffer for thought. Because when a thought appears, we take it as this whole object, like it containing everything in it. So with that misunderstanding, we suffer. So look carefully throughout the day, not just this day, but each and everything is interpreted, believed as like someone smiles, thought says they like me. Someone remains quiet, thought says they're upset. Rain begins, thought says this ruined my day. Oh, this is a great day. So notice what happened. There are different events happening, and immediately thoughts of us, interpretations, meanings, like the story narrator. And very often, we, as humans, respond more strongly to this meaning than to that real event itself. Like it's an interpretation. It was given the interpretation name because it's an interpretation, perception, which differ from person to person, not the ultimate truth, not the ultimate reality. If so, everyone must have the same, but it's not. It differs from person to person because this is a story that people create from the real content, and the story depends on the person's life, things they have learned, their education, their language, their surroundings, everything. So it's an interpretation, not the reality. Yet we are unable to see it as an interpretation. We see it as a reality, reality that also exists outside in that three-dimensional space, not something we created or not in our mind. So that's why we respond more strongly to the meaning, because we think it exists out there and it's real. We can't see the actual limit because we are so busy interacting with the interpretation we gave it. This is why two people experience the same situation yet interpret differently, suffer differently. Yet the image is similar, same, the thoughts are different. Once thought labels something, it begins separating this, that, good, bad, mine, yours, success, failure, friend, enemy, countless things. The world becomes divided. Yet before these labels, there is simply experience unfolding, just like the baby or the baby in the cot. The division helps us navigate daily life, talk with people, communicate. But if we forget, we are just that to use as a tool, as conceptual divisions, conceptual objects. We begin treating them as absolute reality, even though the reality different from person to person. Still, we blindly believe they are same for everyone. If we think something, we believe other person sees in the same way, think in the same way, believe in the same way, interpret in the same way. Yes, we think the thought is always out there, but it's not. It's always mind's creation. Likewise, this outside world, there is this me, mine, myself, different forms, same thought. When this word appears, what exactly is being pointed toward? Body? Is it the body? But body changes. Then is it emotions? Emotions also changes. Then thoughts? Thoughts also changes. Habit, habits also changes. Then what is this self? Where is this self? There's nothing that is not changing. So how can we say there is a solid self here? Because as we know, the self itself is the thought, not something more. They're imagined things, not the reality. So they can, if they are imagined, Like the way you mentioned, we can believe they are solid, they are real, because it's always a mental concept. But when we try to assign it to outside, it clashes because nothing outside is continuous, solid, existing. Everything changes each and every time. But the mind concept is trying to be solid without cycle. It never happens. Thought gathers changing experiences and place one symbol over them. Self. It's useful. Without it, conversation, communication is difficult, but this usefulness does not mean it is the truth. It is the ultimate reality. Something remarkable happens. Thought creates object, idea, thing. Then thoughts create spirit, like it's really existing. Then it creates another idea about the reactions. Look how thoughts get created, like a chain. One trigger, the other. Yet for mine, it treats every thought as reality. So it feels like really happening somewhere. Soon the mind is chasing itself, like someone running after their own shadow. The thought says, I'm not good enough. Another thought says, how can I fix it? Another says, I was being like this. Countless different thoughts. An entire illusional life can unfold. One thought figures the thoughts afterthought. But it almost happened in that world what we call outside, or just mind created some chain of thoughts. And while all those happen, the present moment continues currently. In that present moment, sense contacts appearing, disappearing. That's it. So in this dharma, we gently interrupt this cycle of this emotion, and we see it as emotion, not by rejecting thought, not by trying to stop thoughts, but by seeing the true nature of thoughts. In order to do so, we have to see how thoughts get created, how this illusion appears. From that, we can see the realities. but we call truth real. We can see the illusion, but it is done to understand the process, not to stop the thought, because the problem is not the thought appearing and disappearing, but taking them as the ultimate reality. We see, we get images, we get vision, we get hearing, but if we take them as the ultimate reality and suffer for them, that's really the problem. So if we say the truth of thoughts, we see this illusional nature is fake reality, not to stop thoughts, but to end the suffering that comes when we take them thought as reality. So we gently interrupt this cycle of this illusion, not by rejecting thought, but by returning to what came first, what is actually happening before the story, before the interpretation. It's like basically going to the moment where the child and everything that baby in the world. Before those stories, there was healing. Before those interpretation, seeing sensations, smell, taste, everything. Before his thoughts. So we are going back to the real experience instead of stuck in our mind, stuck in our own thoughts, blindly believing them as the reality. When we return to this direction and we start to live in the moment, which is right now, because this direct experience is right now. Something appear and disappear. Could be a vision, could be a sound, smell, taste, anything. And that also means it's not continuous. It ends. And when it ends, we don't stuck to that. We live in this moment. So we live in what happens right now. Not stuck in our thoughts. Not creating chain of thoughts and suffer over them. But living in this moment. That's peace when calmly. With that comes this day calm, the serenity. how much of suffering is built from thoughts that even not existing, that not even real. Thought is a mirage created, appeared from a sense of context. It is mirage because it's a mirage. There's nothing new as a thought. It's basically something that created something that's not existing. But the thing is now the mind is so used to create thoughts, creates them naturally, automatically. Nobody does it. So we cannot stop thoughts. But when we know the true nature of them, it doesn't matter because there's nothing else to a daily thing. What really happens is just only the sense contents, experiences, some appearances and disappearances. Thought is a story, not the reality. So story is not something real. It's something created. So this thought itself is non-existing thing, just an appearance, basically a mirage. There's nothing there, just a mirage. Any different from one another. Like mirage appears, thoughts appear when some conditions are met, as usual, as we are used to it, as we are used to create those, they automatically get created. Direct experience trigger the mirage to appear. A thought is a mirage because there's nothing else a thought. No matter how strong we feel it, how real we feel it, there is nothing else a thought to begin with. We created them ourselves, yet we believe them as reality. The child in the pot never had thoughts. If thoughts are real, then the child in the pot must have thoughts since the day they were born. So we created. It was never existing. We created using sense contacts. That's why now sense contacts trigger them to get created automatically. So thoughts are something that we created. An illusion. There's nothing there as thoughts. So now thoughts get created because we're used to it. But there's nothing else at all. There is an appearance and then immediately mind creates the thought appears. This process, this mechanism automatically once you trigger that is the thought, which is mirror, which was never existed. With those contacts, those conditions made the thought to get created. But was there a thought, this thought before? No. It got created at that moment because some conditions got met. And when the conditions are gone, the thought gone. It's basically a mirror appearing and disappearing in some conditions back. Yet we believe thought is a real object, a real thing that exists out there, that is continued as the sun. And it also feels like it exists on its own. But thought itself is not existing. It occurs just like a mirage. Some conditions met, it occurs and it disappears. There's no thought to begin with. It appeared and disappeared. So how can we say thoughts are real when they are just appearances? And before those appearances, there's nothing there. And after that, there's nothing there. Yet we believe the object is there, the thought is there. It's already gone, but we believe, we firmly believe it's still there. This is the illusion. We believe something exists, something that is not existing. There's something solid. Just like how sounds appear and disappear, thoughts also appear and disappear. It appeared because some conditions are met. That's it. It's not something solid. It's not something there. And it was not already there. The sound appeared because some conditions are met. It was there. Not that it was always there and immediately it appeared. Some conditions triggered it to appear. So likewise the thought. Conditions met to create the thought. And it's gone, the thought gone. There's nothing as thought. Just some appearance and disappearances. But look how we treat this nothingness as something real, something solid. There's only nothing facing. Nothing is happening. But we see thought because it appeared into this nothingness like a mirage. There's nothing there, but it appeared and disappeared. Because of that nothingness, the mirage showed. Mirage was seen easily, but it doesn't exist. It's gone. It's always the nothingness is there. So when you start to see this truth of this illusion, of this thought, The thought is remarkable too. It can use to communicate, imagine, solve things, but it's not the reality. This thought is mistaken for outside, physical, solid object, thing, but it's a momentary memory for the event, just an appearance as and disappearance. That's it. Not that even it exists. It appeared and disappeared. So when you see this truth, with this deep understanding, comes the liberation from this suffering, from this mind's own creation, from this fake reality. It happens slowly, naturally, not at once. So the only thing we can do is to see it ourselves as the illusion, how it feels reality, how it creates an illusion of reality. So we will end up having some discuss, but there are some labels.
I worship Triple Gem, first of all, with the greatest respect, Buddha Dhamma Sangha, Triple Gem. I worship Aryan Mahansi at his feet, Tirvasalaya Aryan Mahasa. You have been a tower of strength to all of us, disclosing this beautiful Dhamma again to the world. And we are very fortunate to gather around you uh, because we are hearing it and we are getting it explained in the simplest possible way that a person can do. So we are all uh, pay our homage at your feet for that wonderful job. May our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our usual Buddothpado PeoTV series in English medium. And my friend just now concluded her session. So this is the continuation of that from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Sri Lankan time. I'm sure any person who is listening to this series have got some idea about what is being explained. A group of us, group of Dhamma friends, are taking rotations to explain this beautiful Dhamma within our capacity, of course. Uh, the way that our noble friend Aryan Mahase is explaining, we can't even go near him. But we are trying in our best because we know there are many people, many friends throughout the world who are in a thirst of finding out what is the truth is. So, this is an attempt to convey some of these facts to them. As we know, that truth is not confined to a particular group of people. As our Aran Mahansi, our noble friend, says that maybe in years to come, in the future, the religions will disappear one by one because almost all the religions are based on the belief and the faith. And when people realize, especially when the newer generations do not like this aspect of believing the things and having a faith, they tend to lose the interest of following a religion. Actually, this is what is happening in most of the developed, advanced countries. They do not want to believe something that they don't see or hear exactly. So uh, they don't want uh, anything that cannot be proven. So therefore, what our noble friend Aryan Mahanse predicts is that there will be two groups of people. Some are believers of the truth, some are not believing the truth. So uh, the religions where mostly it is based on the God, which we do not know actually, which we haven't seen, which we can't feel. I mean, the sensitivity, it is not within the uh, uh, capacity of experiencing via the senses. It becomes 100% the belief. So there'll be people more and more moving towards the advancement of the technology and science and those things, and then do not want to believe what has been preached, what has been written in the books. Exactly what Lord Buddha said at that time, that is nearly 2600 years ago, was that don't believe because I am telling you. Don't believe it simply because you read it in a book. See how it applies to you within your system itself. See whether this is felt as true. So, the path that Lord Buddha showed was something to go along the field, not by the thoughts. So, uh, it's important actually to find out what is the feel and what is the thought. Those can be explained in simple words, but always it has a much deeper meaning to all of them. We know the two words, uh, anusote and patisote. Anusote means the illusion is not seen, illusion is not understood as a deep realization. Illusion or the creation, this magic, is not seen as a deep realization. So, in other words, you are going along with the flow. You are going just down the stream with the flow, with the current. So, which means we are no different from animals, isn't it? Because going down the current means the mundane world, and we are born and we grow. If it is the human beings, we do something called studying uh, in addition to the animals, and we do a job. We have families, uh, and the children are brought up, and the children's responsibilities, children given in marriage, looking after the grandchildren. If there is time to think of the religious activities. That is what happens because it is somewhere lower down in the list very often. people feel that they want to finish their responsibilities and then turn to the religion, because towards latter parts of the life, sometimes they do not have much responsibilities. They are weak and they are ill sometimes with various disease illnesses. So they are mostly helpless. Now they turn towards the religion. So this is a normal cycle, and always the current which was there when the physical birth occurs, or when the physical uh, fertilization of the egg occurs in the womb of the mother. From that onwards, there is a current, and usually that current is multiplied by the time of the physical death of this body. So there is no end. This current will uh, synchronize to another suitable current. So the journey continues. So this is what happens in the animals also, except the part like uh, studying and doing a job. Of course, nowadays even the pets are sent to the school, so those are sort of newer things. Pets are sent to the school to train for various things. But of course, something that they don't do is they are not doing a job. But raising the families, continuing to maintain the generations is done by them also. And they grow old, they fall sick, at the end they die. The worst part is that they don't realize that this is the life pattern, that they have no idea, the animals do not have any idea about the persisting current. So there is nothing called turning to the religious aspects even later on. So they will continue to have the current, and then current will synchronize to another suitable point. So take in the trees. Is there a difference in the trees? Trees also in the same way grow up, reproduce, spread the generation, grow old, sometimes fall sick, and then come to an end. That is a death at some point. Only thing is that they don't have a thought. The trees do not have a thought, and trees do not have that current. So therefore, there's nothing called synchronizing to another tree. So that is the difference between the tree and the animals. So there's nothing called consciousness or vijnana there. There's nothing called sasava nature or the taints. There's nothing called defilements or akusal when we talk about the tree. Actually, when Aryan Mahansa is explaining, Aryan Mahansa says that the nature of the behavior of the tree is something similar to the Arhat state. We know, excluding the fact that there is no thought, the rest of it actually is something similar to that. They have senses. Senses are functioning, and then some activities are happening, like turning towards the light, uh, moving towards the water source. So those are the results of the senses. But there's no thinking, there's no thought. Whatever is done to the tree, if somebody does some damage to the tree, chopping off the branches or throwing the pieces of wood and plucking the fruits, damaging the tree, all kinds of things can happen, but there's no sufferer there. There's no self to suffer all those bad things. And also, somebody might uh, help the tree to grow by putting fertilizers, watering, and if there are any. illnesses like fungal diseases might treat. So person can do the good things to the tree, person can do the bad things to the tree. Is there a change in the tree? No. Even for the person who did some quite a lot of damage to the tree will provide shade if necessary. The tree will provide foods again and again. Tree will not think of taking revenge. So the Arhan's mind is also something like that. It's like water taking the shape of the whatever the container that is used. It's cooling. It has the ability to cleaning. It has the ability to flowing from high end to the lower end. That is a humbleness. So these qualities are there even with the tree, isn't it? So the animals are different from the trees in that way because all the animals do have senses, animals do have thoughts, but the level of the thought formation varies from animal to animal. Some animals will not have anything that can be explained as thoughts, and the humans do have the most advanced level of thought formation. And when the thought formation is there, there is an advantage as well as disadvantage. The advantage is that only with the help of the thoughts that Dhamma can be understood. Yes, so you need thoughts to understand Dhamma. But on the other hand, all the thoughts are drishtis, misconceptions, illusions. They are not true. So that is what R.N. Mahasi is explaining every time. Thoughts are not true. They are drishtis. But you need the thoughts to understand this Dhamma. So you are using the thoughts to understand Dhamma, which is another thought. Using the thoughts to understand thoughts. So that is what actually we are doing when we are trying to realize this Dhamma. And uh, without the thoughts, uh, you can't have any understanding about the Dhamma. That is why we say that the child, before the development of the thoughts, they are not capable of understanding this Dhamma. So you need to wait until the level that the thoughts are formed from the five senses. So Anusodhya, as I mentioned, is that not knowing this mechanism, not knowing that this is simply a system functioning, not knowing that this is all an illusion, something created just with the five senses. And in other words, going down along the current without realizing. So we are not different from the animals in that way. Animals cannot anyway reverse this process because their mind is not advanced enough. But of course, the human beings can reverse this process, go uphill or swim upstream, which is called Patisodaya. So, what is Patisodaya? Patisodaya means understanding that this is a big lie, understanding that these are all creations, then and there, instantly in the mind as a thought. And they are not lasting, they are not permanent. And the thoughts are all constructs, aggregates of the perception, the sanya, sanyavamai vinyane. That is what R.N. Mahasi is saying. Sanya doesn't have a power. But when the sanya occurs again and again and again, that means the perception occurs repeatedly again and again. That starts being powerful, and that is a construct or a thought. And the thought is something that is felt as real. Something felt as real means kind of separation. The table is there and I am here. That is duality. So there is some separation. That is why it is called uh, consciousness, vinyane. So understanding this process, how it is happening, help the self or the system to attempt, make an attempt to swim upstream. So that is where the escape is from this samsaric journey. So, as I said, all the thoughts are actually fake. All the thoughts are misconceptions or the drishtis. All the words are also same. Now, thought is a word, isn't it? Whether you tell it loud or not, thought is a word. So if I say the thought uh, wall, that is a word. And the words can, thoughts or the words can change depending on the language that the person is using. Or if there is no verbal language, like for this story of the Tarzan, there will be different ways of communicating. So there may not be an identifiable word, but still they are again thoughts. So we know that from the small age, there are lots of habits which are coming forward. Uh, it may be the way that your habits of keeping everything tidied. It may be the fact that even getting up late, uh, maybe skipping meals, or the habits of eating late, uh, or the habits of liking certain particular types of food. So these may be the habits. And habits actually, when it occurs again and again, it becomes strengthened. That the word we used, abhisankarane, or the volitional formation. So when the habits are done again and again, it becomes stronger and stronger, and it becomes a thing now. So the so for a person who wants the tidiness in the room as a habit from the small age, the child may be doing a good job by tidying up the table and the bed on regular basis. Now the habits actually are not the habits is not the self, but it can become a self if it becomes a thing. Now as long as you are doing it without a pressure, as long as you are doing it without any current or power or without any difficulty, then there's no issue at all. Then you can't talk about being a self. But what happens to some of the habits with time, when it is done again and again, uh, the person feels that it is a must now. The person feels or the system feels that you can't change it. Changing becomes a stress. If it could not be done, becomes a stress. Now just think about this situation. There may be a mother or maybe a young person, young lady who used to do all kinds of tidying up and keeping everything clean, spotlessly clean. And this is brought forward as a habit. And if she happened to work in an office or if she happened to marry somebody who is not very interested about that way of living, who is not interested about keeping the things in order, and that mother or that lady will find it a pressure. That is because the habit has become a strong one now. Habit has become a thing now. There is abhisankarane or the volitional formation about this habit. Then now you have to see that from the point of view self. So the self means now that cleaning or tidying up has become a powerful activity. If she misses that chance, or if somebody is objecting her to do it, or if somebody is criticizing her what about her doing, then you can see the fire coming up. And that means that habit has become a thing now, and the habit has become abhisankarane or the volitional formation, and the changing of that pattern leads to a current or a power within that system, and that makes her restless sometimes, that makes her unhappy, angry, and the sequence of even arguing, shouting, or any kind of problems can create secondary to that. If it did not become a thing, see the difference between the two. Now, one person will have this habit from the small age, and uh, he or she will continue to do it now. But there may be certain days that she can't do it, or there may be certain days that she can't keep everything nice and tidy with the people who are at home. Or maybe if she's a mother, if her children are very not very well behaved, especially small children do not have this idea about keeping the things tidy. They will pull and sort of make the whole thing a chaos, so that the mother's concept of keeping the things neat and clean is not going to be successful. So, in that case, the system or the mother or this lady has to see how it is affecting the system. If it is just remaining cool and calm, if there is stillness, and if the mother is not disturbed, mother does not feel a current within herself. Uh, but of course, when she has the time, with whatever her capacity, she will redo everything. But doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to uh, cause any stress in her system. If she can do them, she will do. Otherwise, if it is not possible, she will just leave it as it is. So that is one way. Secondly, a person uh, who is again having it as a habit. Uh, what will happen if the children are not helpful or not cooperating with what she wants, or maybe even the husband, or maybe some other people who are living in the same house, not bothered about where to keep the slippers, whether the food that has fallen on the table needs to be cleaning after the meal, whether the pieces of papers or litter are not particularly put into the litter bin, and when the kitchen top is used, it is not properly cleaned, and you notice that the ants are coming up. So these are some of the practical things that many people come across. So if the other household people or your own children or your spouse is not helpful with this, keeping everything nice and clean and tidy, uh, you will definitely, now if you are not in a not in this Dhamma path, if you do not realize how these thoughts are formed, there will be definitely an uproar of anger, isn't it? The moment that it is caught up as a vibration of the I, that fire is felt how the strongly rising. The moment that you hear a sound called the ear vibration, which comes as a thought about making some negative remarks about your attempts to clean everything every time. So those things again can have sort of roaring fire within the system, isn't it? So this leads to sometimes minor level arguments, minor level shouting, minor level activities which can be built up to a major level issues later on. And we know very rarely, particularly in the Western setup, we know that even people separate because they say that I can't live with this person. So those are the two lines, Anusote and Patisote, two lines where the person will continue to be agitated and have the current and then start fighting all sorts of things. Anusote. Patisote means you try to realize that this is a thought which has been fortified or the strengthened, become powerful because it has been doing over the time for a long time. Now it has become a thing, and changing of that uh, is whether it is going to cause a problem, whether it is going to create a current or not, uh, will vary depending on the person's ability to understand this Dhamma. So, for a person who is in this Dhamma path, will first recognize that each moment there's a current rising, each moment there's a burning rising. But he understands that it is not to me, it is not me who is burning, it's a system. So, that is the first step actually. By seeing the things, by hearing the sounds, or maybe occasionally it is something to do with the kaya sense or the body sensor. It's a sensor function. And what happens in the mind as a thought, whether there is fire coming up, that also happens as a part of the habit. Fire is coming up, certainly, but it's not to me. That is the first step you have to understand. This is a system functioning like a program robot. So, whichever the data which has been fed, the result will come. Result is a fire, a current, which can be named as anger or even sadness because you are doing all kinds of work. No one is appreciating, no one is cooperating with you. So that is a sadness. So, whatever the term you are using, whether it is sadness or anger, that is a current. So, very first, you have to understand that current is coming. Yes, it's not me, it's a part of the system, isn't it? When there is no owner to this current, obviously, obviously, you know that the current, when there is no owner, there's no support to the current. So, the current will eventually get less and less and less. So, you will see the same things, same disorganized way of doing the things, same uncleaned uh, things, uh, surfaces dotted with all kind of food, the table being in a mess. So The things that you see is no different to what you used to see before. But uh, the difference is that that current which used to come will get less and less. Now just imagine how comfortable will the life be if in such a situation. So the first, as I said, understand that this is just a current coming up as a part of this programmed robot, and myself is like a robot. I am a robot, in other words. The robot also has the cameras to see the things. Robot also has the uh, earphones to hear the things. Robot has some machinery power to move the joints up and down. Uh, Smell and taste, I don't think the robots have anything to do with that. I don't know about the advanced robots, but just we can take the simpler two things. Even the touch, I would say that there are sensors for the robot to feel it and see whether it is hot, cold, whether it is hard, whether it is like liquid or like air. So I'm sure they must be having some sensors like that also. So the robot has been fed with those data. Robot has been fed with the data. If this picture is there and if this sound is there, this should be the result. This is the decision. In other words, the thought. The conclusion should be this. Now, for example, if there is a sound compatible with the doorbell, the command is go forward, open the door. If the camera shows that there is a person standing at the door, go forward and then welcome him in. Now these are the data. I'm just telling you some very simple commands that has been fed to a robot. But uh, there are very complex decisions or very complex commands that can be fed to a robot. We know that there are robots who are working as uh, assistants at home to do the cleaning. And uh, I have seen a robot who is working as a waiter in the restaurant. So when the order is placed, the robot is given the signal, hand it over to table number 6. So the robot will collect the items, keep it on the tray, will come to that particular table, keep it on the tray, on the table, and also he will wish, have, have a lovely evening, enjoy your food. So with those words, the robot will turn back and go to do the serving to the next table. Now this isn't it the same way that we have been trained? Now if it is a human waiter who was working in that restaurant, the human waiter will be asked to take this food tray to table number 6, and you all must greet the customers, enjoy your food, have a lovely evening. Now those data has been fed to the human robot also, so the human robot will do the same job. So are we different from the robot? No. Only thing is that maybe the commands that are fed to the human may be much more than the robot, but I am sure with time to come, even the robot will be able to be advanced to near to this level of the human being. So going back to this previous situation where as a habit, a person who has been doing meticulous cleaning of the house, keeping everything in a very good order, uh, if that person is fortunate enough to hear this Dhamma, he he or she will be able to balance everything in a beautiful way. He or she will be able to continue with what came up as a habit. That means the cleaning and keeping everything in order, uh, keeping and everything in order and nice and neatly. At the same time, when there isn't the cooperation from the rest of the members, or maybe even at your workplace, so wherever you are doing, wherever you are having this problem, uh, you have to understand that it is simply a thought. This is neat, this is disheveled, is simply a thought, isn't it? And that is like the robots feeding robots data. Appearance of a particular way is labeled as disheveled. Appearance of a particular way is labeled as neat and tidy. Now, before that data, you and me did not have a thought called disheveled or neatly packed. As a child, we had no idea about the difference between the disheveled appearance and the neatness, isn't it? And of course, as kids, we would like to see it disheveled rather than having it neat. Isn't that a data that was put to the system by our adults? Keep these things nice and tidy. See how it looks beautiful now. Now you get another data now. This appearance is called beautiful, and the disheveled appearance is called ugly and not neat. So now there is more labeling, more kind of division between the two categories. And the repeated advices from your parents or your elders, keep it tidy, keep it tidy. Everyone will like you to do it. You are very good at keeping this tidy, so you get some appreciations also. Oh, you lovely, you have done it very well. Your table is very nice, and you are keeping it very well. And it's a pleasant sight to be in your room. I like to come to your room because your room is so nicely kept. Now, these are the things that fortify or that strengthen or abhisankarana of that thought, isn't it? Now, the thought about keeping the things neat and tidy is a strong thought. It has become a thing now. It started as a habit, and then with all kinds of appreciations, with all kinds of uh, praising, it has become stronger and stronger. Strong and stronger means the self is also becoming stronger and stronger. The self who is doing all these things in a very nice and tidy way is very strong. So I am here. I like to keep my house neat and tidy, and I like to uh, keep my uh, uh, keep everything neat and nice. And I like the appreciations. I like to be praised. And people might even compare. Go and have a look at this your sister's room. The parents might even warn the younger ones or compare the yourself. Go and see how your sister is keeping everything nice and neat and tidy. So the younger ones might like to have a peep. Now they also learn that this way is called good. The way that we are doing is called bad. Of course, there may be certain mischievous siblings who are trying to do the opposite of what the parents are requesting. So more appreciations, more praisings, more admiration, all these will strengthen, or this abhisankarane will be more and more stronger. Now, keeping the room tidy and nice is a thing to the child now. I'm talking about this childhood. So, this is exactly how the computer is also fed with the information, isn't it? More and more information is uh, fed to the computer or the robot. The robot will have more complex reactions. So the reactions or the result is 100% uh, depending on the data which has been fed. So what is the difference then? Why do we have this label called myself to this robotic activity? That is the ignorance. That is the avijja. We think that there is a person here. We do not realize that there is something happening without a self. What is interpreted as a self is simply that current which is felt with the thoughts, which is not there in the robots. So that is something that we have to differentiate. The robotic machine has no heaviness or has no thoughts, no heavy thoughts. I don't think you can label it as thoughts actually when it comes to the robot. Maybe you can use the word conclusions. Whatever the information, whatever the data which has been fed, there will be conclusions coming. And conclusions will lead to the next action. So if the this waiter robot, as I spoke to you earlier, if the waiter robot sees some food leftovers on the table, according to the data that has been fed, his next action is doing the cleaning up. So, with whatever the way it might do the cleaning up, and it will carry the empty containers, empty plates and dishes and everything. But there is no current there, isn't it? There is no anger about the person who has done that sort of a uh, uh, that sort of a uh, thing that after eating, I mean, just spilling the things on the table, not being very careful. So, what is the difference between the human waiter and the robotic waiter? The robotic waiter has been fed with the information. The seeing is there, the cameras are functioning. Uh, Seeing that camera picture will give the decision. This needs cleaning. Lots of drops, lots of spilled food items are there. Needs proper cleaning. So that is the conclusion that is coming according to the data which has been given. So the next conclusion is do the cleaning. So the cleaning will be done with whatever the way that the robot has been designed. But there is no fire, isn't it? Because it is simply like a thought without any weight. The conclusion has no power there. There's no anger about the people who left the things like that. So there's no power, no current to build up. There's no abhisankarana in the robot's function. What will happen to the human being, a human waiter? Human waiter is, and also the other fact is that does the robo machine has any concerns about being overworked? No, certainly not. The robot will continue to do the work one after the other, one after the other. There's no current, there's no complaint about being overworked and to do everything one after the other without any rest. What about the human waiter? Human waiter again will have a picture because The eyes are functioning. Our eyes are no different from a camera. Eye is capable of taking a picture only. So the eye is functioning, the camera takes the picture is formed. The conclusion, that is a mind, the thought is lots of food being spilled on the table. Needs a good cleaning before the next customer comes. So have to do the cleaning. So the cleaning will be doing. During this cleaning, now, unless the person has a deep realization about this Dhamma, unless a person has an idea about the current which is created instantly with that picture, he will be burning in fire, isn't it? He will be burning in anger. The system is burning in anger. Why can't they serve the things more carefully? I have to do a deep cleaning here because it will smell otherwise. And I might get blackguarded by the owners of the restaurant if I don't do a proper job. And this is adding me more work. And I have been working from 9 a.m. today, and I'm still having lots of work to do, lot more to do, lot more tables to finish. And after this work slot, I have to go for my studies if it is a person who is doing part-time job. Oh, I have to go home early today. Now, these are all thoughts which are coming up following that initial conclusion or that initial thought about the food being spilled on the table. And that continuously, because that thought is felt real now. What was seen is not understood as a sense of function. The whole thing is not understood as a system. The current which was created is not understood as a part of the system. That fire or that burning field, that current is the one which is named as myself. I am getting angry. I got angry with this. I was very annoyed. Now, these are the ways that it is explained. So, this burn is the thing that is not there in the robotic machine. But the humans who are said to have the more advanced uh, mind is most of the time burning with some form of current, one after the other. Different levels of currents are coming up. Each time that current is felt, the system, if the system does not realize that this is a system, part of the system, each time it is labeled as self. So the self is the one who is getting angry, or that anger is the self, in other words. It's not different actually. The self is that burning field, self is that defilement, the discomfort that is felt, that heaviness that is felt. So, as I said, with whatever is happening, try to compare with the robotic function. The robot is also doing the same activity. Robot is doing the uh, activities according to the data which has been fed. Human is also doing the activity according to the training, so-called training that has been given. Training means putting more data. So more data means the more complex activities can be done. So that is the current that we have to recognize. That is actually something felt. That is called the self we, and the thoughts that are coming on top of that field is a self we. The thought saying, I have to do all this and I am doing some hard work. No one is helping me. No one is cooperating with me. and no one is appreciating you. These are all kinds of uh, these are all kinds of activities, then that all kinds of things that can be explained as the self. So I'm just repeating these words: the defilements, the current, power, uh, or the self, all are same actually. Those are things felt. Felt means it is a mind sensor function. Mind sensor is a one which can be felt now. We know that uh, the feel level means the sensor level, and thoughts are actually formulated to cover the feel. So it's not easy to understand the feel unless you get some guidance from the noble friend. And we had no idea about this feel and the mind until our RN Mahansi noble friend guided on this path. This has been mentioned by Lord Buddha in the sutras, but maybe our level of wisdom is not enough to understand those. So, if we didn't hear these Dhamma sermons from Aran Mahanse, actually, we would never have been able to understand these deep meanings of Lord Buddha's explanations. Uh, and now, if we talk a little bit more about the feel and the mind, Aran Mahanse, our noble friend, always says that mind is not going to help with your Dhamma pathway. But you need the mind or the thoughts. You know, the mind means a flow of thoughts. You need the thoughts to understand this Dhamma. True. If you are in the garbage pit, you use the garbage to weave a rope to get out of the pit because there is no other help from outside. So it's something like that. You are using the own thoughts to understand this Dhamma and escape from this samsaric journey. That is why I said the small child, the baby with the radiant mind, even if he has no thoughts, he can, since he can't understand this Dhamma, he's not going to escape from this samsaric journey because already there is a potential to develop the defilements. That is your pains, the hidden defilements, hidden kills. So because the baby with the radiant mind do have that hidden keles, even though the thought formation is not occurring, even though we don't talk about having the defilements, even though we don't talk about the self will, even though they do not have the self will, there is no escape from this samsaric journey. So you use the thoughts to understand the thoughts, but living with the thoughts throughout is not going to help you with your samsaric pattern. So you need to understand how the thoughts are formed, how the thoughts are behaving, how the thoughts are changing, and how the thoughts are creating a world which looks real to you. So with that understanding only, you come to the level of the feel. And always our RN Mahanse, noble friend, says about be with the feel, recognize your feel. Feel is the one which is going to help you. So if we talk about the feel, in other words, feel is the sensor level, what is formed at the sensor level. So feel originally of the five senses is the one that is experienced at the level of the radiant mind. The babies do experience the feel, they see the colors. Well, not the colors actually. Color is a thought. Color is something that we learn at the preschool or even initially at home. Color is a new data that has been inserted. Color is not there as a field, but what we see is a light. Light or shape that is a function of the camera eye. So the field level is a shape or light for the eye. Field level for the ear is just a sound without any description, but there is a sound. The field level at the nose is some form of smell. We don't know whether it is a good smell or bad smell even. Some smell is there. That is a feel at the nose level. Again, the tongue, the taste. It's tasting something, whether it is a sweet, sour, bitter, or whatever. Salt, you don't know. There is some taste. That is a feel. And the skin. Skin, of course, has the ability to identify four things as feel. Without the help of the mind sensor, skin is capable of uh, feeling the temperature changes, cold or warm. Also, feelings things like hard or firm or soft, solidity, solid nature. Feeling something liquid nature, apo. Feeling something which has like the texture of the air, vayu. So those four things can be felt as sensors in the human skin. So those are actually called eight elements: the sound, light, smell, taste, and then temperature, solidity, liquidity, uh, and airiness. So those are the eight feels. Those are the experiences of the baby with the radiant mind. And singly, these ones uh, do not give any description of what is felt. So, what happens with the growth of the child? We have been discussing this earlier also. What happens? The radiant mind will change with the growth, so called growth of the physical growth. And along with that, the changes of the sensor functions, or the outcome of the sensor functions also changes. But the baby will see it as a light. Baby will see the differences in the light with different colors, but has no idea whether it is red or white. But the colors look different. That is why the babies are more attracted to the red color. So there is a difference, but has no idea what is this difference is. So the color or the changes in the light pattern is felt as if it is real. The baby feels that the sound is really there, but has no idea what it is. Baby feels as if there is a smell, a real smell, something existing. That is due to the self vibration. So that self feeling is there in a very subtle way. Baby feels that there is a taste, a real taste. A taste is felt really. And also the four things that I mentioned about the skin sensation: temperature, solidity, liquidity, and the airiness. Those four things also baby feels as if it is really existing. So this really existing feel is explained as the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, smell consciousness, taste consciousness, and body consciousness. Vinyane. The word vinyane means that there is kind of real looking, really, real feeling, something existing or some sort of fine separation, that and the self here. It's not in a strong way at the baby's level, at the radiant mind, but there is some form of uh, separation is felt. The taste is felt as it is something real. That is because of that sasava nature, the taints, the hidden current, which I mentioned a little while ago. So that is a feel level. Feel are the 8 things that I mentioned just now. What happens when the thoughts are formed? These combine to form the thoughts. Minimum of two of them. Most commonly is a sound and the picture, and that is how the thoughts are formed. Now, when the thoughts are formed, those feels that we were experiencing as the baby cannot be felt anymore. So now you can't differentiate the light and the sound in the thought. You straight away get it as a thought. You can't go back now. You can't dissect and go back. We know that one more important thing, the light is also not true. Sound is also not true. All 8 of them are actually not true. They are felt because there is very fast function there. There's fast vibration is manifested as something really there. So it is a manifestation of the fastness. Sota, R.N. Maharshi gives this explanation. Sota is a flow, fast flow. Anusota, Patisota. That is how those 2 words have come. Sota is a fast flow. So Anusota means going along the stream. Patisota is trying to go upwards in the stream. So both ways, Sota is a flow. So because of the fast flow, a light is felt. And then because we have this sasava nature, something which is not real there is felt as real. So what is manifested due to the speed is taken as true. So when the thoughts are formed, as I said, we can't reverse. We can't go back and experience the light only, sound only, smell only, taste only, etc. We can't reverse. Lord Buddha gave a beautiful example. Once the ghee or butter is made of milk, you can't find the milk again in that. You can't reverse to the milk. But you know, milk is a cause for this. So it is a cause and effect phenomenon again. When the cause is there, the effect is there. Cause is different from the effect. Effect and cause are not the same. And from the effect, you can't get the cause back. Because the cause was there, effect also arose. If the cause is not there, you can't talk about an effect. So, like that, when the thought starts forming, thought cannot be reversed now. Now, what you have is a complete product, thought. So, whatever you experience, everything is a thought, everything is a sound or a word, isn't it? As I said earlier, depending on the language that you are using, the thought comes up as single words. Now, then you have to see what is this field that we are talking about. The field that we are talking about uh, is actually the field of the mind sensor. So we know that the mind sensor acts as a separate sensor, but originally the mind sensor is always the product of the other 5 sensors. So if a thought is coming up now, it is a thought which has been formed at some stage earlier. Thought cannot uh, arise of its own. Thought is always the collective collection of the senses. It may be two senses, it may be all five senses, particularly when you are talking about a food item. All five senses has a role to play. But if it is something like a furniture piece, mostly it is the two senses, the seeing and the hearing only. Sometimes the body sensor, touching also will come to an end. But most of the time, for most of the stimuli, it's the seeing and hearing. That, of course, initially starting as the seeing and hearing, more data will be added. So, what you and me are experiencing right now as a thought is not simply the combination of the seeing and the hearing. It has many other added data time to time, many other side informations, many other descriptions about the surrounding factors. So that is why the thought is heavier and heavier. Older the age of the person, a particular thought becomes heavier and heavier because on sometimes daily basis, weekly basis, you get more and more exposure to the same stimulus and more data is being added. It's like that to the robot you are adding more commands, more data, so that the robot will be able to perform a better job. Robot will be able to understand more commands and more complex things. So, what is this feel about the mind sensor? Now, a little while ago, I briefly mentioned about it, the fire. That is what you feel, isn't it? What is felt cannot be uh, explained without words. So, what always Aryan Mahansi says is that let the feel be felt. Don't try to think about it. Identify the feel. Identifying the feel is not done by myself. So, that feel is, in other words, the concept of myself. So, there can't be two things, the myself separately and the feel separately. That feel is the one which is interpreted as myself. But what we try to do is, I'm trying to understand my feel. I'm trying to understand my current. Isn't that how we try to express this? Yeah. We quite often we tend to hear mothers talking about this. I'm trying to identify my defilements. So myself is separated and the defilements are separated. So Aranasi beautifully explained recently in number of discussions how to identify the self. He gave very beautiful explanations. Is the body myself? He explained how the body cannot be labeled as myself. Body parts can be changed, replaced. If the body parts are separated, like amputation of a leg, you will not call that leg myself. You will call the leg is mine. The body is mine. You will say the body parts, these eyes are mine, my eyes. But eyes are not me. So, like that, he explained. And also, we know that in Lord Buddha's time, with these Kayanupassana meditations, he again explained each and every part of the body, taking it separately as a meditation, that none of these parts can be labeled as me, but they are mine. So the body was kept aside now. And then Aryan Mahansi was asking, is the mind yourself? No, mind is not myself either, because then you should be able to control the thoughts the way you want, isn't it? So the mind also has to be kept aside. And also, he explained, can you say the habits as myself? Habits at the beginning are not myself. But of course, the habits with time, if the habits are felt as a thing, because of the habits, if a person feels a pressure, then there is self. But otherwise, the habits alone, you can't say that they are that is a self. Also, Aryan Mahanse says that there are changes uh, in the emotions due to the hormonal activities. That again is not self. That again is a part of the body function. Then also, Aryan Mahanse says the pratika kriya or the reflex mechanisms, they are not self either. A person who is confronted with an elephant will turn and start running. There's no time to think, but the fight and fright type of fight or flight, uh, fright, fight or flight. So that is a reflex mechanism to safeguard this physical body. Reflex mechanisms are seen in almost every animal. If you bring your face near a cat's face, cat will straight away give a little slap with its paw, isn't it? If you go near a cow, the cow will kick with its hind leg. So those are reflex mechanisms uh, to safeguard. And you know, if your finger goes near something hot, the hand will be drawn quickly away from that hot source. So those are reflex mechanisms. So those cannot be labeled as self again. So leaving all those things aside, finally, now you have to attribute it to the senses, but the sensor function is not self either, because we know that as the baby, little baby who had the sensor functions, there was no self there. Then what is this self? Because now for you and me, whatever the sensor experience, we label it as self, isn't it? I am seeing this. I can hear the sound of my own voice. That is how I feel. I can see some banana trees in the garden. I can see some birds. So they all come under this umbrella myself. I am the one who is experiencing. So, what is this? How can you then separate it out if it is not the sensor function, which was there in the radiant mind? But you are always connecting it up to the sensor function. So, Aryan Vahase beautifully explains that it is the weight, the current which is coming with the thought. Now, the banana tree is a thought. It's not something seeing at this moment for me. If it was for a little baby, it will be just a light. But that banana tree is not coming to her mind. But for you and me, what is seen is straight away coming as a banana tree. Actually, even though it is simply a camera function, it is coming with the label of banana tree. And just it is a simply sound to the ear. It's coming with the label, my voice. So that is where the trick is. The thoughts are formed, and the thought is having a weight underneath that. Thought is having a current with that. How did that current create? The current means that it is felt as real. That means, in other words, feeling as real or the itta sanyava, and automatically the itta sanyava is associated with atma sanyava. perception of existence and perception of self. That is the weight which is hanging under each thought, real feeling. And that happens when the thoughts are happening again and again. Now, for the small baby who was shown a banana tree for the first time, it may have been just a thought. We show the tree and say, "Baby, that is banana tree." So that was a sound and a picture only. But whenever we take her to the garden, always we say, "Ah, this is banana tree. Did you see the banana tree? Do you want to touch the banana tree? This is where from the plantains are coming, the bananas that you are eating. Stay still. You like bananas?" Now, these are the ways that we are feeding the data to the baby. And we are feeding the data to the baby continuously. And the thought about this banana tree becomes stronger and stronger. Now, the baby has a strong banana tree concept. That is, in other words, the thought which is felt as real. That is your itta sanya. The thought has become alive now. So the baby has a really existing banana tree now. That part, the existing, and the part, that self, which is coming up spontaneously along with that, is a weight which is underneath each and every thought. So that weight is the one which we feel as the self. So, in other words, having a real banana tree means real myself. That is a self feel. So, this is how the whole world is created for you and me. So, the feel that you try to understand, uh, which comes with this mind sensor, the feel part of the mind sensor. Feel part of the mind sensor is not easy to identify unless you have the guidance of this uh, Aryan Mahanse or the noble friend. That is where we were all this time. Now we know that there's something called feel and the mind or the thoughts. Now talking a bit more about the mind sensor, the feel that is there, if you try to understand at the gross level, we can take more examples. Now, for example, you were away from home and you come and open the door. You find that thieves have entered the house and robbed everything, and the whole house is in a mess with things scattered all over. The drawers have been opened, clothes have been thrown here and there, the wardrobes are kept open, the window is broken from one place. The moment you open the door, there's a quick camera function, isn't it? The quick camera function screening a video clip with the eye, and the quick thought, instant thought coming up is the thieves have entered the house. That is a thought which is synchronized from your past data. As a baby, the baby had no idea about the thieves entering the house. But you have that data. You have that data from maybe seeing a house which has been robbed by yourself, or maybe seeing it on the television set, maybe seeing it in the newspapers. Somebody has explained how it happened. Now, all this data has the thought. So that thought is immediately synchronized, the robbery in my house. And try to recognize now, try to just imagine this situation, a burning field. In Sinhala, we say, Hoskala Pattuna, something like that. burning feel, the sudden current which might flare up from head to toe, a heavy feel, isn't it? That is the feel of the mind sensor. That burn is the uh, thing that we explain as feel of the mind sensor. Now, since we can't identify the fields of the other five senses, we can only recognize the field of the mind sensor now. So that burn, that current or that power that you experience is your field. And along with that field is the one which is called, which also can be labeled as an anger, sadness, defilement, or yourself. That is a self. That current, that blowing like that huge blow like feel, heaviness, sinking down like feel. All kinds of words can be used, but feel cannot be exactly explained in words. That is something that has to be experienced by the system. Now, along with that, see a flow of thoughts are coming. Just wonder whether they found my jewelry in the wardrobe. Must go and see all the drawers where all my valuable documents are there, and they have entered through that window. Did I leave it open or something like that? Could it be the person who came to pluck the coconuts last week? Could he be the thief? And I should have been a bit more careful about everything. I should have asked somebody to look after the house. Now, these are all thoughts. Secondary to that fire, secondary to that feel, a flow of thoughts are coming up, isn't it? And then also the thoughts like, do not touch anything, inform the police, and get them down before touching anything. Might need the dogs also. Must inform so and so. Must inform my children and tell about the situation. Now, these are all thoughts which are coming up following that initial feel. So, the thoughts cannot be stopped, can you? Thoughts are again the product of the mind sensor. The feel is also a part of the mind sensor, and the next flow of thoughts are also part of the mind sensor. So it's something like, the sky is watching the clouds. Various types of clouds are coming. Beautiful ones, small ones, large ones, scattered ones, heavy rain clouds, beautiful pink clouds, pure white clouds like cotton. All kinds of clouds are coming, and the space is just an observer. So, like that, the mind sensor also will continuously produce the thoughts. That is a part of the system. That is something that cannot be stopped. So, do not worry about this flow of the thoughts. Identify that feel. That is, the feel is also not something to be felt guilty about. Somebody might say that I'm following this Dhamma. I don't know why I felt sad, why I felt angry about it. I shouldn't have been angry at that time because I have been listening to this Dhamma for 5 years and I'm an expert on everything. Now, this is not something that the system has to feel guilty about it. The most important thing is to remember that this is also part of the system. Now, if the robot is given the data to say that if somebody tries to cross this place beyond this, do not allow any person to cross this. Stop it if somebody tries to cross this place. So, according to the robot's information, Robo will hit the person if a person is trying to cross that place. So like that, the action or the conclusion or the outcome will occur depending on the relevant causes. So having that burning fire is quite natural as a part of the system. What is important is that burning nature of that underneath. If you are struggling with really confused and if you are screaming and crying and cursing the people who did it, then it has become a thing to you. Then you have a strong current underneath that. But that instant, if you realize that that feel that you had at that time is quite a natural reaction, you will still be able to continue the important steps that you have to take thereafter. You will not be confused and you will not be cursing people and you will not be putting the allegations to somebody else. Because of you, this happened. Because of your carelessness, this happened. That sort of things will not happen. You will be having a very clear mind, clear ability to take the decisions. You will take whatever the appropriate steps that has to be taken, informing the relevant people, calmly advising the other people to not to touch the things and go to the police station and lodge a complaint. Those things you will be able to do with a very clear mind if you understand that burning feel also came as a part of the system. So you can say that an anger which didn't become a thing, දෙයක් නොවුණු තරහක්, or තරහක් නොවන තරහක්, දුකක් නොවන දුකක්, a sadness which is not a thing, an anger which is not a thing. There is no heaviness in that. But as a part of the system, those feels come, but it doesn't get propagated thereafter. It doesn't get multiplied. It doesn't get loads and loads of other feels attached to that. It's very superficial, but underneath the system is quiet, system is still. So this is the difference between the person who is in this Dhamma path and a person who has no idea about this Dhamma. The person who is not uh, in the Dhamma path will experience the things in the same way, will have a long flow of thoughts also. But that fire, which was created initially as the anger or sadness, will, uh, sorry, I was telling about the person who is in the Dhamma path, will not have that fire multiplied. It will just get neutralized in no time. It will not keep on coming, recurring again and again as a, or even if it comes, it's not very powerful. Even if it comes, it's very clearly seen that it is just another thought, a fresh thought coming up again. So what's the thing to worry? That is a normal system. Whereas a person who is not in the Dhamma path will have that initial burn, and that burn will continue because he does not understand that this is a system. It happened to me. My house has been rocked, and I'm angry and I'm sad with that, and it is complete negligence of so and so. I advised him to check all the doors and windows, which he hasn't done. Now see what I have lost. The whole thing is gone. What a mess here. Now all kinds of heavy thoughts are coming, and each and every thought is felt as real. Real means more and more myself is coming up. Myself is again and again becoming stronger and stronger. So what happens? when the thoughts are so strong, when the thoughts are really felt as true, those thoughts tend to recur more often. So the weight on the mind, the weight of the thoughts are becoming stronger and stronger. It's actually exhausting then. Thoughts are very heavy and they are very exhausting. The person might say, "Oh my God, I can't tolerate this pressure. I can't hold it anymore." Person might end up even taking some treatment for the mental problem, mental stress. So this is what happens in the normal world, so-called normal world, or the so-called mundane world. And uh, it's not uh, it's not possible to sort of ignore such things because the person will feel everything is real. It's nothing to do with the senses. He has no idea that these are all creations in the mind. So, this is the stories, these are the examples that you can take up. And when you understand this field more and more, most important thing is to have this clear understanding that this is a system, that feel is not myself, feel is not mine, feel is not mine. There is no myself in that. It is a part of the system. So you are hand over that to the system. You don't take it over. You don't take the responsibility of that burn or that current. Don't put the current into your bucket. Hand over the current to the system. So if the system is taking the responsibility, why should you bother? Is there a person called you or myself to bother then about it? If the responsibility is handed over to something else? Certainly not. So each time when there is a burn like that, each time when it is sort of as an active thought, kind of reminding is done that this is not self, this is a mind sensor, this is the system. So that sort of reminding is needed at the beginning. When you go on doing that, it automatically becomes a part of the passive thinking, or sometimes it comes as a feel. So, not bothered with the thoughts. Feel that strength of the feel, the strongness of the feel, the strongness of the strength of the fire will start coming down. So, at one point, even if, I mean, when you open up the door, you will see that the house has been robbed. Yes, initially there is a bit of a burn current to see it as a shock, but it will not go beyond that level. As I said, with a very clear mind, with a very clear sense, you will be able to do whatever is relevant, but it will not keep on coming as another burden. So, as Aryan Mahansi always says, the way you experience the things are not going to be different. Only the way that you are uh, responding or your reactions will change. Uh, Change in the sense it is not in some way that it's going to create uh, uh, create a different picture among the other people. The other people will actually see it as something really amazing. They might say that you have faced such a disaster, but you look very calm, and people might even appreciate your the way that you are tackling the problems, which is very beautiful. The life becomes much more smoother. Life becomes more comfortable. and uh, the burn that you are experiencing with different uh, stimuli will come down. So, what happens at the level of the arhats, that is beyond the level of the anagami or the non-returner? Non-returner means he will not be born in this world with any physical body, but still the non-returner also has a little bit of self vibration. So therefore, that uh, the feeling that the things are there, but he has no concept about having a world. But as the basic, the last thing, he feels that the things are still there. So that is what is being cleared up when the person is uh, coming to the Arhat state. So the Arhats, of course, we are unable to explain exactly what the experience is, but the Arhats will not have that Itta Sanyava and Atma Sanyava. That is the self-perception and self and the perception of existence and the perception of self. Those are not there. But the Arhats also, as we have mentioned earlier, will have the normal thoughts, but that weight which was hanging underneath is not there. It's like the Aran Mahasi is explaining that sometimes the the ice cubes which are floating in the sea, a small part is seen from up above the water level, and underneath that there's a heavy portion of the ice cube floating. So it's something like slashing or removing that complete part which is immersed in the water. Just superficially, the arhats will behave in the same way. They know that everything is just created, but they can act accordingly to suit the society. Vatar and Mahase explains this in Sinhala is that Elohim saha Melovin midila samaya vasya kirim. The That means, in other words, it's like that you are in a playhouse, you are in a dollhouse with your child. You know that everything done is not real there, but you are pretending as if you also agree with your child's play. The child will want to cook something and you will help the child. You will use something like sand instead of rice. You will mimic as if you are preparing a cup of tea, and you also will mimic as if you are drinking tea. And you might say, tell your child, here's the exact amount of sugar. It's nice cup of tea. So that's what Lord Buddha said, that you are behaving in the world because you have to live with the people who are not in this Dhamma path. Most of them are not in the Dhamma path. So you have to come to their level. You can't look different, can you? So you have to come to their level and be with them to suit their level. So that is what is actually meant. I can't give the exact English translation of that because I do not know exactly how to translate that. But the meaning is that it's something like that you are uh, in the dollhouse with the child, mimicking, pretending as if everything is true. So we know that uh, we have to live in a society where just a handful of people will understand this Dhamma. And even though majority do have this label of Buddhists in their birth certificate, very small percentage of them do understand the exact philosophy that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha. So they are actually following something which is a mixture of so many religions. So we have to be sympathetic towards them. We can try to explain these things, but I'm sure most of them you may have experienced, they do not want to take it up. Only a handful of people will try to taste this new dish and see how it is. Others actually refuse from the appearance of it, saying that no, 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 I don't want to taste it. I have more tastier food which I really enjoy. So that will be the meaning of what they indicate. What they are practicing is what's called the traditional way of teaching Buddhism, which is unfortunately done in almost all the countries in the world at the moment. So the true Dhamma facts coming out is rare. And our noble friend Aryan Vahasi has done lots of self experiments, like the beginning when Lord Buddha did it. Lord Buddha, of course, did not have any kind of guidance. There was no one to explain this truth. All was done purely by him. And our noble friend Aryan Vahasi had this guidance from uh, the sutras, which are the original teachings of Lord Buddha, and those along with what he understood by doing the self experimentation, self practicing, very well tallied with what Lord Buddha has said nearly 2600 years ago. So its Dhamma is very beautiful, and it is really, uh, we are so grateful to Aryan Vahanse, our noble friend, for explaining these things in such simple manner. Uh, and we invite you to join us. Just listen to a couple of sermons from Buddothpado. If you can understand Sinhalese language, of course, there are lots of opportunities. And the website, uh, the main website is in Sinhalese medium, which is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. This has actually almost all the teachings done by R.N. Vahanse, but I think recently there are some rearrangement of these things. So there may be some certain changes done, but the sermons done at the beginning are there. For the people who are speaking only English language, the www.wisdomofasia.com, www.wisdomofasia.com has again many informations. So we invite you to listen to some of these sermons. See how applicable is to your life daily. See how true these explanations are. See how this mind is working. Because Lord Buddha did not say that you have to believe the things. You have to turn to yourself and see how this functions, how this is functioning. And uh, Lord Buddha said that your own savior is yourself. That is a very important fact, actually. We we know that in most of the religions, people turn to a savior who cannot be seen, who cannot be felt. So none of the senses can uh, experience the presence of that savior. So it is a strong belief. uh, strong faith or a belief. So people are turning towards such a savior. But what Lord Buddha said was that your savior is yourself. There's no one who is going to help with your samsaric journey. And something that he frequently says is that no one is going to jump into your uh, funeral pit when or the mm, when you are dead. No one is going to jump into your coffin to help you. Uh, so it is yours own effort. It is your own determination that will help you to escape from the uh, samsaric journey or the birth circles. So think about that. Uh, if you are not satisfied, or if you do not feel that there is a difference uh, in your defilements with whatever you have been listening all this time, we invite you to listen to some of these sermons, see the difference that you feel, because there are many people who are joining us from around the world, many countries. And unfortunately, we cannot exactly give the exact Deshana translated in English. Maybe in years to come, we might be able to do, but right now, we are doing it within our capacity, within our ability to convey this message to you. But I hope this is more than enough for you to have a little, for you to flavor this, just flavor the dish to see how it is. And then rest of the experimentation, rest of the searching can be done. And we can always help you again. If there are any points that we do not understand, we can always take those points to the noble friend Aryan Vahansi and get the answer to you. We do have a discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. every day, Sri Lankan time. So you can always join us and come out with your queries. It's nice to continue it as a discussion rather than just talking about our own experiences. Because always, if somebody asks a question, which we always encourage in these Zoom discussions, because in Sinhalese media we have about 8 Zoom discussions throughout the day, and for most of them, RN Mahasi joins, and particularly 2 of them, he joins, and this all the guidance and corrections then and there. So it is essential that the questions are asked, because asking a question not only helps the person who asked, it helps many other thousands of people who are listening at that moment or even later on, because these are there in the YouTube sermons. So actually, the both sides are benefited, and not only that, the person who is coordinating is also benefited, because those are challenges. Actually, questions are challenges to the person who is conducting the program. It's like batting the ball from whichever the direction it is coming. So having that ability is more and more sharpened when more and more questions are discussed. I don't think any other monk or any other preacher do have this type of Zoom discussions where people are freely allowed, or people are actually pushed to ask questions. People are pushed to join the discussion actually. So it's so important, because Lord Buddha also said that uh, the the noble friend or the Kalyana Mitra's help is essential in this Dhamma path, because there are many pitfalls on this pathway. There are many points where the mind sensor gives a reassurance. Yes, it's correct. You are correct. You are doing it right. So that sort of assurance should not be taken as serious because that is the nature of the thoughts. And always trying to put the correct mark in front of you is something that is happening very often. So those things has to be corrected then and there. So I will conclude the session here. Uh, as always I do, I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. And I worship Aryan Mahanse, who is our noble friend, uh, with great respect. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. And may all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May our uh, friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Thiruvan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Theruvan Sanayaran Mahansa. Theruvan Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 69. The Dhamma is only felt by wisdom, O Jnana. The Dhamma, the pure truth, is not felt by thoughts. The realization of the pure truth is beyond thoughts. Nibbana, the total abandonment and elimination of all forms of craving, cannot be achieved by thought. If we think of anything, it becomes a thought. Mihinin Mahase, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahase, what we feel when we maintain an awareness and wisdom to realize the pure truth is totally different to have thoughts in the mind. One, awareness, and second, wisdom are beyond mind, beyond thinking. Awareness or mindfulness is what we need to realize the pure truth. This realization of the pure truth will enable us to come out of this illusion and suffering. Let's say, for example, that you are trying to tell awareness by using words. Can you explain non-existent in words? If somebody says that I am an arahant, is it something you can speak about and explain in words? Some people claim to be arahant, but from the way they enjoy their senses, we are unable to believe so. We can see that they are associating with a self identity. They associate with material things that they like. We also understand that they earn a living too. They cook and consume food that they like. We can see that they entertain their five senses. They cannot realize the Dhamma because they have a self identity. This can be seen from the way they enjoy life. The followers of Dhamma cannot obtain any valuable advice from priests who claim to be Arahant.
the priests themselves would not know how to follow the path to realize the pure truth. What is important to us is to follow the path to realize the pure truth. When we are on the path, we need not bother about the four supramundane stages of the spiritual path. If we give too much of importance to the stages we achieve, then we develop an ego and fall behind them, move forward on the path. What is important to us is to eradicate our greed, ill will, and delusion. We need to be on the path to understand and realize the pure truth. We have to develop an awareness to the pure truth. Awareness that nothing exists outside, no inside. We have to know that everything is a thought and that the thought too is not true. It is a lie. We should develop awareness until we realize that we do not exist at all. When you realize that you do not exist, that is when you will totally drop your self identity about yourself. Then, is there anybody to become an arahant? When you are at the stage of an arahant, you cannot say that you will not be born again. In this fourth stage, arahant, if one does not have a self, who is there to say whether one will be born again or not? If there is no one, then who is there to be born again? Now, what should we understand? We should understand that there is no one even at this moment. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, what is important for us is to realize the point where we melt into nothing. For that, we should realize the pure truth. When we realize the pure truth, we realize that there is no being, there is no person, that there is no self. Avidya Ashesha Nirodha means ignorance, not knowing the pure truth. If you have already realized the pure truth, you begin to feel the truth. When you feel the truth that nothing exists outside and that everything is a thought, you begin to see the self in every thought. When a feeling of self arises in a thought, you will know. Therwan Sana, everybody.
Everyone Saranai to all of you. First of all, let's pay our homage to Aryan Mahanse. Everyone Saranai Dr. Kokila.
Sorry, I joined a little bit later, so I didn't actually hear the part that Shani read. Sorry, I couldn't hear
Okay,
that.
Miss Rangika, shall I
What was the discussion about?
That was page 69 and page 70, Dr. Kokila. So started with explaining that one who sees Dhamma sees me, that Buddha's word, and that thought we cannot realize pure truth through thoughts. It goes beyond
Yeah.
thoughts. That was being emphasized. And the most important aspect in the first two paragraphs is the awareness and the wisdom. So in one of other sermons also Aryan Hanse
So the
has
prajna
explained
and the jnana?
prajna and
Jnana.
sihiya. Wisdom is, I think, prajnavo jnanaya, because in English
No,
we have
prajna and jnana are different, but anyway.
yeah, doctor, but words we find it's very difficult to use exact words in English. No, so there are three words like knowledge. Anyway, danuma, knowledge is used for prajna also, and discernment and wisdom are there. Wisdom is the exact word for prajna. So, whatever it is prajna over here. Wisdom is the word. Wisdom and awareness. Awareness is mindfulness. See here. The
Also
importance of
kind of
see
super
here.
awareness.
It may not be super awareness, doctor. It is actually it's for someone to see the truth. He or she should maintain awareness, and this wisdom here means seeing the truth of the stimulus.
Yeah, I think it is
Because
a super awareness because the
okay.
awareness here is always the awareness that there is no self. So that awareness is different to every other awareness we know. So we don't have a name. That's why we have put another name. Like actually, you don't need. But what I'm trying to say is we don't have a word for that kind of awareness because we always have an awareness for actual existence.
Yeah, presence of mind.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, right.
So we don't have another word for another, like not non-existence. We don't have that. So it's very difficult to say, but I think that's why the word problem is there. So what was the discussion after that?
Yes, awareness and explaining the importance of maintaining awareness or mindfulness. That is not to be deceived by thoughts. So
Yeah,
when
okay.
one has the awareness only, that mindfulness only, one will be able to apply actually Satya Jnana. Whenever the thought occurs, to penetrate through it, one should have that awareness. And then talking about self-identity also, without understanding how the self-vibration arises, one cannot again liberate from this duality. Then Dr. Kokila further elaborates on the up to Arahant, the four stages, stream enter, what happens at the stream enter stage, liberating from the external world, the path level and the fruition level. Then at one's returner level, how one feels the diminishing of defilements and how he or she becomes that. That is without any effort, how the defilements may diminish. That is the fruition level. Then non-returner level, I think, the stage where one liberates from the mind and becoming that fruition level, finally the arahant. So what is being emphasized is you cannot achieve or think of any of these using the mind. That is the big mistake people do. So you must feel it. And it is the summary of entire journey, I should say, because how one should liberate from outside, inside this duality, it is being mentioned. So finally, what is being said is, even if someone says Arahant, and that I am an Arahant. So how do you know how to become that? Only that very person may know, but you cannot achieve any of these stages through your mind. So that's it basically. So in terms of awareness and wisdom, Dr. Kokila, so two examples comes to my mind. In one of the sermons, Aryan has explained it through the simile of the sky, that is space and the cloud. When you have this awareness is like that space. It doesn't get involved with the thought, which is compared to a clouds. Clouds may occur, clouds may appear and disappear. But awareness is there, it doesn't get inside the cloud. It only kind of unexplainable, still entity, still in the sense that doesn't shake, it is consistent, and through that we can understand it doesn't get disturbed. It- Whatever the type of cloud that appears, it doesn't get disturbed. And in one of Andolanatmaka Deshana, Miss Swarnamali came up with the metaphor of a lake surrounded by hills. So there is a beautiful lake full of water. The top or the surface of the uh, lake may have ripples due to the winds, but underneath there's still water. So that awareness is something like that. So the thoughts may, uh, at the upper level, thoughts may create ripples, but the awareness may prevail without being disturbed. So and what actually struck, I mean, in when I was trying to come to terms with this is Aryan Mahanse's beautiful example of the ladder. Uh, Basically, these two aspects, awareness and wisdom, are like, wisdom means yatabhuta jnana, ability to see the truth, to see through the thought, is like the two poles of the ladder. So if one to proceed, just like you also said, parallel railway line, railway track, the parallel, like the two lines, they should go in, those they should be, they are parallel to each other, because both are equally important. So that's it, Dr. Kokila. I can add, I mean, that is basically nothing from my experience, what is being explained by Aryan Mahanse in this conversation between Meherin Mahanse and him. That's it. So the awareness, wisdom, and the 4 stages of the path. And also that we can't do anything with the mind. We must awaken to the feel. And Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Miss Surangika.
Yeah, I was listening. There are few things, I don't know whether I'm even able to tell any of these in English, the capacity to tell, but I can try because of this jumble of words. It's so complicated when we try to say something, it gets, because even the metaphors can be taken slightly according to the receiver's end. So that even the metaphors can be, understood differently. So the I don't know, the no self-perception, we tried to discuss that day, that a small baby who is in the cot slowly grows up and then become the 7-year-old or kind of whatever that age child who has the mind now. That child had the awareness. I'm trying to get this across. Tell me if that doesn't work, because that may not work. So that child had an awareness. It is not the correct awareness in Dhamma. It is an awareness. But in that also, baby doesn't have defilements. Baby is free. Baby has the mind, has not developed the mind yet. That system has not had the mind coming up yet. The awareness has the self vibration. So the feel is not the Samma Sati. It's not the, sorry, the awareness is not the Samma is what? The correct awareness. According to Dhamma, because we have eightfold path, so there's correct awareness. So when you talk about the, yes, the correct awareness, so the child...
Dr. Kokila, I think it's right awareness, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the right awareness. So I'm trying to get through a message, but so the child with the radiant mind also has an awareness, but it's not right awareness. Someone who has actually passed the stages of stream enterer and going on, so forth, has the right awareness. So can you see that there is a small difference there? Actually, a great difference, but we should be able to feel the difference. Yes.
Is it right view that you are referring to, or right awareness? Samma Ditthiya.
Samasati I'm trying to talk about.
So that is right mindfulness. Is it?
Yeah, whatever that is awareness.
Yeah, that's right. Clear. What got little confused. Okay.
So I think I understand what you're trying to say, Dr. Kokila, because unfortunately, the baby is the closest possible example that we can use to communicate, isn't it? The radiant mind at that stage. But at the same time, it has its limitations, which is the point that you are trying to bring across, that the basic feeling that the baby has is the basic feeling, but the right awareness can only be reached or realized through the understanding of the mind, whereas the baby, the mind is not developed at all. So it is at that basic level, but the stream enterer reaches the point of devaluing the mind by understanding the mind. Am I making sense?
Yeah, and then, I just wanted to get through Sudharma's heart, like, not heart. I just wanted to go across her so that to understand whether she understood what she's talking about, because it's so difficult to communicate here with this language, but we are trying to say people can talk about a lot of awarenesses. So, but when we take the idea, it is with our perception we take the message. So we need to know what perception we are trying to get. So I'm trying to actually reiterate that the awareness, super awareness, or the right awareness is different to just clear awareness without the mind in the baby. So there's slight difference. What is a slight difference is the main important factor here, because baby is not an arahant. Baby is not even close to arahant. But the baby is actually close to arahant, but not. It's like a catch, because baby has no ability to contemplate any of these things. But someone who has heard Dhamma will experience at one point, go through all these stages and go through even the baby stage and feel the non-existence. That's anatya, anatma, sanya. And that is the only thing that is going to change this person, where they understand even the feel that we talk about is just a function of the sensory organs. By understanding that, by feeling that, the fruition level is there's a fruition level where some of the fetters will be broken. And likewise, I don't know whether I'm getting this across to you, but the right awareness has this clear view of no self-perception or absence of self-vibration. The absence of self-vibration has nothing to do with the baby's normal awareness in that field level. Did I make sense? Any sense, Sudharma? Because I'm not sure whether
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I was actually trying to get what every word that you are telling makes sense to me, and what came to my mind is, Dr. Kokila, that when with this awareness, one has the 100% confidence that these whatever are the manifestation of the sensory faculty, it is just the automatic generation of them without the involvement of the self.
Yes, and also Surangika will agree with me. In the whole world, actually, there is so much about this consciousness and being happy with the consciousness, being okay with the consciousness. I don't know. There's so many words. If you're listening to English podcast, I listen to them just to know that what people think about these things in the world. People do talk about this moment. They don't talk about no self-perception. They talk about being in this moment. I'm sure Surangika must have had like a lot of experience around this, because I know she goes through a lot of stuff too. So what's the difference of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, and what's the difference from that and from being aware? Because a lot of people in the world, they talk about being aware and being happy with that awareness also. So we have to be very, very cautious, because the message to the people who never listen to Sinhala sermons, they might actually switch off this, thinking that we are telling the same thing, because there are so many people talking about being okay with the consciousness. Consciousness is the final thing. Consciousness is the fundamental thing. They even talk about so many other words which I will not talk at this moment, but being aware about the consciousness has been talked so much, but super awareness or the right awareness is slightly different, because not slightly, actually it's different, because it's mainly about non-self vibration, because no human will have that no self vibration unless he or she is a Buddha's disciple. What do you think, Surangika?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. That is why I think right at the beginning you were trying to clarify what Sudama said. Probably that's the way Sudama, it might be even in the book, because sometimes based on the translations, there could be a few, errors in translation as well. The problem with the Western world is, as Dr. Kokila said, this awareness is not only Western world, now even in our country, Sri Lanka also, you get this awareness thing, and you get mind awareness app. Even meditating, there is an app now. People put the mind awareness app or the mind app or something, and then they think they've done their meditation for the day in the morning. So this awareness and super awareness, it's like earth and sky. The difference is vast. So that's why I think, as Dr. Gupta said, one has to be quite careful about awareness as opposed to avadiya. And I don't know whether there's a separate word for avadiya, Dr. Kokila, as opposed to adhigata samadhiya, but anyway, we'll leave that aside.
That's what I felt. I felt the
Yeah.
avadiya is not this here. I thought avadiya was a meditative state, but the problem is I'm not sure about these English words.
Yes,
but that's what I felt.
So the point that you are trying to also make is the issue with awareness is, and the people wanting to be present in the moment, which is what the Westernized society is trying to do, because they think by doing that it at least keeps them away from their sorrows and stresses and worries, kind of thing. But the issue there is that then not only is there a person trying to be in this moment, the moment itself also has become real to them. So they have absolutely no idea as to the concept of self, whether it is a false perception even, or whether the so-called moment, what do they call as in this moment? Have they even analyzed or even thought about what this moment is? All those concepts have been, I think, kind of clouded over. All their thinking is, don't go to the past, don't go to the present. If you're in the present moment, then your worries won't plague you and you will be a little freer, and therefore, you can savor the moment. And that's the other aspect. Being in the moment is another kind of means for them to be able to enjoy the present moment. So it's bent on happiness, that the material happiness that they can gain by being in the moment. So all of these things
And
are
also,
quite
Surangika,
contrary, isn't it, to the truth teachings?
Yeah, Surangika, and the other thing is that little baby is also happy, even though, the radiant baby has no kind of suffering. Even they cry because they feel the vibration different. They're not particularly unhappy about self or thinking about self, but the self vibration is there. So we have to kind of, even when we say radiant mind, we can get confused. That is the thing. The path radiant mind and the non-path radiant mind. So everywhere there is confusion, and I'm sure even whoever who listen to Dhamma, we yet don't know whether we have really fully understood what Raranwansa is saying, even because he would use the same words.
Yeah, that's exactly true, Dr. Kokila. The more one progresses on the path, there is that on one side, there is a realization of those very finer points. At the same time, there is a realization that there is a deeper meaning that has not been grasped.
Yes, so imagine people doing those podcasts who are not Buddhists. They don't know anything about that, but they are talking about feel as well. They talk about the consciousness, being happy with the consciousness. That's definitely the feel. They talk about actually ignoring the mind too. But none of these things actually is going to work because even if they are in asanya, what is the asanya? I don't know. When there is no perception also, the self, the vibration self, perception self, thought can arise at any time, even after 80 kalpas or something. So there is always this tricky thing where that's why I try to reiterate all the time this right vision, right, whatever the right thing,
view.
what is the right thing?
Yeah.
So what is the right thing is that there is no self. Because if you miss that, we can talk about so many feels. Do you know? Like we can say about feel, because we feel with the right view or wrong view, we never know. Because it's only according to the person we can understand that, or according to actually we can't even guess. We can't even guess. That's not something we can do, because someone like world popular people, I'm not talking about Sri Lanka actually, I'm talking about the world. There are so many people who talk about these topics so beautifully, and they are really, really popular. I mean, not just popular. So the one of the podcasts done recently said, "Awaken Living: Practical Guide to Being Present in the Moment." I'm not going to tell the names, but if you go through that, there are very similar things told, and you might say, "Oh wow, that person is an arahant." We never know. You can't say that, because it's very difficult to say just because you are awakened to the moment that it is the right view, with the right view, or without the right view, or with the right awareness or the wrong awareness. Because there is wrong awareness too. What is the wrong awareness? Not that you feel that rubber is metal. This is about actually the self-perception being there or not. Yeah, we can discuss. Actually, it's really, really interesting point. What do you think? You all can add. We can have a good discussion about that. What do you all think?
Dr. Kokila, Therwan Saranai, in this context, the right view is this that is the ability to see the real nature of the thought, or the creation of stimulus, isn't it? How it gets created without there is no person to entertain with the sensory input, and there is no value. So
Those are thoughts. The whatever you told was thoughts. No, the actual
but
thing is to feel that.
Yeah, feel that first of all one should have that knowledge of truth, isn't it? Then naturally
that's yeah, true. But the actual right view starts from knowing the non-self vibration.
Yes.
Feeling the non-self vibration. So that is the tricky part, I think, here. People talking about the feel in the world, they also do talk. As I told you, I just looked at the thing and now I didn't just memorize it. I went to that site and I just read it from there. So when we talk about these things, if we keep saying the same words, actually people might misunderstand. Oh, they are talking about awakening to the moment. Yes, that is the thing. And then, yeah, it's all being already told. And I'm like really telling this is not so. This is not so. Because no one talks in this world scenarios, no one actually talks about this properly. Like no one talks about this no self-perception properly, because they talk about the consciousness 100%. They talk about that. They talk about being aware, the feel. They talk about all that. And how beautiful that is. How it doesn't have any of those suffering, because that is also a level. But you have to maintain that. That's kind of a thing that you have to maintain. But in this part, it's with it, there's no maintenance at all. There's no maintenance. So, I would like someone else to participate in this discussion. Any additions?
Dr. Kokila, can you hear me? I
Yeah.
found a problem with my mic a little while ago. Can
No,
you hear
we can hear.
Just few things that I have sort of understood about these topics that you were talking now. Being in the present moment and the being mindful or mindfulness, which is actually practiced mostly in the Western world now. Actually, it has come to our cultures
even not
also.
the mindfulness. Now it has extended to coming out of the mind and staying in the awareness. Now it has come to that level. So the mindfulness was a old concept. It is old, but nowadays when I look at the when I look at the actual these days, they talk about being aware, just being aware, nothing about the mind. Being aware, just being aware. Like they mainly talk about the consciousness
and being in the present moment. Is it
they don't
the
even
same?
talk about that. Yeah, it is same. It is same. It is same. Because you can't be in the past. If you are in the past, it is the mind.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I have heard was that being in the present moment or being in the present moment was practiced as a person is concentrating on what he or she is doing. Now, for example, if the person is sweeping or if the person is chopping some vegetables, concentrating on that act was described as being in the present moment.
That's
but
one
in that
aspect.
situation, in that aspect, purely the person is there, a doer is there, and the doer is concentrating on what he or she is doing. So that is completely on the miccha side.
After that, now
opposite of the samma is a miccha, where yes.
Now these days they actually talk about awareness about awareness. Kind of so many words. If you can get so confused because they talk about being aware about awareness or being aware about presence. That's actually what they are talking about is not even the task. Aware about awareness, kind of aware about presence, aware about actually it's all about the self vibration they are talking about. And they are okay with that. That's like they're happy with that. they are kind of talk about that. So we have to clearly, when we discuss in English medium, we have to clearly try to say the difference. Difference here is we are not talking about being okay with the awareness, being happy with the awareness or the unconscious consciousness or anything like that, because there are words used like this. So we are not talking about being okay with the consciousness, like or the unconscious or whatever. We are actually talking about that even the consciousness or the self vibration is not there. It is there when the self vibration is there, yes, but it is actually not there. So this is very tricky. It's very tricky. This is actually the exact point where you will feel the non-vibration will understand. Even that self vibration, we were like kind of, okay, is actually not there. So if we don't get that, if someone has not become a stream enterer, that person, even when that person has gone on to level where there is no awareness about awareness, there is nasanyayatana, even that level, there's still you have nothing to do with nirvana. You have nothing to do with actual liberation of mind. So that's a tricky thing. That's a tricky thing, isn't it? Like,
yes, I haven't actually seen any of the podcasts that you mentioned, but isn't there a person or an observer in those situations where,
100%,
I mean,
100%.
who is 100%? So that is the difference, isn't it?
They start
There
from
is,
there and they lose it, but then they start
okay.
from there. That's why the self-perception is there. Now imagine who has done, I am not a meditation person, but I can understand this through the this part now, because if we have the idea that there is someone, also you can go through this kind of same way, because then you will you have the idea that there's someone and you will actually go through that too, because the observer part and the perception part will both not be there at one point. That's the nevasanya nasanyayatana, because there's asanya, isn't it? There's definitely, Lord Buddha has explained all these things, the how people went into those realms.
Yes,
And
I
stayed.
think Arhat state, yes, sorry.
Yeah, so there should be a clear difference. So the right vision and feeling the no self vibration is the only difference here, because then you don't look at any of these things in that same glasses, because we have a red glass, or we look at the world with the idea that that with the observe effect, and you lose everything, but the observe effect is always there. You will go to the level that you won't feel anything, yes, but still the observe effect is there. It has not vanished per 100%, and that's why even in 80 kalpas, which is a very long time, and where the Lord Buddha's even time is gone, there would be a chance for vibration again. There's chance of vibration again. So we have to understand how vast the difference is and how tricky the path is, isn't it? So the
Yes, isn't
only
that
thing,
the difference?
yeah,
Yes.
tell.
Isn't that the difference between this now Samma Ditti, Samma Sankappa, all that, which starts with Samma, that as you mentioned earlier, there is no doer, there is no person on this side. whereas the same 8 things are described with the addition of miccha, miccha distri, miccha sankappa, miccha ajiva, like that, where miccha, the word miccha
This
represents that
starts
there is
from
a
stream
doer.
enterer. That's why the problem is this all starts from kind of stream enterer. So the stream enterer already knows that there's no self-perception. Kind of there is self-perception when when the stimulus is kind of important. Otherwise, the no self-perception has been experienced then there is no kind of the samma starts.
Yeah.
That's the main difference, I think. I think that's why Aranansi keeps telling this is the portal. And there's no other portal also. What the reason is, whenever we have the notion of this self, even subtle, because the baby, it should be very subtle, no? The little baby in the cot, self-perception is so subtle. Because it's only in the feel level. You only feel things. You don't know anything about us mind. But at that level also, if the baby dies, there is a vibration. Definitely there is a birth again. Kind of a resonance again, isn't it?
Yes,
So
the difference.
yes.
The difference between the small baby and the arhat, that both levels we talk about the radiant mind, but in the baby's level there is no thought formation, so only the sensor level and the fields are there. But at the same time, the taints or this blue, which can give rise to the defilements later, are there underneath, isn't it? When it comes to the arhat state, the thought formation is there, because already what has been achieved will not be reversed. Thought formation is there, but the glue is not there. The taints or
Sakuntala, Dr. Sakuntala, actually, I was trying to tell this because when we reverse this also, imagine when we try to reverse this also, you can slowly go in this path and come to the baby's level, even without samadhi. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's the Brahma level they were talking about
that is
in Michaditti, the wrong vision level.
But the sasava is there in that case also, isn't it?
But they didn't bother about the sasava also. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
So even a person who has, so imagine who is in arupa dhyana. Imagine the arupa dhyana person. Arupa dhyana person is the person who feels.
Only a vibration, isn't it?
In the sense,
no physical body.
No. Actual in life also.
Yes.
He doesn't have an idea. That's why someone has in that situation, he may not be able to take Lord Buddha's Dhamma even if Lord Buddha is in front of him. It's difficult to understand because he's already having that perception. The perception is that there is self-perception, but you are in the field level. The mind is not important to him. The form level is not important to him. Definitely the sensual world is not important to him. So Lord Buddha actually didn't go to them. They can't change. So Lord Buddha actually went to see the Paswagatan Mahan, where they didn't have the Arupa dhyana. But anyway, the why I'm struggling so much to tell this is my intention is actually here to reiterate people can go to certain levels in this path with the knowledge in the mind, but whoever who is listening to our like sermons it will not happen hopefully, because we always only talk about no self dharma, but when we talk about this in English, we are trying to put it to everyone in the world. So I'll try to rephrase it so that this is all about, even if there is a perception about light, so these basic consciousnesses, light, sound, body, smell, taste, these are the only 5 things we have as basic, as per the small baby. It's such a beautiful world because there's no defilements in it. And same, when someone can come to that level with wrong vision, but here the difference is we understand even that consciousness that people talk too much about being fundamental and all that is not true. That's the difficult part to put through to the heads, that even the consciousness is not true. That is only a function of the sensor levels, sensor cells in the organs. It is due to the speedy vibration. So this has to be felt. If you feel this only, you will realize how speedy that is. So that if you feel this, and you will understand that how that is not true. That's the main point that the whole world is missing. What do you think, Suranika? Do you have anything to add?
I think that's a very, very fine point, isn't it? To be able to feel the basic faculties and that sensory things. I think Asanti also in a Sinhalese Zoom recently was emphasizing over and over again the importance of the practical program. And in that program, how much one can actually, through that practice, gain an understanding about the fact that all that can be experienced is basically the manifestations that are coming about through the sense faculties and the sense faculties only. And if one pays attention to that in I think the first stage of the practical program, the fact that, a light is discerned, and then it is the mind that puts an interpretation on it. There is a sound that gets constructed, and it is the mind that puts an interpretation and a label and a name to that sound. So if we keep on practicing this and seeing it through the senses, how this whole thing comes about, and this whole external reality, which we call the world, gets created by the mind interpreting a notion, the mind interpreting a manifestation, then it becomes clearer and clearer. Where was the so-called self? Where was the so-called identity that we created called I, me, and mine? So I think the practical program in every stage seeks to bring out very important points of the core teachings that one can realize from stage to stage, which will then come down to, as you said, Dr. Kokila, the fact that there is ultimately only as long as there is as long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, there is only finally the basic sensory perceptions through the faculties, and the faculties only. There was not a self and never a self here to begin with. But that realization is so hard to come by, and it has to be meticulously practiced through going through those stages, along with understanding those very finer points of the true Dhamma. It is not an easy task, but it is not impossible either.
Yeah, because no one talks about consciousness being not true. No one talks about it. No one talks that the non-vibration is the fundamental. No one. I don't think so. So, and it is very hard to go through the head too. I mean, when you listen to some people's podcasts, they talk really so many people, like millions listen to them, and to see what they are trying to say is be okay with the mind, be okay with the sound, be okay with the vision, be okay with whatever. And then people keep questioning them, what about the thoughts? Yeah, let be. Then someone can say, oh, maybe he is an arahant. But the core thing is not there. The only one factor is missing there. Only one factor is the right vision. So it is very, very important. I mean, not to our listeners. I think it's just, I'm trying to get through this to the world. Actually, if you really want to know what Nibbana is, you have to really feel this non-self perception where consciousness is also nothing, and that is where Nisatto Nijjivo Sunyo is empty of what? Nothing. Empty of, not about empty of anything. It's empty of fear, empty of self-vibration. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma, not to be missed and to be discussed in future, I hope, with so much clarity. Not everyone will even feel this, but if someone has even, this, I'm like I have heard some, narratives that people talk about these experiences, unusual experiences. They talk about their unusual experiences. Specifically, there are people who actually try to do spiritual stuff. So they talk about these unusual occurrences where they feel the consciousness and stuff, but they never actually talk about no self. But they sometimes talk about, Lord Buddha has talked about these things. They actually mention it in some parts, but not necessarily. They are not actually combining them. It's not their fault, but it's not actually used there. So that's what we are trying to do, isn't it, Suranga?
Yeah, I think sometimes the issue with this society is that the self-identity is so strong, Dr. Kokila, that they can't take the concept that of this no soul Dhamma. It is such a thing that if you think about the way Aryan Mahansa over the last 4.5 or 5 years started, that there were deeper meanings in his earlier talks, which one realizes only later. But at the same time, the way he proclaims the Dhamma is also, he takes a stage, isn't it? So everything is revealed to a certain extent, and then he takes us along the path a little closer. And with that, the sudden shock of saying to a person who is new to the Dhamma, there is no such person as you, and all that kind of thing, people find it hard to take in the conventional world. And I have listened, in my experience, I have listened to other Paramartha Dharma, whereas in those Dharma, they straight away say there was never a person here to begin with. But you won't find that kind of it might have been there, it would have always been there, but it is put very gently. It is introduced through almost like a gradual realization that a person can get it without kind of rejecting it and going away. So there is that beautiful nature of the way this Dhamma has been introduced, I think, over the years, which if you try to do something like, try to give it.
Yeah, I think time has come now, maybe.
Mm.
And it will never come again also, because the way that the generations work, I think in the newer generations, like, the time to come, I think people will not be even sensitive sometimes. I don't know. I may be wrong, but the generations can keep changing. But now this may be the time, because there is a kind of people who are kind of in search of happiness, in search of trying to understand who I am, in trying to feel the spiritual stuff. So there is an awakening. Otherwise, we won't come to the YouTube and try to search for Dhamma. So there is definitely an awakening, where when we talk about other people in the world also, just one video, you will get like millions of views within few days. How does that happen? That happens because there's people keen to know.
Yeah, that's true.
There's people keen to know, but the problem is the access to them, or the getting across across to them is the challenge. And when we try with the words, they actually might think, they're talking about the moment also. We are talking about the moment also. The same kind of thing. They talk about the field, so we talk about the field too. Because everyone knows, kind of everyone is aware now. The mind is actually a tricky thing. That is not true. Kind of everyone knows it. It's just that they just have to feel it. And that's where the whole trick is, I think. Most of the spiritual people in the world, I'm not talking about the Sri Lanka, I'm talking about the world, most of them are aware, not the people who enjoy the sensual world. There are a fraction of the world where people are trying to find the spiritual part. They all kind of are aware that the mind is kind of not true. But the thing is, they just can't understand how the liberation works, because you just being liberating from the mind consciousness is not enough. You have to understand the other consciousnesses, like the worm. Even that level, we need to pass that level. That is the main thing for the no self perception. So yeah, there is a challenge, and we are actually trying hard to try to put this into words, and we have our flaws, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the challenge is the wording and the language, and also the fact that there's so much of similar common terminology being used out there, that they put all the teachings and whatever they hear into that same basket, isn't it? And
Yes.
if they've heard awakening, they've heard awareness, then they listen to one or two other things and they say, yeah, that's also the same thing, isn't it? And then, as you said, they dismiss and unknowingly, and unfortunately for them, they're dismissing something that quite possibly would have been Buddothpado teachings. And they've gone behind something else, which is promising consciousness or unconscious consciousness or whatever it is. But the other issue is that they want to experience that. And then they want to come out of it and speak about it and be able to relate it to people. And they like to do the teachings or teach it to other people and that kind of thing. So what happens there is fundamentally one understands when you think about their experiences, is that they have absolutely no idea of the self vibration, and that is the thing that is promulgating this suffering, this samsaric cycle. They have no idea of that. And why? Because they have no access to the core Dhamma teachings, which is why.
And Surangika, there's another point. They also have the experiences. What they say is, I felt the shunyatave, but I felt the emptiness. That's how
Yes.
that's how they say. I mean, there's no correlation between this Lord Buddha's Dhamma in a proper way.
No,
So
not
they
at all,
think
yeah.
they have faced nirvana, like something they felt nirvana, whatever.
Yeah.
That's the basic I think problem here, that that is not the thing that because then they are that's the same thing. No, when we listen to Andolanathmaka Deshana, also what we hear is a mother would be saying, now I don't feel anything, and Aryan must be scratching the head because, well, she doesn't feel anything now. What can I do now? Is she going into asanyatale then? She can't feel anything. Then is that the path? No, that's not the path. It's actually you feeling that this side is empty. Is then the actual why the stimulus can't go until the breathing is happening. So the complete 180 degrees turn is not taken properly, isn't it?
Yeah, and the thing is, and that also shows a lack of the true Dhamma teaching or the inability to understand it, because sometimes one can experience the fact that, actually, maybe there's something wrong. I'm not feeling that properly, or I'm not sensing it properly, or something. But then, moment that thought even comes to the head, then one understands, number one, that it's a thought. Number two is that who is this so-called I? That means that, there's more to be cleansed, more to be cleared, more teachings that have not been properly understood. So one can, at different stages, we go through all these hurdles, and we can stop and languish in a particular, as you said, pitfalls, because the pitfalls are many. But as long as you have the noble spiritual teacher, as long as you have the
Actually, as long as you participate to these things, Zoom discussions,
yes.
Otherwise, you will not feel it, because you will get cleansed if you actually participate and actually seriously try to understand. You can randomly, like as a side talk, you can do something, but still, no. If you're really keen, you will get it. I'm 100% sure about that. If you're really keen, you will get it. You will feel it. The no self-perception. That's the main important thing. Nothing else. It's the main important thing. Now, someone might think that the feel is the main important thing. No, that's not the end. No self-feel is the main important thing. So, but to come there, Aranwansi is taking, so, as you said, so slowly, nicely, he's trying to take them to the feel, and then to like show them that it's nothing. No one feels it. There's no one to feel this. But that's the basic challenge we have, I think, isn't it? Yeah, I think we are running out of time again today. And Shani, we thank Shani for reading the book in the beginning, and Sudharma for explaining the book again, because if I missed the book part, actually, because I don't have the book, I missed that, but I catch up with you all, and thank you, Sakuntala and Sramika and everyone for participating in the discussion, because it's useless to like talk endlessly. It's really nice to have a discussion, and 10 heads into this, the how to give this to the people who never speak any other language, who are talking only in English. We are trying our best, and we this will materialize, because there must be people out there who has kind of the power to unpower themselves, or lose the you. What did we say that? You losing you. Therwan Sarnai, everyone.
Yes, that's a good one, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? That's the ultimate.
Yeah, that is the ultimate one.
I losing me or you losing yourself.
Yeah.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila, for your
Therwan
great
Sarnai.
explanation. Therwan Sarnai.
worshippers' ego, their self-identity view. This ignorance of their self-identity can make them reborn in realms of evil and suffering. King Asoka built 84,000 temples and places of worship, but he was also reborn in a bad realm. You have to understand this dharma, this universal law, the illusion, and that there is no self. If it is not well understood, and if you won't realize the pure truth, the possibility of being reborn is in better realms will be very rare. Queen Mallika gave the biggest almsgiving to the Buddha and his disciples with utmost magnificence and richness. This kind of almsgiving will only increase one's ego and self-identity. They give alms to the priest, believing that the outside is true. They believe that they are conducting a meritorious deed. Again, due to their ignorance of not realizing the illusion of self and the illusion of the outside, they will only be reborn in worlds of suffering. The Buddha said, Dhammang vina natti pitacha mata. This means that apart from the Dharma, knowing the illusion of our thoughts, there is no mother nor a father. Knowing the Dhamma is of utmost importance. We honor and respect our parents very much. Yet, for all, the Buddha said that if you realize the pure truth, you will realize that there is no mother nor a father. Amazing, isn't it? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, there is nobody in this world. Aryan Mahanse, the Buddha said, Nisatto, Nisjivo, Shunyo. Nisatto, no beings. Nisjivo, no living thing. Shunyo, nothing exists. When nothing exists, how can a mother and a father exist? Could there be? When you realize the pure truth, you lose yourself to the pure truth. Realizing the pure truth is the only way you can be assured not to be reborn in suffering hells. If you have realized the pure truth and has an awareness of the supramundane spiritual path, you are safe from suffering hells. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Ardent Mahanse, until you realize the pure truth, you can never enter the supramundane spiritual path. In almost all the teachings of the Buddha asks only one question: Rupang Nichanto, Anichanto. The Buddha asks if the stimulus from the six senses are they permanent or impermanent. Then his disciples replies Anicham Bhante, meaning that all the stimuli we receive from outside and inside are impermanent. There is a very deep meaning to this question. If you think that there are things outside, you have not realized the pure truth. The Buddha said, Ida bhikkhave bhikkhu. The Buddha says that the path to enlightenment, the path to realize the pure truth, is taught only in the teachings of a Buddha. No other religion or spiritual teacher teach about the cessation of suffering. The path to the realization of the pure truth can be realized only if we See that the outside does not exist. That is the way to eradicate this cycle of suffering and rebirth. What we have to realize is that this is only a dharmatavaya. It is an illusion. There is no living being, nor is there a person. It is only a thought, which is also an illusion. When we drink and when we eat food, it is only a thought. We only associate with thoughts. The vijnana or the mind consciousness is an illusion. We think that this body is me. We think that we are eating a pineapple. We think that we are wearing beautiful clothes. We think that we are beautiful. All these are only thoughts. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Sarnai Shani. Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends. It is the beautiful pure Buddhism we are discussing in this Zoom forum. So we are always associate thoughts form in our mind, and they ultimately bring an illusion. So we don't know that we are living in an illusion. We think the outside is always there and our existence also here. But because of this, the people keep on suffering without understanding this. That is why the Lord Buddha asks, is this stimulus permanent or impermanent? It is actually impermanent. So in order to understand this, we have to understand the pure Buddhism. So today also we start our discussion. So to understand what is suffering and how to experience the cessation of suffering. So let's discuss. So I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start this discussion. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Therwan Sarnai. So actually, Shani was discussing how we have been in the past, kind of, she started with that, how in the past we have just, actually I can go back to my childhood, how we thought about attaining nirvana was actually mentioned every each and visit to the temple. So we are familiar with that. We have heard that we will attain that one day, and we also had good, really, we learned so many good stuff, but yeah, good attitudes, good deeds. We did so many things. I mean, it's really nice. It's the most beautiful thing because I think it molds a child to do good things, to be a good child. I think nowadays we are nowhere. We don't have that or the Dhamma. So we might not have anything. But at that time we didn't understand much about nirvana, but at least we were taught like good behavior, good will bring good. So I mean, that's okay. I mean, at that time, that was the only thing that we knew. But now there's a change. We know if we act good, it's good. But we know something else also, because we know that whatever the life we imagine like we have is kind of an illusion, where what happens is actually one thought or one stimuli is there only at one particular moment. and even that moment is not true actually. So we started from there, and then we understood slowly with Aran Hanse's help that there's no self. He took so many examples for us to like kind of even feel this to begin with, that there's no self. But there are things that we feel. What do we feel? First of all, we understand that this mind, or kind of the perceptions, so much perceptions we have, the ability to telepathy or the resonance at one particular moment to anything which has the same frequency is the, I think, the breaking point. I think that is kind of the breaking point. Then there's no time. Time becomes just another notion, because synchronicity or some vibration happening simultaneous, the time, we can't talk about a time because it is the same vibration. So the same way we understood that the self vibration is also something like that. But the problem is, to understand this, we have to actually understand how then we feel existent. Even though we say there's no self, we feel something, and then we keep understanding what we feel. First we feel mother, father, brother, sister. Then we keep feeling, that this is my school, this is the classroom, this is my teacher, this is the chalk, this is the blackboard, this is my garden, this is the my village. And you don't have an idea about the whole country, but we call it, this is my country, or we just call a name. And after looking at a globe, we say this is kind of the world. We can't see the world at one particular time. We can't really visualize the world. So looking at a globe, we say this is the world. This is kind of a structure that this world looks like this. So which came first? The world came first, or we came first? Actually, the self-vibration is the beginning of the so-called world. So the self-vibration, the reason for the self-vibration to telepathy into anything is the cause for that is the avidya and few other things. So avidya is the ignorance. So the actual this self-vibration, when there is a vibration to telepathizing into any vibration, any form, in that case, we call it like something, because there is a form we can kind of feel it. But then there are beings, a non-form as well, because you can't actually visualize them, or to your perception. To some other species it may be actually form, but to the humans these three levels are there, because the formless is not directly there. And there's another reason that it is explained like that, because that's the way that you feel things. So as I said, we first feel everything is outside. We feel someone is here, and then the toy is in front of me. Oh, behind me in that case, by the side. So do you know, like, because we have 5 senses, this the ability to like visualize around us and have an idea, that is the beauty of the actual this mundane world, where we can actually feel like we are existing and people or things are existing outside. But then this association, when you understand that the association actually is not there, what happens is the telepathy effect of the perception. This we have to go back to the child, which we always do. Like we go back to the baby in the cot and try to understand. The baby in the cot had no idea about anything at all. What he or she felt was the skin vibrations or the eye vibrations or the whatever the vibrations of the sensory organs that they feel. So it's a feel only. It's a feel only. There's no form. But but still, even at that level, even though we can't say anything about defilements, we have that feel that it is happening here, and we try to maintain that. That is the next one effect in the, like the liking. So when you say formless world, also there is a raga or kind of in needy feeling to enjoy that. That's the only thing that goes. Actually, form or non-formless or the 3 layers would be still there, but the entertainment. So that's what goes. The feel that we entertain. Oh, I don't know what's the word for that. Not entertain, but nandi or feeling it or enjoying the feel of it. So the kama raga, rupa raga, arupa raga, that is the only thing that is going. It actually vanishes. That is the liking towards these things. When we like things outside, we want money. Like money is outside, we want money. But we keep understanding money is needed, just doesn't necessarily matter here. But what we try to understand is what we really want is what we have as a perception. We have a perception that we need to maintain this life, and then we need money. That's okay, but I'm just trying to explain how this happens. So we need the next one like that. So we need to actually, when we are in the sensual world, we need so much things. We can't there's no, the list is endless, because when you're sick, you need something. When you're well, you need something else. When you're bored, you need something else. When you are lonely, you need something else. When you're happy, you need something else. Even the food we want kind of to change every day. The most damaging punishment for someone is to leave them alone. That's the most damaging punishment, actually. Like in the world, the punishments. They don't have an association with their social life or any outside world. Then that is the most terrifying punishment, because this self-perception has no other way to exist. So you need the next one. And if you are in sensual world, you need so many things. It will be endless. So definitely you will have a birth, but it matches how strong you need that. I think we all understand that, isn't it? Like how strong you need to need the pineapple, how strong you need the ice cream, how strong you need the need to go somewhere, how strong you need to maintain your children, how strong you think that the children should be there when you are dying, or should be helping you, or something like that, whatever. So this, how strongly you have this defilements, or how deep they are, how bad they are, kind of how strong they are, is the most powerful thing. That's why, you know, in these European countries, there are so many people who really, really very strongly thinks that he is going to be born in heaven. They don't have any question even. They know that they are going to heaven. And that kind of the strong desire to achieve something is the problem where the vibration gets so high. So the raga is, what is the word for raga, by the way, Sudharma? Do we have a word for raga?
That's Dr. Kokila. Desire. Craving is tanha. So it's more or less the same, right? Rather
Desire.
attachment or desire.
Yeah, okay.
Desire.
So the desire, I think word matches it bit. Yeah, so the desire for the sensual world is different. Sensual world is different. It's like, as we always try to tell, thought is different. The attachment to the thought is different, or the feel that you get it as real is different. When you take it as real, I mean, this is where what happens when it is real in mundane plane. As a normal person, everything is real. There's no talk about it now. So we can go back to our recent past and just understand that how easily we thought that everything is, you know, available here, there, at home, at school, everything, yeah, happening in America, whatever. So the feel that we have that everything is existing is a bit shattered now. Like it's kind of the shaken. So then because of Dhamma, it is shaken. But we keep understanding, how did this desire is the place. Desire goes first. So the first three things are gone. What three fetters are gone. You know, the first three fetters are all about the thinking pattern. It's actually thinking pattern, because thinking pattern and the satyajnana, or the truth, because the doubts about the Dhamma, doubts about the stimuli, doubt about how the mind is formed, which is paticsampada, or the stimuli is formed in this system, and then that there is no self, and all these things are actually clarified in the first three fetters. Then the next two would be actually sensual world. So but in that, even though someone is kind of fully aware that the outside world is not actually existent, that is the perception only, still, because the self vibration is there, you still have the desire, even though you know you have the desire. Sorry. So when the self thought is shaken, self thought is the one first which is shaken, the desire to the sensual world is shaken. When that happens, because there is no self, the thinking pattern has changed completely. Because there is no self, the value that is given to everything is subsiding, the desire goes down. It slowly goes down. It can take a long time, but it will go down. Definitely, if you have felt this non-self-perception, at least transiently at one particular moment, if you have seen nirvana, even though you haven't achieved that level, if you have felt it at least transiently, everything about this living, the feel of existence is challenged, because the feel of existence is there even in the worm, even in the fetus. That is being challenged. That's being challenged, and the non-self perception is evident. So this starts to get more powerful than the other one. So as we talked that day, there's a fight in between. There's no actual fight, I'm just talking. There is a kind of a fight between self-perception and non-self-perception. So each time the self-perception is there, you because it is there, even though you just have seen non-self perception for a second, it doesn't matter to the self perception, it's still there. But because that the thinking pattern has completely reversed, the no self perception is getting more powerful. You have the idea that there is no self, and whatever the desires start to slowly dwindle, and then you kind of understand how this is all kind of useless. Then you keep understanding a bit more. You know that even though we don't feel any craving towards money, any craving towards your daughter, any craving towards your son, any craving towards your house, you know, we would like to come back to our house. So kind of we have difference in everywhere. We feel some kind of difference. So we keep understanding this form level. That is the kind of where we can telepathy at any time. That form level is again in the mind, but not the value. There's no value, but still they are there. It's still inside the kind of mind. So if you keep understanding none of these perceptions are true, actually what you keep understanding is self-perception is not true. Because in the first time we understood that the first time if you experience this no self-perception, we understood some of the things. But we keep understanding more and more when we feel this, because we keep understanding that even the perception, just the perception, you don't even need it. You know, you don't go after your daughter, you don't go after money, you don't want anything, but still there is perception. So it is still strong, because if there is a perception, there is a birth. So when you keep understanding this, you understand that perceptions are all kind of like a mirage. Then you the craving towards that desire for form world. Form world is mind. So the form world, to have a mind, you know, that's where we actually where we have this so much problem about dying also. that is there, because we are scared to die because we feel that the form world will be gone. So then comes the formless world, where kind of it's not the it's just kind of like a vibration where it's just the sensory level, the initial level, not the mind consciousness. This is the other consciousnesses, like eye consciousness or the ear consciousness or the bodily consciousness. That is not even true. That is not true. So that is due to the like speedy vibration of the actual sensory organ. This is where the non-vibration would arise. So it's really beautiful to feel this, and this truth is out there now. So when this truth comes out, we all understand this. Remember, in Lord Buddha's time, there was a lady, I can't remember the name, all the sons with the father, the husband went to war, and she was giving almsgiving to Lord Buddha and all the monks. And the message came. She read it, she put it in the cloth, and then she went on doing the task of offering the almsgiving. Do you know how equal those stimuli are? Like any message that can come. We can understand how many SMSs would you get per day? I mean, phone. How many messages would you get? And can one message shock you? Can one message make you to feel the self-perception? I mean, we have the potential, isn't it? But imagine getting a message saying to the phone while you're offering almsgiving that your whatever the sons, 7 sons or whatever the number of sons, and the husband has died in the war. And it's just another SMS, and you keep going doing the thing that she was doing. Imagine what kind of what kind of truth should she have? I mean, shouldn't we salute that? I think we should all salute that. And that's where the importance is. Understanding this Dhamma. Whatever perception is a perception, yes. And if you feel that the perception is real, you are there. It's a feel only. You can't think about this. If you think about this, that's a form world or sensual world in that sense. So we can start the discussion. Can you add on Surangika's Dharma? There's some Dharma friends. Well, now, so do you have anything to add, Sudharma? Oh, Surangika, yeah, Lalana, yeah.
Terasan, Doctor. Terasan, all Dhamma friends. Doctor, it's a beautiful discussion you had with you are having with us. Doctor, the non-form world is the problem that we have to undergo because we feel something is there, but the cravings differ with each and every thought, Doctor, but the existing field is still with us, Doctor. So I think Doctor, non-firm word is the most difficult part to understand because existing field also there. So if we really understand, there is not at all in the thought. Thought is not real at all. The existing field also diminishing slowly, but it is very the decreasing of the existing field is very slow, no, doctor?
Yeah, I mean, that's in the mind again. So you're thinking about it. Yeah, if you want to, you can think about it. But that's not the path. It should be with the feel.
Yeah, it should be with the field, doctor, but not every time we are having that feel, no, doctor. We are always tangled with the mind perception, no, doctor. It comes really, no, doctor, isn't it? So give me a doctor. Can you explain a bit about the non-firm world, how we feel it, doctor?
You can't. It's like
It's really hard. Yes, I can understand,
it's like the
doctor.
salt. A salt. We can describe salt. You know, like we can say when you add a little bit of salt to the you know, pineapple or chips, it would make it tastier. We can say that, but actual the vibration of the tongue, you can't really explain that, can you?
I have a small issue, doctor. Sometimes my mind says it's a vibration. I know it's a thought only. It does not mention that it doesn't mean that the feel, doctor, right? So
No, I can't
sometimes it
understand
comes automatically.
No, I can't understand what you're trying to say. Can you tell that again?
Doctor,
Go slow
now,
because you're very fast. I don't know what you're saying.
sorry, doctor. Doctor, now when the thought comes, when one thought come.
What is the thought? You have to give an example. It's useless to say anything like that.
Now, doctor, I want to eat something, right? I feel hungry. It doesn't matter. So when I eat this, just imagine a chocolate, doctor. So when I try to eat it once, not at once, I want it again and again. That means the craving is there, doctor, right?
Well, yes, if you think it that way, yes.
But doctor, at once when I want to eat a chocolate, I just eat and it doesn't matter. I don't need it anymore. So, doctor, what is the difference between those two? That means thoughts and how to understand the form and formless world in this, doctor.
Definitely, you are inside the mind.
Yeah, inside the mind. But at once
because the field doesn't have the chocolate.
We doesn't have the chocolate, but when the thought comes as a chocolate, I won't eat it now. Wow. What is so? How can we understand this, doctor? Whether
You
it is
can't.
mind or
That's
the
what
field.
I'm saying. You can't understand this. This has to be felt. You have to come out of the mind bubble to feel the actual what child felt, the baby in the cot, or the what before the mind bubble formed.
Yeah, doctor. Yeah, that's true. So when I see the chocolate,
So you
sometimes
can't explain. Chocolate has nothing to do with the baby in the cot.
yes, true, doctor. Yes.
So that is the level. So you can't explain this.
Okay.
You have to feel it.
I understood. Yes, doctor. Yes.
And the way you explain, you haven't felt it.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, doctor. Thank you so much, doctor. Yes. I had a trouble in this, doctor. Thank you so much, doctor. Tera Sarnai.
සරණයි Dr. Kokila. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර කරමි. Dr. Kokila, yes, when you started with those childhood memories, now in this section, so Aryan Mahanse explains how people were involved in these offerings, offering flowers, offering making other arms and all those things. But the beauty is, even after understanding the emptiness of thought or this mechanism, we can involve in those also. So in some of the sermons, actually we which they said it's not a criticism, but when some sermons were there those days, if you are heading towards Nibbana, you have to forget all these stuff like participating in pujas, offering flowers, erecting all these, or building or making statues, so on and so forth. But here there are no restrictions. Life is as normal as before. This happens, as you always mention, and Haryan Vahase always mentions, it is something to be felt, and it is something to happen gradually, something that we cannot get by force or by making unnecessary effort. So there, when you were explaining this Queen Mallika's scenario, what I was contemplating was, in that message, um, that was self-evident to that queen that there is nothing in a thought, because perception, as you say, the perception of the husband, perception of the children were like she has liberated from them. But Dr. Kokila, is this the queen who got birth in a lower realm after death, like King Ashoka, Queen
No, no, no.
No, not this one. No,
I
there
don't
was
think so.
some.
I don't think
Yeah,
so. But
no,
I'm not
yeah.
100% sure. I can't remember so
Mm.
much of this past, but I don't think so.
Yeah, that can't be, no, doctor. And then when we feel, or when we liberate from the sensual world, the value attributed to thoughts go away completely. But as now this lady also questioned the form, how can somebody feel that um, the person has liberated from the form world? It is again
Now I have to
unexplainable. You have given, yeah.
because now Lalana is also, I have to tell this.
Mm,
Just because for a second that you feel all this doesn't necessarily mean the actual the you know the what is it called, the outcome or the phala avastha is different to whatever we talk about these experiences. Because so just imagine you just feel it once, doesn't necessarily mean anything, but what you get out of that is the understanding that self-perception is there, but it happens only when there is a thing, and there is something like non-self-perception as well. That's all he or she can understand at that particular level. But then you're back in the normal life. You're back in the normal life, and you have all these cravings again. You are having the problems, the patiga and kamaraga, but still this person has at least once felt the non-self perception. That's all it matters. That's all that has happened. Because that what Lord Buddha says is, if someone has felt it at least once with the knowledge of Dhamma, doesn't happen without the knowledge of Dhamma. With the knowledge of Dhamma, then that person has the samadhi, right vision. Then the right vision, definitely that particular system is going to go to non-vibration. If someone has felt the non-vibration, at least for a fraction of a second, that person is going to go towards the becoming of it. The becoming of it is the most difficult part. Even the first part is difficult. According to Lord Buddha, it is really rare. But still, even after that, it can be very... we have never heard about Visakha being attaining anything else, and like that,
Yes.
it can go on. So we can't do anything here. We can't just do anything here. That's the whole understanding. We have, we can understand finally. That's where we let go. Actually, we keep understanding that we can't do anything. That's the self-perception has nothing to do here. Self-perception has no ability to do anything here in this Dhamma path.
Very good.
So the non-self-perception get more and more highlighted when the self-perception gets weaker and weaker. It is simultaneous. This happens like one Saran Mahanse told about the two roads kind of thing. The railway kind of thing. So when this I'm just giving another example here, like the non-self-perception gets more prominent and the self-perception gets diminished. This has nothing to do. I mean, the power of the non-self-perception only will actually, that is actually where what happens with avidya getting replaced by prajna. Kind of replace. I mean, I'm just telling. It's not like a Dhamma fact. I'm just telling, So the more wisdom you have, the less the ignorance. That's what keeps happening. But the answer where what you were trying to ask, you and Lalana. So remember, just because you have felt this, doesn't necessarily mean that this world changes. Doesn't. Nothing changes. You're back. You might feel that again. Doesn't necessarily matter, but you're back in the normal world. What happens is, the one example I told you, you get 1,000 SMSs per week. I'm just joking. I don't know. I never get 1,000 SMSs. 1,000 SMSs per week. One SMS can be really horrible. Can just make you to really feel it. But once someone has understood Dhamma, it will shock you. But the shocking is not a shock to you, because it is එක දෙයක් වුණා.
And Dr. Kokila, now it is clear to me that I have to explore more, kind of go deeper in this Satyajnana part, because when 2 days ago you said thought is actually thought creation, there are 8 components merge, and you mentioned the body, there we have to think about this, not to think about, there naturally arises the 4 aspects of the solidity, liquidity, temperature, and what does that, and the heat, temperature and
Temperature, air.
no, what's it, Miss Surangika?
Temperature and air, isn't it?
Air.
Yeah, for Tejo Boy. So I was shocked at that time because and then again Aryan Hanse also explained it in last night sumo some Andolanatmaka Deshana. So it is evident that I have not got it. I mean, I need to listen to it more. Only way to experience whatever that we will be experiencing is to understand this mechanism. That's why it is being explained in numerous ways. So this how the thought is created naturally, gets created, and although we know it as knowledge, this in the mechanism of these resonance vibrations coming together, the merging of sense consciousnesses, all we still need to, like, without any, although we at different levels, I have felt okay, now this is clear to me, this, but when we discuss and when we listen to explanations of people like you, what comes to me every day is we need to still, it is not.
Yeah,
Everyone
when you put a lolly to your mouth, apart from the sweet vibration, the original sweet thing, there is the coldness, the temperature, the fluidity, or they are also there. So inside the mouth also we have all these feelings, because so it's really should understand it's not only the tongue we have inside the mouth, isn't it? So we feel all that when you put a lolly inside your mouth. So I couldn't actually tell that bit to Lalna. Lalna has left now, but it's very important. You put a chocolate inside the mouth. Which part is chocolate? Which part is chocolate? Is it the liquidity part or the sweet taste, or what? Which part is the chocolate here? Which part is the? I mean, is a really good simile. Yes, Rangika.
Dr. Kokila and Sudharma and Dharma friends. Sudharma, I think that example.
I got disconnected. Yeah, I got disconnected, I think, Miss Surangika.
Don't worry, I was talking about a lolly in your mouth. You can think about it. Which part is the lolly?
No, actually, that was a good example. Sudharma, you can listen to it on YouTube, but Dr. Kokila said if you put a lolly into your mouth, you can still feel the liquidity, the substance, the buttery nature, the liquidity, all in that lolly in the mouth. And that's actually a very good example. I mean, if you think about it. The melting of the lolly with the saliva is the liquid component, but the solidity,
finally, Surangika, you can't find the lolly there.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually liquidity. It's actually heat. It all that combined, because heat makes it dissolve, isn't it? And it's just those combination of those senses, the sweetness, the solidity, all of which we've then coined a label called the lolly.
And you have never eaten a lolly in your life, and you have never eaten a chocolate. Because Lalna asked about the chocolate only, it came to my mind just now only, but she has left, so we'll try to tell that next day to her.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the chocolate, but anyway, before that, Sudharma to Aryan says Andolnatmaka Desana. I think the understanding of the Shuddhashtaka was made so clear by Aryan that day. When he talks about the worm all the time, the example of the worm, but that day when he said the worm has Shuddha Tuna, so you know how man with the senses have Shuddha.
Yeah, it was so beautiful. Yeah,
there was so much of clarity when he said the worm has Shuddha Tuna. So the Ashtaka, or the 8 components that are felt in one vibration, is because as human beings, we have these 5-6 senses, isn't it? And that's why the body consciousness has the 3 that you mentioned. And then we have the eye consciousness, the ear, because we have the ears, there is the ear consciousness and so on. But all of these sensory perceptions are all felt in one vibration. It's because we have different senses, they are felt, the experiences are different because it is coming through different doors, different ayatana or different doors, and that is why there are 8 that a human being can experience. But if you take the worm has the body
but
consciousness.
inside only in the form world this magic is there.
Yes, yeah. So the Ashtaka itself is also not real. So
because that in the mind world only you have this Suddhashtaka business, not the business, but the actual thought, like the chocolate. Chocolate is not there in the vibration in the tongue or in the skin.
Yeah. And what R.N. Malsi was trying to say, the beauty of that Sudharma was that even the verb with just the body conscious, now just imagine we have as humans all these senses, right? And all these senses you can get the Shuddhashtaka, 8 experiences through the different senses. The worm only with the body consciousness has that sense of coldness and heat and goes in search of the cold earth. But despite just possessing that one sensor again, gets the feeling of existence. And that is the driving force of Satta, Itta, the sense of existence. So even the worm, puny as it is, still has that existent feel which keeps it going on in this samsaric cycle in some kind of manifestation of a form.
It is there even in one cell, like even if you take a bacteria, because usually under the microscope you can see how vibratory they are. So even that cell has that vijnana sabha, the consciousness, the vibration. Yeah, it's very interesting.
The other thing I wanted with maybe it should have been explained to Lalana was there are 2 aspects of it actually. One is the Sotapanna stage is the stage where the external world no longer becomes real. And then that is that stage where the first 3 fetters get dissolved or cease. But still there is Kamaraga Patiga, Ruparaga, Aruparaga. So Ruparaga, Aruparaga is the desire for the form and the desire for the formless world. Those fetters still exist until the point of anagami, isn't it? So which means it is only when one realizes the mind, the thought itself is also of no value and substance, that one gets that then there is a release or a liberation from the mind to the point of reaching that one vibration, otherwise known as anagami. So that if there is an experience of still having a craving, that is entirely possible on that path. Because the Kamaraga Patiga, Ruparaga, Kamaraga Patiga is a thing that dissolves, and that is what one discerns through the Asavakka Jnana, the fading of the defilements. But the Ruparaga, Aruparaga is also still there. One can still have, cravings for various things, but it is...
Yeah, but the story keep changing, Surangika here.
Yeah.
Story keep changing because someone who has actually felt the non-self experience or non-self experience, what actually gets shattered is the
external reality is no longer there.
Yeah, but that's kind of a story. But how I feel it is actually the power to the self-perception breaks.
Yeah, that is because the whole sense of that object being real is no longer valid.
Yeah, but yes, true. Because actually, you won't be able to even have this no self experience if you are inside a mind bubble. Then you kind of feel all this. In this one particular experience, you feel all these levels.
Yes, true, Dr. Kokila, but still that craving doesn't immediately vanish, no?
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In that particular experience, the first time, what makes a realization is, oh wow, there's the fish coming out of the water. It's a wow effect actually. It's kind of wow, there's no self experience too. Like there is no self experience. That's just the wow effect in there. I mean, I don't know whether I should tell that in that
I
way,
think
but
that's quite true what you said. But I think what Lalana was trying to figure out was
in Lalana's question, there is a question in the question, because that question doesn't happen if someone has the no self perception. So what I'm trying to say here is the most important aspect is no one is going to get the no self perception, at least for a fraction of a second, if you keep thinking about this. So at one point you should give up. One particular level, you should have the confidence to give up thinking about this. Then only this will come up. That's the message to everyone, kind of. Whether it's Sudharma or Lalana or whoever, it is the message is because no self-perception is very deep. Like it should be like one arrow going in depth to the perception, isn't it? Like the stimuli.
Yes, so you're
the
talking
cornermost.
Yeah.
So to do that, someone should actually understand them Dhamma and not have much like no value. Like Sudharma was telling that day, like no value at all. You just go out and come back. You don't feel anything. But at that particular thing, if she had the idea of the form world and the non-form world also, there is a chance, because that she's in such a state that the outside doesn't matter. Then if you actually like signaling, it's like vidagena yanawa, like
penetrating
the penetrative thing.
Inside.
Penetration could have happened just but the penetration doesn't happen if the person is actually outside. So actually this someone going in this path should come to the inner level, and one particular moment should come out of the mind too. That's where the no self perception arises. That's the difficult part, I think, because to come out of the kind of the mind bubble we talk about.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. Mr. Rangita, තෙරුවන් සරණයි to both of you. Yeah, I'm asking from both of you. Naturally, I'm a daydreamer. That was the weakness.
That doesn't help. That doesn't help.
Yeah, those days. Yeah. So now, actually, after listening to Dhamma, I feel that the time that I spend in mind is getting less and less, and from the
that's the 100% thing to do. Then the feel will come, because everyone's problem is the feel.
That's it.
The daydreaming, the thinking, everything actually doesn't help. You can think, it doesn't matter if you are like but like just randomly thinking is not good.
No, I was telling it's a real weakness of my personality. Those days also, it actually daydreaming is very bad. No, it affects day-to-day work also. So thanks to Dhamma.
What do you actually mean by daydreaming? Are you like imagining things?
yeah, imagining things and getting carried away by thoughts and
That's just a
that's, yeah,
common
being
trait.
a, yeah,
Lots of people have that.
yeah,
Yeah.
those days it was like that. And so understanding this, I mean, day to day normal, this is very, I mean, easy for thing. It makes even day to day life easy for getting the path of Dhamma. This our day to day life becomes easy when we understand the real nature of the thought creation and all this, I mean, mechanism and etc. So everyday your explanations uh, brings
The,
about changes naturally, brings about changes. I don't say I'm understanding or I'm realizing or whatever. Thanks to all of you, Thiruvan Saranai, things, I mean, little by little things happen. That's self-evident.
Yeah, when you went
Yes.
out, when you touch the broken shoe outside of your house on the road,
Yes.
if that form world wasn't there, you could have actually, when you touch it, you could have had that. If your mind, the form world wasn't there in the kind of the bubble where this is the broken shoe. So the it's very difficult to explain because it's a perception world that you penetrate. It's just a penetration only. It's very difficult to
It
say.
was like Dr. Kokila,
No,
original
no,
experience of
your
the
original experience
sense.
was different. You just went on like you didn't feel anything. So that's different thing. What I'm trying to
Yeah,
say is when you touch the broken shoe, the touch
yes.
itself has no mind consciousness. So it's very a good chance to penetrate. That's why the Aranwansa is using this walking meditation as well, because the body sensations it has only it has no mind consciousness part. Doesn't need it all the time. You can, if the broken shoe is there, mind consciousness is there, but it actually in the touch it is not there.
Got it. No, broken shoe was there. Now I got it. I saw the broken shoe. No, the only thing was the
No,
pain
seeing is
or the.
different. Seeing is different. Okay, now you have to
yeah, see,
understand this properly.
it's
Seeing,
true. Yeah.
then seeing, you have to become the shoe. Seeing, it's
Mhm.
different. Touching, then you have to become the kind of the touch. Then that the subjective objective thing get broken if you
Yeah.
become the thing.
Two sides, duality. Yeah, duality was not there. And
No,
still,
no, no, no. I'm telling
No.
something else. I'm telling something else. I'm telling about touch
mm,
itself that will go, but it's like something to feel, and we shouldn't talk about it.
yeah, I can't catch what it is, Dr. Kokila.
So touch,
Only
only
thing the
touch. If you take
burning
only
was. Yeah.
touch,
Mhm.
the consciousness to
um,
become the Anidasana consciousness. That's the difference I'm talking about.
yeah, I think it's a bit difficult to understand when one doesn't experience it. So Dhamma, what is trying
Yeah.
to be said is that now
Yes.
always the experience that we have is we see something relative to I seeing it. We hear something and relative to me hearing it, right? And then when you touch something, it is you who is touching it. So that experience is that the touch is there without the eye component. The hearing is there without the eye component. It is that basic sense level at the point almost like the baby radiant mind stage where I suppose, I don't know.
Yeah. In that, if you feel that, you know that 100% you know that because it's completely
Yeah.
different because it's out of mind. Then
And Dr.
in that,
Kokila,
wait, in that, I'm telling this to Suranka, in that, if you have practiced the third one so well, you will definitely lose that the self perception.
Yeah, you can recognize that very distinctly.
Yeah, you will lose the self-perception in that particular moment. It's that's the maximum I can say.
Mm. The point to come to, sorry,
Sorry,
Lalana.
Sudharma, I don't know what Sudharma was going to tell.
No,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
it's okay, Dr. Kokila. No, I was trying to ask at that point if it was only seeing the burning was zero, there was
That
no burning. That
yeah, but you
does
didn't
it
become
mean? Yeah.
anything. You didn't become
Um.
anything.
No.
So if you become the flower, yeah,
Mm.
that's fine. Then seeing part is like different. Touch
Mm-hmm.
part is different. Hearing part is different. It's completely
Got
different.
it. Got it. That's what Aryan Mahase always say. Chair and you, there are no two things. You are the chair. You are the flower. You are the whatever you see or hear, you become that. That's the original sensory experience that
Yeah,
you
but
are
in normal
talking.
life, it doesn't happen. The Arahant again living the normal life, okay? The experience is different. The normal life is different.
Yeah, that part I also had a slight confusion, Dr. Kokila, because that becoming that doesn't happen all the time. It's such a rare
No.
occurrence, isn't it? Yeah.
There are eight chittas to go, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything, because actually becoming that is after death.
But occasionally there can be an experience, but not all the time. No? That is the thing. Yeah.
No, 8 chittas.
What is 8 chittas?
Marga chitta and pala chitta. Marga
Those
chitta,
things,
pala
the
chitta.
4,
Yeah.
8 there that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I searched about that and what I found for those chittas were uh, part consciousnesses and fruition consciousnesses.
I don't know about the words, but anyway, it's
Yeah.
useless to talk about them too, because this is the more you feel things, you will feel this, because we have talked about these things so much. We know what to feel also. Now we have to let it go. Then only this will come. Do you understand? That's the message to both of you.
Yes.
What
So
what is the message? Can you repeat that, Surangika?
Let go. Sorry, I didn't get it. Let go of. I mean,
Let it happen. Don't think. Let things happen.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
think
I
too
just
much.
wanted to highlight it. That's why I asked you to just tell that again, because we keep forgetting that. Because the form world is very difficult. Penetrate the form world, you have to let go, even Dhamma. Because the Dhamma is in the form world.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose all these days also Aranmanse has been explaining
Same
that
thing. Yeah, same thing.
if there is a feeling of nothing becoming a thing, then go with that without trying to analyze or analyze even, because
Yeah,
that is
now
going back to the mind.
Yeah.
But what I was trying to say, going back to Lalana's question, was that despite that experience for a moment, there is still that Kamaraga Ruparaga thing. Ruparaga Aruparaga thing, which means that
I intervene again, because what I'm trying to say is, if someone has if someone is understanding this, going by the feel, the feelings are different. What you feel is different, so you don't feel the outside, like she said, like you like Suranka might say, I went through the whole lot of problems in the office and I didn't feel anything, like something like that. Yeah, it's what you feel, that's the most important thing. And then in the Kamaraga Patika, you will feel the thing, but you don't get any problem with that. What you keep understanding about is what your weaknesses are. That's where we keep understanding what is the karmasthana, what is actually happening, because everything will not affect you anymore. There will be one or two then. The whole day you will feel one or two, and then you have to you might have to go back and just analyze that. So you might, so for about, imagine for 30 days you didn't feel anything, but still the problem I am trying to tell is, no one will know that you are in the form world until you have felt the liberation from the form world. So the misunderstandings are more. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So as long as you are in the form world or in the mind, just take it as not the form world, just the mind. As long as you are in the mind, you are going to get stuck. That's where a lot of us are stuck, because Dhamma is not going to expand further, because you get stuck in the form world. That's where Aranwanse is repeatedly saying, now Paruva, then it's enough. Just calm down. Just take it easy. That's where he's trying to say that, because penetration of the form world is not going to happen, because we don't really worry about the Kamaraga Patika, because but to actually come out of that, the form world should be understood or felt. So you can't do that unless you have felt it before in that one particular stimuli. That's how Venerable Ananda is aware that what will happen or what is going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've run out of time, but maybe we can pick it up again tomorrow, Dr. Kokila, because I think there's a few more things to clarify at that point. But we've run out of time actually now.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Tevang Sanai, Aranwanse Namaskara Vema. We worship Aranwanse, and thank you, Shani, for starting the discussion, and Mr. Bernard for organizing the discussion. And we'll continue the discussion tomorrow. Tevang Sanai, everyone.
Therwan Sanai, Dr.
Therwan
Kokila.
Saranai, Dr.
Aryan
Kokila.
Mahansana Namaskara Vema.
Namaskara Deva, Namaste, Therwan Saranai to all Dhamma friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruvan Sannai Aryan Wahanse. Teruvan Sannai, everybody. Let's continue the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 61. Also, you can apply the knowledge of Vidarshana meditation and look at the thought using the wisdom of the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. Contemplate that it is not coming from outside, but it is only a thought, and that even the thought does not exist. It is a lie that would lead you on the path to realization of the pure truth. Mehinin Wahanse, I understood, Honorable Sir. Aryan Wahanse, if you are unable to apply the Vidarshana meditation to your thoughts, then I would say that you should learn to practice how to apply the wisdom of Yatha Bhuta Jnana. When you are free, leisurely contemplate on the Dharma. Dharma is the truth that everything is only a thought that arises and passes away. We have created a world only in our mind. There is nothing outside. We create an outside and an inside, a duality which is all a lie. And the thought is also a lie. Mehinin Wahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Wahanse, Mehinin Wahanse, being aware of your thought that you receive at this moment, Vipassana, and contemplating about the thought you received with Yathabhuta Jnana, Vidarshana, are two different things. When you look at the thought that you receive and do a deeper investigation using Vidarshana, it leads to awakening or enlightenment. This investigation of the Dhamma is called Dhamma Vihaya, which is one of the factors that needs to be developed within the 7 factors of enlightenment. Dhamma Vinaya is one of the 7 factors of enlightenment, also known as Satta Bojjhanga. Mehinin Wahanse, Honorable Sir, I am still not able to understand what to do about other thoughts I receive that has nothing to do with sweeping of the garden. Aryan Wahanse, let me simplify what to do about the thoughts that are not of any concern with your action of sweeping the garden. For instance, look at a newborn baby. Once he is born to this world, he only does some small actions physically. Whatever he sees, he does not know if it is a brick wall, a table, or if it is a chair. He does not care, and it does not matter to him. But even if the baby cannot recognize things, doesn't the small baby eat? Does he not drink milk? Does he not move about? Aren't they actions? Now, let us consider the actions we do. What are our actions covered with or associated with? Our actions are associated with thoughts. Whenever we do something, we always think that this is what I am doing. We tie the me to the action. After that, every other thing we do, we say, I am sweeping. I am thinking. Now I am going to sweep. Now what do you say? You say, I am sweeping. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, now investigate. Am I sweeping? When you investigate it and question it, you will realize no, it is only an action. Aryan Mahanse, then let us look at the action of seeing. The seeing at this moment, it is just an incident, a part of the natural process, part of the Dhamma, part of the flow of nature. You are not blind, are you? You can see. You are not deaf, are you? You can hear. You do have a very good understanding about six senses. So, with this understanding, you have to look at the truth about these six stimuli. Aramunu. You have to maintain awareness that they don't exist outside. When you see the truth in it, you let go of that thought with understanding. You are aware that they are not from outside, but that they are only thoughts. This investigation and letting go of thoughts without giving them any value is called Sankitena Nibbidaya. You do not accept or entertain that thought and generate more thoughts. Not entering into or not magnifying on a thought is called Sabbe Dhamma Nalang Abhinivesam. Therwan Sarnai, everybody.
Therwan Sarnai, everybody. I think Mr. Bernard is not here today, so we will start the discussion. Therwan Sarnai, Aryan Mahanse, Namaskar Veva. So, if someone can start the discussion about what Shani was. Actually, we have been discussing this all throughout for last few days, and it is kind of like one part of it, which is we can't really separate them from each other. All the aspects of Dhamma is very important. So how we get this idea of I, me, mine is the main discussion we have. How did this happen? How did this problem arise? Or we actually don't have an idea that it's a problem before listening to Dhamma. We actually thought that's the reality. This is, I'm sweeping, I'm doing something, I'm seeing, I'm listening, I'm talking, I'm doing something. Yes. And I was born, I'm dying. Things like that. So that's what we actually keep discussing, how this happened. That's the main important thing. How this concept has arisen in this, it's something which is felt, and because there was a feeling only, that it got the idea that there is someone here. So you felt that there's some difference in this side. So then the interpretation was that I'm here. So with Dhamma we understand, with truth, we keep understanding how this power or the difference in this side arise. Actually, it is when the in whatever the level can be different, but in whatever the level, if the stimulus is if you feel that it is real, whether it's a light, whether it's a sound, whether it's a any other bodily feeling, or whether it's a thought, in whatever level, if you feel them as real, or if you feel them as actually happening, then you will feel the power. Then you mistakenly or not knowingly, you will interpret as, yes, I'm here. So the subjective objective phenomena has arisen. It didn't arise because of someone or because of a self. Actually, it happened automatically. And that's why we keep understanding that if there's an I, there would be I consciousness, yes. But I consciousness happened because of the very speedy vibration of the I, nothing else. And we keep first we keep thinking about this, then this will come to us in kind of we will suddenly realize it, but then at one point it will you will actually feel how this is happening, and then you will feel the non-vibration. That's very important that you understand this, how this is happening, the ways that can happen. First we understand, we think about it, then it will come to you, like you will realize it automatically without even thinking that there is no self, there's no thing, and vice versa. You will understand how it happened, and then at one point you will feel it, and also you will actually become the non-vibration. So it's if anyone can join, that would be great. So we can continue as a discussion. Teransanai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of all, I came homage at Aryan Hanse's feet. So if I focus on the section read by Shani, this is actually the continuation of the conversation between Aryan Hanse and that Mehenin Hanse. So the question that Mehenin Hanse raises is, when I purposefully do some activity like sweeping, I get a lot of other thoughts. So how can I get rid of them? So Aryan Hanse is giving several instructions. First of all, he mentions, okay, you can adopt vipassana meditation here, seeing, observing each thought that occurs then and there. And he again explains the difference between vidarshana meditation, the penetrative, how to, when the thought occurs, you can penetrate through the thought to see how, which conditions, due to which conditions it arises, and understand the nothingness or the emptiness of that thought, which is known as insightful or vidarshana insight meditation or vidarshana meditation. Or you also can observe each thought as it occurs. And then again, Aryan Hanse says, okay, if even it doesn't work or if you find it difficult, you have to contemplate on Dhamma, true Dhamma, that the wisdom of truth, that is the theory. You have to study it further. So it will, as Dr. Kokila now also said, this wisdom or the ability to see the reality of the thought will come to you naturally. And then once again, the discussion moves on to awakening. That is through when you continue to involve in Vidarshana meditation, seeing the truth of the stimuli, the awakening might occur. Awakening means that awareness to see it effortlessly. And then it also refers to one of the seven factors leading to Nibbana, Saptabojjhanga, Dhamma Vicaya Sambojjhanga, the investigation of the Dhamma, because here Ranwase advises her to get more confidence in wisdom of truth, this Satyajnana, to understand the mechanism of the six sensory organs and how this mind power is created and all, because this Mehenin Wanse seems to be like not very confident with that, because she finds it very difficult to understand the function of the mind consciousness. So there, Aryan Mahansi takes a beautiful example and questions. Now you see a small child who doesn't know about anything, this design of a thought, like the combination of sound and color, still eats when the baby is hungry and cries, and sometimes drinks and plays, and the baby also does things, but he doesn't have the belief that I do this, I am doing this, I am eating, I am drinking. But now you have you are conscious, or you believe that it is you who sweeps the garden. So that is how we gradually get entangled in this world with this self-perception. So he actually explains it well, using how you get the thought that I am thinking. The thoughts naturally occur. That is where we also get entangled, or we also get deceived, because five sensory organs, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, we easily figure out. But when the thoughts occur in the mind, we fail to see it as another faculty, that it is a process, natural process. So that this entire section deals with that, helping the nun to come to terms with the function of the mind consciousness, Dr. Kokila. So the points highlighted are Vidarshana and Vipassana meditation, then how we ignorantly begin to believe that the presence of the self in actions, and finally Aryan Mahanse explains how to see through the stimulus, and when the stage of this Sankittena Nibbitaya, when the value of the stimulus is not felt, when you understand that it is a natural phenomena, there is nothing in the stimulus, that's where the three realms also come: sensual realm, uh, then form realm, and formless realm. So they are, when we feel the truth, the value will not be attributed to the stimulus, and they are that tranquility, the liberation is felt. It is known as Sankittena Nibbidaya. And finally, when the thought occurs, ignorantly we magnify them. One thought leads to another thought, like that. So when we see the truth, when this awareness is there, we do not go beyond that thought. The arising and ceasing of the thought occurs as a natural function, natural phenomenon, and that is known as Sabbe Dhamma Nalang Abhinivesan. So that is the last thing Aryan Hanse explains in this section, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai too.
Yeah, in that actually, if someone is doing the Vidarshana properly, is that the what is the English word we use for Vidarshana? If the penetrative.
It's insight meditation or penetrative meditation. We penetrate through a stem.
Yeah, insightful meditation or penetrative meditation. In that one, if it is there only, we can talk about vipassana, because vipassana is kind of the outcome of the penetrative meditation. So then we have to exactly understand how these stimuli arise and how the self-consciousness or self-perception arises. Is it at your home that the sound is coming? Sorry. So you have to get this the understand properly. So if someone is a beginner to Dhamma, the truth, then you have to do a lot of penetrative meditation where you try to understand how this self-perception arises, how it has happened, because we know that there is no self, but there is a perception. How did that happen? If there's no self, where did the perception come from? Why there is a false perception arising? Then we understand it is only the stimulus which is the reason. But is it just the stimulus? No, it's not just the stimulus. It is actually when the stimulus become real, only the self-perception arises. If it's not giving you any burden or burning, there's no self-perception. Then that is so if someone has done proper penetrative meditation, then vipassana arises, like the actual the stimuli will not be a thing. That is actually the product of a penetrative meditation. So as a beginner, we can keep understanding as we discussed the first time, we will just keep thinking about this. So if you feel that power, if you feel that something as evidence, usually as a beginner, we feel like we're getting angry, we're getting sad, or really burning, like a very bad burning kind of states. We feel that because subtle things are always is covered by thoughts, so we don't even feel that. But we feel the massive tsunami wave. We feel the anger and the craving, like the big cravings. And so then what happens is we can if we keep doing that, and then when we understand Dhamma, when we try to keep understanding Dhamma, we will be first like thinking it's okay. But then once we have the confidence of this, we have to keep gaining confidence in every aspect. So first we think that's okay, but then we realize that it's like brushing your teeth. We don't have to keep thinking, oh, I have to brush my teeth. You don't keep thinking about it. It just automatically happens. And sometimes it will come to your mind, oh, I haven't brushed my teeth, I have to brush my teeth, like that. So here also, if you get the burning, first you thought about it because the burning happened already. And in the second stages, the burning happens, and the insightful meditation or the penetrative
Peruan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master, with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. After 1,000 years, the true Dhamma of Lord Buddha has revealed. That is the greatest thing ever happened to this mankind on this planet Earth. We must bow down to each and every person on this planet Earth should bow down to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse for his great revelation of this ultimate truth. But still, it's not much spread over the world. That is why we are trying to spread this Dhamma through this Buddothpada PeoTV and YouTube channel as our duty, because any man, any person, any human being should know his great duty, his greatest duty is to give this ultimate truth of Nibbana to the other human beings, because there is no other gift than this for another human being, because all are suffering. Each and every human being is suffering in this planet Earth because they are not knowing about the true reality of the human nature. That is why before 2600 years, Lord Buddha also thought these people are mundane world people are suffering without an end with a useless mind, because they do not know what is the actual nature of creation of this world inside their mind. But after the Buddha era, this true Dhamma was hidden somewhere beneath the surface because of the cruel people around who are not willing to overcome the suffering, and they don't like others also to overcome the suffering. Still there are people like this, but as human beings, first and foremost thing is to understand what is life, why we came into this human plane. Though we are having a big brain, what is the use of that if we are not using it properly to understand the human life? Because it is always changing without an end. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is done the greatest revelation ever into the mankind from the year 2019, giving the true message of ultimate truth to Nibbana, showing the path to Nibbana, and the first step of that, the first wisdom, the wisdom of truth, to realize the wisdom of truth we should know the true Buddhist philosophy. So without knowing true Buddhist philosophy, nobody can achieve any kind of spiritual advancement. That is why, though there are thousands of gurus, thousands of monks, thousands of different kinds of religious teachers, though they are trying to show up, but actually they have not even stepped into the true path to ultimate freedom. So that is why Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has done so many great Dhamma discourses from the year 2019. Now more than 13,000 Dhamma sermons are in the YouTube channel and through Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and through all the social media. Now anybody from any corner of the planet Earth can just type the word Buddothpado and they can understand what is this true Dhamma. In this forum, we are actually trying to reveal the translations of Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma sermons. The one we are explaining today is the Nibbana is near you, one sermon done before 6 years by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse and uploaded to YouTube. In this sermon, Aryan Mahanse is clarifying about the Majje Sutra. Lord Buddha said the Majje Sutra, the greatest ever, one of the greatest revelation of Lord Buddha, that is discussed in this Nivana oba langamai Nibbana is near you, Dhamma discourse. Created in the mind means sampassa. If it is a form created in the mind, it is an eye consciousness. Yes. If you see something through the eyes, it is a form. You are seeing a form. And that form is knowing. The knowing is coming through the consciousness. As soon as you see the form, eye consciousness says that you are seeing this. Created in the mind, because what we see, what we hear, what we feel, each and everything is created in our mind according to the true Buddhist philosophy. We are always describing that. According to that, then created in the mind means sampassa. In Dhamma, it's called sampassa. Sparsha una. Something created in the mind means touched the mind. Prasadavattu una. That means that form is touched your mind. Sensitivity. You see something through your eye sensitivity. You hear something through your ear sensitivity. You feel something through your body skin sensitivity. So, sparsha, touched, means became delighted, sensitivity. Gone to a knowing. As soon as you see something, it's going to a knowing, that is eye consciousness. If you hear something, it goes to the ear consciousness. The knowing is coming through ear consciousness. If you feel something, that feeling is come through the sparsha, body skin consciousness. It may be a touch, taste consciousness, tongue consciousness, smell, nose consciousness, and it may be a body consciousness touches your body skin. Here in Dhamma it says touch means vindīm handinīm danaganim. That means touch means it is feeling plus recognition plus knowing. That is how the touch is creating. This is what happened with the touch. When the touch happened, there is a feeling, there is a recognition and knowing. If you touch something, you can feel the touch. It may be hard, it may be soft, or it may be fluidy, or something like that. Then you are understanding what you are. The recognition is coming. As soon as you touch, the feeling comes, then the recognition comes. What you are touching. Then the knowing comes. About the recognition and feeling, the knowing says, you are touching a mattress. Like that. This is what happened with the touch. Feeling, recognition and knowing is called skandha, aggregates. Yes. That means here when we touch something, we feel feeling, recognition and knowing, and it is called aggregates. All these are aggregates. Then finally what happened? Only one thing, that is prasadavat vima, that is sensitivity. Finally, sensitivity is happening. That means sensitivity is equal to aggregates. Aggregates are equal to feeling, recognition and knowing. That means feeling plus recognition plus knowing. All those three are skandha, aggregates. That means that is equal to the sensitivity. Lord Buddha's words, skandhanam patibhavo ayatanam patilabho ayang uchati jati. In this world, birth of tree, birth of dog, birth of man, all these are creating due to the existence creation. Yes, we call it bhava, existence. It is happening in our mind, thoughts. In thoughts, when thoughts are existing, when we feel the thoughts are existing, that means we are caught into the bhava, jati. That means the regeneration. We have caught into the cycle of rebirth, regeneration, rebirth. In this world, birth of tree, birth of dog, birth of man, all these are creating due to the existence creation. Yes, we think that dog is existing, this tree is existing, that man is existing. We think, and that because of that thought power, it's coming again and again, and we are caught into the samsaric journey. There is a arising and ceasing of these. Yes, all these things what we see here and feel, everything is arising and ceasing. Arising in Dhamma it calls uppada, ceasing, bhanga. There is a famous 3 words in Dhamma, utpada, titi, bhanga. This is describing in Majje Sutra. Something is erupting, it's arising, then it's there for a little while and then ceasing. But actually there's nothing, there's no titi, there's no existence in between, because when the as far as the rising is happening, the ceasing also happening with that. That is prescribed in this Majje Sutra. Majje means the middle, middle. You all can see this world is going all the time. This world is, and that means the world, mind-based world is always running between two extremes. So that is why this Lord Buddha is describing about this Majje Sutra. Lord Buddha is showing us to redeem from the two extremes and to redeem from the middle also. Then we will be finally in the ultimate bliss of Nibbana. When the two extremes, illusions are not existing, middle also not true. Yes. When there are no two extremes, middle also not true. It's like this. If we have happiness in one end, the other end there is suffering, sorrow. So if we are not attaching to the happiness or the sorrow, that means we are not attaching or clashing with the happiness or the sorrow. Then that means our mind is come to the middle, and we are, that means there is no middle. If we are redeeming from the both sides, middle is also not true. Then we can redeem from the middle, then we can achieve Nibbana. Can recognize this point of redeeming from the mind. Yes, we have to recognize this point of redeeming from the mind. This is the entrance of Arya Bhumi. The middle is the entrance of Arya Bhumi, that is pure land. The seeker who enters into this entrance will not fooled by the illusion of human realm. He will never ever suffer again in that plane of worldlings. Worldling. That means now if we are not clashing, we are not attaching or clashing to the two extremes, that means our mind is in the middle, and that is the point of you have to understand and recognize this point of redeeming from the mind. This is the entrance of Arya Bhumi. This middle is the entrance of pure land. The seeker who enters into this entrance will not fooled by the illusion of human realm. Yes. If we are able to redeem from the both ends, that means we are not fooled by the illusion of human realms. This you can feel, this you can actually you can understand. You can even just try and see whether it's true. Yes, you can very clearly see these small practices through these small practices, because sorry, if there is a problem comes in your way, so you have to be very vigilant to face it without taking it as a sorrow or without taking it as a happiness, because both sides are giving you pressure. So if you can let it go, that means you are not binding to the two extremes. That means you are not attaching as well as you are not clashing. Then you can see how your mind is, how much relaxed your mind is. That is the best example to understand about these two extremes. Sometimes you may be working so hard. Sometimes the body is very tired. But without thinking that your body is so much, you are very tired, your body is very tired, if you take it as something, then you will have the suffering. If you are not taking that uh, hard work, the tiredness as something, you can just let it go, because according to true Buddhist philosophy, you are not the body and you are not the mind, and you are just the burning. At this point of your body become uh, tired, the possibility of burning may be there. But when you understand that, you can wait without suffering, because no way, no use of thinking about the tiredness. You have to complete your job. What you will have to do is, when you do it completely, and just forget about that, and then you can go and rest at home. That's all. If you are going to think it again and again, only the suffering is coming. Then you are not clashing with that extreme of suffering. Like that. If something on the table, some food is there, it's smelling, it may be smelling, it may that you want to eat, that is okay, but you can just wait without running and jumping and eating. You can just wait until the others calling you, come and join to eat this. So you can just wait. That means you are not clashing or not attaching to that craving for food. So you can just wait and see how your mind is working. At that point, you can see your mind is relaxing, because you have not gone and jumped into that. You are still waiting until the others call you. Like that. This is what Aryan Mahansa is explaining in this Majjhya Sutra of Lord Buddha, how to redeem from the extremes of the mind. If you are not attaching or clashing with these kinds of extremes, each and every day, day-to-day activities, actually you are facing this kind of things, thousands of things. You may be at a bus stop, waiting until a bus comes. At that point, a bus may be coming with full of passengers on the steps also. So footboard also. So you can't get into the bus. Then let go of that bus, and you can wait for another one without jumping into that bus and suffering. You can just wait until another bus is coming. So it may be getting late, but without thinking of that, the suffering is may be coming because that you are getting late, but you can just wait and see, to show your mind how the things are happening, because everything happening in this uh, natural life is uncontrollable. No, we can't control the things happening. We have to adjust according to that. That is why when the mind learns to calm and relax, then only as Aryan Mahansa is telling, then only we can recognize this point of redeeming from the mind. To redeem from the mind, we have to show the truth to the mind, true nature to the mind. Because otherwise the mind thinks it can act as it wants, but it's not so. So when the mind is become calm, the middle point, this is the entrance of the Arya Bhumi. It opens up through the calmness of the mind, that is pure land. The seeker who enters into this entrance will not be fooled by the illusion of human realm. Yes. If a seeker is clearly understanding the true extremes, each and every activity there are two extremes. When the seeker is understanding not to attach or not to clash with those extremes, then only this entrance of Arya Bhumi, pure land, door will be opening to you, and when you are at this point, when you enter into that Arya Bhumi, this entrance will not fooled by the illusion of human realm, because actually speaking, we are living in a world of thoughts. We are living in a world of thoughts that we are created. The thoughts also created by us, and the world also created by us through the thoughts. So it's actually a creation of thoughts. So when we enter into this entrance, pure land entrance, we are not getting fooled by the illusion of human realm. Actually, this human realm is an illusion. We have created an illusion and we are living in it and suffering. So our Buddothpado Aranwan says, showing us how to redeem from this illusion. The seeker will never ever suffer again in that plane of worldling. Yes. The seeker who understands the true extremes and not clashing or attaching to those two extremes each and every moment we are facing in each and every life activity, then this seeker will never ever suffer again in this plane of worldly things. The seeker who follows this path will have a feeling at the beginning. It will open up slowly. Yes. When we happen to understand this Dhamma, when we listen to this true Buddhist philosophy of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, you can still do it through this www.wisdomofasia.com, otherwise www.buddothpada-dhamma.com, or else you can go through Buddothpada PeoTV, YouTube, and Zoom and YouTube channel, and you can just type the name Buddothpado. In so many Facebook pages are also there in English. If you just type the name of Buddothpado on the web, you can have so many things to understand the true Buddhist philosophy first, and then you can listen to the ultimate truth of humanity. And the seeker who follows this path will have a feeling at the beginning. It will open up slowly. That means when a seeker starting to listen to Buddothpado, Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma, he will have a feeling of relieving. That means the relieving the pressure of the mind. That is the first feeling he will have, because all the time the mind is giving us pressure. While listening to this Dhamma, each and every person who listens to this Dhamma will have that. That means the relief of the mind, relief of the thoughts, relief of the pressure of the mind, that we can feel, and it will slowly open up more. That is called in Lord Buddha's words, Vivarito Vijatito. That feeling of truth will become a big truth. It will open up slowly inside your mind. You know, there may be millions of roads on this planet Earth. You can see those forms. But to proceed your mind through the path to Nibbana, you can't see any path. You have to draw your own path, and you have to take your mind through that path. What Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is showing according to the Lord Buddha's true teachings. Very carefully we have to follow this mind path, because mind is the companion who is bringing us throughout this samsaric journey with the power of defilements. So now we have to show our companion, our mind, what is the truth of the mind and what is the truth of the so-called world and what is the truth of the human body. Then your mind will understand. It will learn the correct way of redeeming from the suffering of will. As a little baby, this mind, this is the mind, studied things about this uh, human realm, so many things, so many wrong views, and started to look at the things as with the wrong perspective, and now come to a point of life with all those. Now you have to again teach your mind how to redeem from this wheel of suffering with the help of our greatest ever teacher, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the spiritual master, the great sage of this era. To overcome the suffering, you have to educate your mind. Then it will learn, because at this far it has learned so many wrong views, and it's now stuck in a point and collecting defilements and suffering. Now you have to educate your minds to overcome suffering and overcome the so-called illusionary thought world we are living in. That is what This vivarito, vijatito means we have to slowly educate our mind with the true teachings of Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. That feeling of truth will transform into a big truth in your own mind, because you know thoughts have power, perceptions have power. We have told this so many times in these sermons, in these discussions. According to the true Buddhist philosophy of Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, based on the true teachings of Lord Buddha, this the feeling of truth will transform into a big truth in your own mind, because this is the only way out from this illusionary thought world. You are feeling the truth while listening, because truth has power. Perceptions have power when they comes through the six sensory organs as stimuli, and they comes as forms and names, and they all have power. Then the forms and names are combining and becoming thoughts. Those thoughts have much power, and the thought is transforming into the level of knowing, that is consciousness. At that point, the power is generating highly, more and more, and that is how you are getting caught again and again to this illusionary mind-based world. So, when you listen to this words of truth uh, from the Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true teachings, these words have power because they are the ultimate truth. These words have power. When you listen to these powerful words of truth, those words will activate inside your mind and clear your mind and clear your defilements to purify your mind naturally. That is the greatest thing of the greatest value of this ultimate truth. These words are not just like the other words. These are the words of ultimate truth. Truth about the outside, you may feel very little. Yes. Why, after listening, that means at the first time you are listening, the outside world is not true. And then again and again you are listening, you will have some idea, because we have two lenses in our eyes. Through the two lenses, we are only seeing shadows and reflections. So how come we say what we are seeing is true? We are seeing only shadows. As men and women and rabbits and dogs and cats and each and every living being, or the each and every trees, buildings, whatsoever, all are shadows. We are actually seeing shadows, and we are giving names to them and creating thoughts, and we are the creators of our own world. So when you listen to this true Dhamma, you will understand the truth about the outside. You may feel a very little at the beginning. Yes, you may feel like that. But even without your knowledge, Complete awakening will arise in you when you are listening to this true Dhamma. That is the wonderful thing happening in this world, because this is not like something, there is a God up there and he has created this world and we are living in this world and he is going to take us, or otherwise he is pulling us to the hell, or that this is not that kind of a puzzle. This is actually the ultimate truth. You, if you have some kind of brain, you can analyze these words and think how much true these words are, and through these words only you will be able to overcome your suffering. That is the greatest thing of value of these words. After when you started to listen to this Dhamma, truth about the outside, you may feel a very little, because you think there is outside and there is me here. Actually speaking, there is nothing called outside and there is no me also here. This is only a human machine. Belongs to the nature. Belongs to the nature. We are just six sensory human machines activated through this cause and effect law and the habits from the young age. But when you are listening to this ultimate truth, even without your knowledge, the Sambodhi, complete awakening will arise in you. Don't you like that? Whatever religion you may be, whatever color of skin you may have, whatever country, whichever country you may live, whatever education you may have, whatever social level you may maintain, whatever power you may have, but all those are under this, under the truth. You can listen and understand, because this, though Lord Buddha revealed to this world the ultimate truth, this ultimate truth of humanity, the ultimate truth of the realization of ultimate bliss, this is not belongs to any kind of religion. Complete awakening will arise in you. This is called in Dhamma Vessagga Parinama, Vossagga Parinama Venama. You will mature into relinquishment. You will mature into relinquishment. You cannot turn away from the truth. Yes. In our normal life also, we don't like the people who are talking false and all the time lies. Liars, there are big liars within our society. We don't like them, though they are telling lies. In some day we can understand that they are lying in everything. So nobody likes the liars. So nobody should lie to the lies, untruth, because if you have a proper mind, if you have a good brain, you should very clearly you should understand what is true and what is not true, what is false. Like the swans, they can have the ability of sucking the milk, separating from the water. Like that, each and every human being came into this planet should understand the difference of illusionary, imaginary, so-called lies about creators, and you will have to understand the ultimate truth of reality by listening to these clarifications about the true Dhamma. You cannot turn away from the truth. Yes, if you are a human being, you cannot turn away from the truth, because at the deathbed, if you are turning away from the truth, means at the deathbed you are able to suffer, because without listening to this ultimate truth, leaving this world is very dangerous, because thousands of foolish wrong views you may have in your mind, but ultimately, if you are gone without the hearing of this ultimate truth, that is very dangerous. That will, you can, no need of telling this, you will realize this if you leave this world without listening to this true Dhamma. If you listen to this true Dhamma before death, you will have a very peaceful and very uh, very pleasant life, and you can leave this world also with a very pleasant way. Your mind will slowly reaching for the truth and indicating, signaling, that is the nature of insight. Yes. When listening to this true Dhamma, little by little, for a certain time period, your mind will slowly searching for the truth and indicating, signaling about the truth. That is the nature of prajna, insight. Prajnavantang ayandammang Jnayandammang duppanyassa. This Dhamma is for the wise, not for the unwise. Yes, this Dhamma, this ultimate truth of Dhamma is not for the unwise. This is for the wise men and women. Wise people came to this planet Earth. You have this great wisdom. Great wisdom means seeing the truth of consciousness. Yes. The consciousness, the mind consciousness is the greatest illusion we are stuck in each and every moment, because mind consciousness is always giving us wrong ideas about each and everything. It is always giving us wrong ideas. So, great wisdom means seeing the truth of consciousness is the great wisdom, because we are always looking at things with the wrong view because of the practices from the early childhood, taken as this world as true, and we are trying to control the shadows we see and the sound vibrations we hear, and the touch feelings we are touching, we are trying to control. At that point, we are getting into a big mess, because we can't do any kind of those things. So the only thing we have to understand is to realize this, see this consciousness carefully and understand this is only an illusion, because each and every Buddhas coming to this world is telling one stanza. Sabba papassa akaranam kusalassa upasampada sachitta paryodapanam etam buddhanusasana. In that stanza, all the Buddhas and Lord Gautama Buddha also said, Sabba papassa akaranam. Each and every thought is not true. Kusalassa upasampada. We have to we have to be very vigilant to create the correct wisdom. Sachitta paryodapanam etam buddhanusasana. This is the greatest lessons Buddhas showing to the world. We have to be talented to arise the kusala, that means the ability to overcome the mind, because all the thoughts and consciousnesses creating this through this mind is not true. And the mind is also trying to control us. All the time mind is controlling us. We have become the slaves of the mind. That is why Buddha said that word, stanza. Each and every thought is not true. What we see, what we hear, what we feel, nothing is true, because we see, we hear and feel with wrong views. So understand the correct way. We have to listen to the ultimate truth of Nibbana, the teachings of Lord Buddha coming through the true teachings of Lord Buddha coming through Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. The only path nowadays for us to showing to overcome the thought world, because there is no other way to overcome that, because we are very much stuck in this thought world. So understanding the consciousness is not very difficult, not very easy, but not very difficult. Also, while listening to Lord Buddha's teachings through Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's very simple sermons. Aryan Mahanse is not giving us very hard this Pali stanzas, Pali wordings, without anything like that, without giving very hard meditations also, very slight, very light way, according to the Lord Buddha's way. Aryan Mahanse is showing us the path to realization and path to understand the consciousness very clearly, because consciousness is the ultimate illusion all the time, tying us to this wheel of samsara. If we can understand what are the perceptions, what are the stimuli, how they are coming through the six senses, and how they are acting as forms and names, and how they are combining and creating thoughts, and how the thoughts are becoming the knowing, the consciousness, and the consciousness, how the consciousness is creating so many thought patterns without an end. Then we are knowing when we are knowing the creation of thoughts and the consciousness and the stimuli and words and each and everything, what we talk, what we hear, what we act, everything what we think, then we are not getting into that pit. We are not getting stuck into that worldly web. Worldly, that means the spider web, we are not stucking in that. And when we see something very clearly, we are not jumping into the water. If we see that water is very deep, we are not going to jump into the river, no, to swim like that. When we see the truth of the thought, we are not getting caught by the thoughts. So everything is like that. Each and every human being who are listening to this Dhamma is great. Dhamma is very much fortunate, because this is the only way of redemption from this thought world. After redeeming, after redeeming, you can live a fruitful life. That means a very calm and very relaxing life, because you are very much reliving day by day after listening the ultimate truth through the Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's sermons. What Lord Buddha said, exactly what Lord Buddha said 2600 years ago. It is not very complicated as other spiritual masters are uh, saying from morning to night. It is not so complicated. We have to only to listen to this and do little insight meditations. Then we will finally understand this great Dhamma. For today, I am going to conclude this session. Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado, Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ડોක්ටර්. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ.
Thereva Saranai. Yes, Champa. Okay, I think we'll start the discussion. First of all, we worship Triple Gem, greatest respect. We worship Aryan Mahanse, that is we, Thereva Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Yeah, it was so great.
වහන්සේ.
Yes, and may all our listeners be blessed by Triple Gem. And may our friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. Thereva Saranai Champa.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ડોක්ටර්. I thought you are not joining today.
I'm joining for the first bit. I have to leave early.
Right, okay.
But you can start the discussion. Yes, please.
Last night thing I listened, Doctor. Today morning I couldn't. Aryan Mahanse told about the Arya Bhumi, the
Yes.
whole thing. Aryan Mahanse was telling about Arya Bhumi and the levels. Each and everybody is listening to this Dhamma. Nothing to worry about. Slowly, they are in different levels. Slowly, they are actually gaining this, redeeming from the suffering. But it's happening slowly because some are very much thinking about these things. No? So that sermon is good, I think. And how how Swarnamali helped him in each and every way. And about you and Dr. Kokila also mentioned, and each and everybody who came against him after listening to Dhamma and who are helping Aryan Mahanse throughout the journey, or everything was discussed in that sermon. Doctor, it's actually very nice, and it's very great sermon summarizing about his journey, like, no, Doctor?
Yeah, actually, Swarnamali has done a lot of things behind the screen, isn't it? That we didn't earlier.
Yes, Doctor. All the time, Swarnamali has pushed Aryan Mahanse, like, no? Yes.
Yeah.
It's a great thing. Yes, Doctor.
He has once mentioned about that teacher from Canada long ago, I remember. But many more facts he actually disclosed today morning, no? Today morning or last night?
Last night. The 3.5 hours long that session is. I heard only Aryan Mahanse's part. Morning one, I didn't have time to listen. I heard our friend Sudharma was telling something. I didn't have time to listen to it.
Yeah.
But the last night thing, I was wondering about the bhikkhus who listen to this Dhamma, Doctor. They have changed a bit, like, no?
Yeah.
Some of them, yes. They have done so many things because of the pride, I think. Yes.
But there are lots of factors, I think, when it comes to the monks, because one is they are having these restrictions from their nikayas. That is what Dharan Mahasev says, that if you becomes a monk, now you do not have the freedom to express what you have realized. Because whoever the Guru Swami Mahanse, the Guru Swami
Chief.
Yeah,
Chief.
chief monk, yes, his guidance has to be taken. So if he is a person who has understood or realized this Dhamma, then whatever he is approving should be the ones that the junior monks should disclose, or the priest.
Yes.
There are lots of regulations. Even in the monastery setup, it is like that. Even in
Yes.
the monasteries, I remember some time back, Aryan Mahase has said There are even, I mean, regulations that they can't listen to any other Dhamma apart from their group discussions, and they're not supposed to even use phones and uh, join all these Zoom discussions or whatever. So,
Uh-huh.
that sort of restriction is there wherever.
Right, right.
It is an issue.
Uh,
And now in our country, even now there are, I mean, rules and regulations. Unlike in the countries like Myanmar and Thailand, our
yes,
more and more regulations, more restrictions.
yes,
With all those, I think what Anand Mahanse feels is that he will not be able to do this type of preaching the way that he's doing.
yes, yes,
Mm.
yes,
Yeah, as you said, Arabomia means the person who has have complete realization of that there is nothing real. All these are creations at the level of the senses.
yes,
Deep realization, a person, a state or a system who has got this deep realization, we call that he's in the Arabumi. And
yes,
said we are all sort of in different levels. So
yes,
probably we are going in the same direction,
yes, yes,
different levels. Yeah.
yes. Yes, because doctor, when we start to listen to this Dhamma, the
Mm.
mindset is changing, no doctor. That means our mindset is redeeming from the sufferings slowly, slowly.
Mm. Mm.
Not going to clash with so many things or not attaching with so many things. So that means we are slowly, slowly proceeding, no?
Yeah. At the
Yes.
beginning, even after, I mean, anyway, every person will realize something, some form of relief.
Yes.
Superficial level relief is not actually what we have to be satisfied with. We have to dig deep and find out exactly what is the deepest end of it, no?
Yes, doctor, that we are doing, no? I
Mm.
am actually I am doing this translation thing. Actually, it helps me a lot, doctor, because the Dhamma is going inside the system, no? Very
Exactly.
clearly it's going inside, right? As you are teaching others, and you have done a great job. I can remember when I started listening, I have spoken to you several times in the morning 9:30 Zoom also, how much you helped. Like that, we are actually coming behind you all in this path, slowly, slowly redeeming from the suffering. But we should have the effort, and the that means we must be very sure about it
Yeah,
without
yeah.
having doubts, no doctor.
When you are translating, I think you have to listen to it several times, no?
No, doctor. Now I am only once. That means one sentence listening, then writing. Then again, another one is listening like that only. Stopping and, stopping one. Uh, that that
Yeah.
means when listening to one sentence, stopping the uh, sermon and writing in English like that.
So you
If
remember the contents and then you translate it and write it. That's good.
yes.
Mm. Mm.
If there are hard words, another phone is there, and
Uh,
I am searching for the hard. That means Sinhala to English translation.
mm.
Hard words are taking from that. That is
Mm.
how I doing it, and it's actually giving the Dhamma is coming very clearly. So no need to worry about. We have to proceed the path with our effort and listen to Dhamma, and like that with the happy mind, relaxed mind. We have to continue
Mm.
discuss and everything. No, doctor.
Actually, too much of effort is also not good, and inadequate effort is also not good. I don't know
Yes.
whether you heard, was it, yeah, I think today morning one,
Ah,
Asanti was discussing with some of our senior Dhamma friends who have been following this for a long time. Uh,
yes.
they are, they all, now one of them is that Amma from Chilau, Manike Amma.
Ah.
Now she, as usual, starts saying that ගින්නක් නෑ, everything is happening nice and smooth. දවසේ වැඩ ටික කරගෙන යනවා, and I have no fire at all, and without a self I am doing the thing. So those
Yes.
things, when you analyze, it's very
Mm.
clear that there is a good person there. Good
Yes.
person
Yes.
is attached. And
Yes.
also she's trying to get rid of the fire. So
Uh-huh.
fire is different from she. That is the understanding. So
Uh-huh. We
it's
can't, yes. We can't get into conclusions, doctor. We have to just do it. And without, as you said, with not with a great effort. Just
mm,
just some kind of effort. That's all.
yeah. The other thing is when you go on listening to this Dhamma sermons again and again,
Mm.
uh, you tend to sort of slip off from the superficial level because you are so familiar with the sentences and the words.
Mm.
That also can happen.
Yes, yes. No, not listening again and again, just only once.
No,
Listening
no,
and
I'm not telling about your thing, but what I
yes,
am saying, it is something applicable to all of us
yes,
when we listen to the same sort of facts, because this is not a huge syllabus. No,
yes,
basically,
yes, yes,
it is one small factor that we have to get convinced.
yes,
There is no self here, but
yes,
it is mentioned in so many ways, so many explanations, but finally it comes to the same point.
yes,
So, the same things are being explained in the same manner with same examples. So behavior of the mind is such that sometimes kind of it's off. Okay, I know, I heard it. That sort of thing comes up. I'm not applying to you. It's
yes,
equally
yes. I know, I know. Yes,
applying.
yes, yes.
Dr. Kokila Teruan Sarana, you have joined.
Tervan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Terawan Saranai.
Mm, we were not having any specific topic to discuss. We were just talking about last night's sermon.
It was very
How
long.
Yes,
mm,
very long. Yes,
Mm.
Arano Hase was explaining about his path. Uh,
yes,
mm,
It's kind of, I mean, can't exactly remember exact wording, but there are so many aspects to it.
mm. He explained about Dare Bhumia. He also said that everybody who are listening this are the path at different levels. So basically, the direction is to Dare Bhumia, but different people are at different levels. So anyway, there's nothing to worry so much because the direction is correct. He said something to give that meaning,
Mm.
and also how he got the push to come to this level from different people who gave him the encouragement to uh, come. Because otherwise, at one stage, he said he was thinking of becoming a monk and just sort of go to a place where there is
nobody. Yes.
a
Mm.
quiet setup and stay there. So, anyway, because of the encouragement he received, he came forward to do all these preachings. Has Champa written down anything from that?
Yes, doctor, that part of explanation about the Pure land, that means the Aryabhumi, that
Ah,
part only, the few pages I have taken down.
uh, Dr.
Yeah, you
Kokila is
can read that. Yeah.
All right, okay. 7 p.m. Andolanatmaka Deshana, 10th July. Arya Bhumi, pure land, is very simple. There is no self in that. Everything is only an incident. When everything is very well matched, there is nothing much to talk about. It is not easy for a mundane world person to understand Arya Bhumi, pure land. It is a feeling, not thinking. Feeling nothing is not feeling. There is nothing, no meaning. Nisatto, nisjivo, sunyo. Nature of free mind is like the silent sky. Whatever happens in whatever way, sky is silent. Environmental factors may be there, but what is important here is how much you are gone down to the worldly perceptions. This story is that when a person feeling the Arya Bhumi is talking that is very pleasant. Nobody has seen the Arya Bhumi among the people talking here. All are trying, but it is not easy. When you all are searching the Arya Bhumi with thoughts, you all are not meeting the pure land. Instead, you all are seeing your own mind. How much you have redeemed from the worldly fire. If you are not taking any of the worldly perceptions are not true, that much you have redeemed from the world. In whatever way the world is true to you, that means there is suffering. Suffering is equal to you. If something becomes true to you, that is only the fire, soul. How much internal transformation, akalpamaya parivartanya, you have that much of freedom, you can feel the relief and simple nature. It is a very different story to deal with Arya Bhumi, Aryan Mahansela. It is a different nature for them. How much people are suffering because they have something. If you have something, you are still in the suffering. You are still belongs to the world. Redeeming is not easy. You should feel the truth. You are entangled with your mind as a bonding power. Redeeming is not easy. Seeing that is also not easy. Until you have something, you are in the suffering. After seeing the truth, see, hear, and feel everything as usual. Thoughts are also arising as usual. You feel the inner transformation, but there is a difference. You will feel everything and you will redeem from everything. You will feel the relief. We can feel others' happiness and suffering. Each and everyone is feeling differently in different times. All the listeners are changing slowly, transforming slowly, but levels are different. Clouds are floating in the sky as usual. Birds are flying as usual. Everything is happening as usual. We said, if those are happening, the sky if all those are happening, the sky is silent. There is an emptiness. This description is in the non-form level. There is no such thing as sky beyond that, and Swarnamali talked about the nature beyond that. It is the redemption of non-form. It is incomparable, a great revelation in this Zoom up to now. That is the truth. We are bringing you up to a certain point, and if somebody is pushing it furthermore, අපි සාදු කියනවා. We need that. That is true. A feeler will show you the correct path. They are not misleading you. You have to be practical and talented. There are no right and wrong, good and bad. It is in the nature of sky where there is oneness beyond that oneness. උපමාව ආකාශය උපමේය අභ්‍යන්තරයේ දැනෙන ස්වභාවය which is illustrated by the simile. This is very deep. There are so many reasons for that. Redeeming from this world and the world beyond and living in balanced nature. We are talking about it. But all your senses working very properly than in the past. Teruvan Saranai. That's all, Doctor. After that, the discussion continued about the different people.
Yeah, that was very beautiful, wasn't it? That's the thing. I mean, some of these things actually, it's beyond the talking point also. But
Yes.
anyway, Arananse has to mention these things. Anything we can discuss about that?
Yes, Doctor. Actually, Aran Vahanse was telling that if somebody, a feeler is there, that means the feeler will not, actually feelers are correctly showing the path. That is also Aran Vahanse mentioned. That we must appreciate on this forum for you all, Doctor, you and Dr. Sakuntala, most probably. I think we are very much grateful to you all because it's a great help for us.
Actually, this English forum also should grow, as Aranvanse is saying. It's good if this grows to like a more wider conversation.
Yes, Doctor.
But anyway, even to have few of you as to have a conversation is good. Yesterday, when we discussed about that, like the ice cream and the things like that, it occurred to me like sometimes we have to touch on that, those little things also.
Yes, Doctor.
Because when we look at something, if the mind is inactive, whatever you feel, inactive in the sense mind is active but it has no power.
Yes.
There are, I mean, even we say this arupa is actually also part of the stimuli.
Yes.
And beyond the stimuli is an experience. So that is what Aran is pushing everyone to feel.
Yes.
Becoming that is a different story. I mean, but at least experiencing that.
Yes. We should try to experience, yes.
Not try. I mean, your understanding should make your mind power less so that it will happen. I mean, trying also happens with the Pratipada.
Yes.
But the thing is, I'm not sure how genuinely they become, like they keep everything aside and relax to the level that the mind power is not high.
Yes.
Because value level, it's very easy for us. I mean, even that is not easy, I feel, for some, but at least value level is, sensual level is very prominent. But the form level is actually whatever the light
Sound,
or
yes.
this sound like that, there's a form level also.
Yes.
If you say chair, there's a form as well. For
Yes.
the rupa sanya, rupa satana.
Yes.
But that is if we are looking at it, but or thinking about it. But actual touching is a different thing. So there are so many aspects to this body consciousness, sound consciousness, and light consciousness. And altogether, this redeeming from consciousness, it's done with full understanding. That is the thing. Anything to add, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, this version now, a lot of people, when they talk in the Zoom discussions, many people say that I have no craving or I have no particular aversion. I mean, those are the crude levels that I can tell. So, Alim Yatim Hariyade, that sort of phrase they are describing. So, that is mostly they are talking about the sensual level, no? And the fact that the form level things, they feel that from the sensual level they are no more. I mean, they are being redeemed from the sensual level.
No.
But
Seeing the Dhamma in one moment is very important to understand that the whole the life vibration or the whole sansaric vibration is in one stimuli.
yeah,
That is where the whole thing is missing sometimes. I don't know. I feel like it is missing sometimes. Because we can't generalize our power. We can't actually talk in a general way. I mean, general way we can. I mean, who cares? We can talk about like that. But the actual power is in each and every stimuli. Or aramuna, or we can say sita, but it's
aramuna to aramuna, no? It can vary from.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the thing is, the seeing the rising and the cessation is also in one stimuli.
Yeah.
And the whole understanding which comes from that, understanding that comes from that is that actually the life, even the sansaric journey, you haven't had that lesson.
Yeah, rising and cessation is something partly the knowledge, isn't it? Because that is not something that we can experience. But
We can.
Part of the darshan, isn't it?
No, we can. Awaken to the moment, it's a moment. You can't really say it is not. I mean, there are experiences. That's why Aranhansa is talking about these things. What do you think? Do you think they are just hitalu?
No, doctor, it's true, yes.
The looking at something that Aranhansa is talking about, that experience, it's an experience no one can actually think. It's a beautiful experience no one can actually think. It's like salt. Now, seeing something and seeing touching the non-form level of that and touching beyond is completely like salt.
Yes. Can't explain, yes.
Yeah.
So we can't really say that then there can't be anything called Nibbana, and then just understanding, then everyone is in Nibbana in that sense, because we all know them, right? There are differences, right? So why the differences are there? It's to the level of the
Feel, yes.
feel. Yes,
Yes.
level of the feel. So the feel and the non-feel. And if you actually in the non-feel forever, that's an aram. But you might feel it here and there. That's the sangha or the someone in the path. Different path can be there, but someone in the path.
So you're talking about the arupaya and the nibbana, no? That is the two things that you were saying.
Seeing this in one moment is also, you actually go through all that. That's why Anandathero knew that he didn't become an around, right? After walking all that night to morning.
Yes.
Otherwise, how can you say that? Now imagine I start walking now until tomorrow morning. How would I know I haven't gained anything from that?
Yes. Once he felt that, no, that's what he knows, I think, Doctor.
Yeah, so there's so many aspects to this which are very, very unique and deep.
Yes.
So not about like a syllabus.
Yes, we can discuss things. Then one day the realization will happen. That doesn't matter. The discussion
Discussing is important, and knowing that there is something from this Pratipada. Pratipada is very important. Why? Pratipada is important to feel this in a moment. That doesn't mean නිවනට පත් වෙනවා.
Yes.
I don't know whether Anand Maharshi has sort of decided to change that 4 steps to 2 steps for all the centers. Do you have any idea? Because we were doing it in that formal way, the 4 steps. But once he practiced it in a different way at Domagoda, I don't know whether he has.
Don't know, Doctor. That day he asked us and we did it, but don't know whether he has changed it. He hasn't mentioned something like that up to now, no?
Yeah, there were some other days where there were groups at Domagoda and he was doing the discussions in the morning. And one day I remember he said that afternoon we will do the walking part. So I don't know what was the plan.
Sometimes once we did one round. It's differing time to time with the climate and time and things like that also. That is changing, Doctor, at Domagoda.
And you were asked to walk the second one. What did he say? Second round. What was the advice?
Final one, the fourth one, Doctor.
What did fourth? No, walk without the self.
Yes, yes. And one day he said, that means remember four contemplations at once and then to walk.
All 4 together, like.
Yes,
all four together actually comes in the experience.
No, that happens when most of the participants are familiar with this, who have been coming regularly. That is a useful way, because anyway we have noticed that for the people who have been coming almost every month for this, I mean, just starting, it's something like a O-level student to start everything from grade one, like. So they say that straight away when they start with the first round also, they automatically feels like doing it from third and fourth level, from doing it from the field.
Yes, doctor, that the Aryan Vanse said.
Even that, I don't know whether how correct that is.
Yeah, that is what they explain. Of course, how they really feel is not very clear. Sudharma Teruvan Saranai, Sudharma also has joined.
Teruvan
I
Saranai Dharma.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. Teruvan Saranai. Worship Aryan Vase. Teruvan Saranai.
You
Yes.
have discussion today morning, no? Anything you gathered from there?
They are also, yeah, that Dhamma is just nothing but the nature and thing, how that we have been talking about that every day here also. And let me reflect on that, Doctor. No, actually, I joined the discussion when, what I felt was, Doctor, these words like Dharmatavaya, Satyaya, even Dharma Avabodhaya, they distance Dhamma from the people, ordinary people. There
They
is
look.
a gap. Yeah. So, yeah, they get stuck in these words. And now, when we say something like truth, truth comes in almost all religions. But here, the truth is nothing but the way things happen. No, it's about us, even how we talk right now, what happens, how thoughts arise. So that's what I said when we use these words, Doctor. Some others they get this mental image of that, and they think it's something like Nibbana is at the destination. This truth is, I mean, this mental image until someone uh, thoroughly understand this mental image business, it's really difficult to get the proper realization of these concepts. That's what. And Naryan Hanse went on. He discussed beautiful things like when he was talking about the Sundari, Ambapali, Angulimala before becoming a monk and all. Actually, what I felt was all these parameters or judgments made by any person or anyone uh, taking the world as real has no value. Now, Angulimala was labeled as a murderer, then Ambapali a prostitute, someone else as someone. But next moment, they become the super wisdom in the next stimulus. So that occurred to me. It was a very beautiful discussion, Doctor. Yeah. Um, Aryan Hanse explained how we gain power. Yeah, in thoughts and that basically reinforcement. Abhisankarani. Yeah, how each when if someone is um, not someone. Now it's hard to use the words also because each word will uh, lead people for misinterpretation, no, Doctor. That's why now only we feel how what a challenge Aryan Hanse has taken to share this Dhamma with the world. It's a real challenge because people get it. If 100 people listen to it, people get it in 100 ways. In literature also we say so. A literary text means nothing. If the same text is interpreted by 100 people, there will be 100 interpretations and it is quite accepted. But in Dhamma, we can't say that it is accepted when people get it in 100 ways. There is just nothingness, and seeing how nothingness is there with everything, with all formations and all the processes of the system. Isn't it, Doctor? Yeah, Dr. Kokila will be able to
Yeah, the
elaborate
today morning
that.
one also was very good, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was what Dr. we were talking about.
Mm.
Aryan Hase like brought up everything from Buddha era to current. And in as you all say, in any sermon, he I mean summarizes entire 84,000 Dhamma discourses. So that's the beauty of it. Yeah, he said.
I remember once he said that, somebody said that missing some of the sermons that couldn't listen to those. But he was saying each and every sermon that I have done, it starts from the beginning and the final point to the nirvana is shown in each and every sermon. So there's nothing to worry about missing one.
Yes.
Doesn't stop halfway. That is what he meant.
But Doctor, we listened to the sermon in 2001. Now we listen to it in 2003, 4, and today also we listen. It is a different interpretation always, because this system, I mean, there is no existence in the system, and however, some subtle level transformation at least happen in every system, no, when they get exposure to Dhamma. So always the way that we respond to those thumb points change. That is why they say this bhavita bahulikata also, no, like should be.
What you mean is that how we interpret, isn't it? How
Yeah,
this.
yeah, because it is also not, we know the system acquires. So the system to acquire it, the system should be in a certain kind of power, no, some reduction in the power should happen. It happens automatically with the exposure to Dhamma. If the something like that was also said in the morning when some other, because always they come, and now we did it is very easy to talk to mothers since we have experienced, we have done all these blunders, so it's very easy. And we always looked for uh, an incident where the power was significantly neutral to come and relate it, but the power that is there in the moment that we reveal it is unseen, it's hidden.
Mm.
So yeah, that's what. So no, there should be a paradigm shift, or as you all say, the attitudinal change. That is anyway the self-view. Liberating from the self-view is basically the transformation in attitudes, no, the way we take the external world. And yeah. And Narayana has emphasized the fact that everything is there, but only the burning is not there. What happens? I mean, only yardstick that we can use. I mean, then again, the self arises to measure it, but inner discernment should be about the reduction in value. This inner value, self, all power, all are like we are using them interchangeably to refer to the same field.
Actually, I had a question. I had a question to myself when I was doing this 9 a.m. the morning one. Now, when you talk about the robo is being fed with all the data, Now it has the sensors functioning, and then the data is fed in such a way that when these sensors function, this should be the act or this should be the decision. So, I mean, again, the sensor functions are sort of analyzed and a final conclusion is made. So the word conclusion is something that can be used when it comes to the robot, isn't it? Now, in the animals or humans, we talk about the thought formation. The sensor functions will combine to form the thought. But when it comes to the robot, what is the best word that can be used? Again, now there is some programming. The sensors
Da-
are functioning.
That
Uh,
is a data
sorry?
program, data system, the processing of data.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we take that. Dr. Pokila will explain it better. So, something that I have used in discussions is, Doctor, now we feel that when we have 10 things to be done tomorrow, so we think it's me who prioritize the list. Like, first, this is the most attending this meeting,
Yeah.
then conducting a session or doing the presentation. Somehow we believe that this should be done first, next, and 10 things. But if you give the details to ChatGPT or Gemini or any other AI tool and say, this is my background and this is the timeline, so give me the best order, it does it.
So what I want to know is that what should be the correct word to use that? You can't use the word conclusion, can you?
Conclusion means in which sense? In which
Now, for
I could,
example, the pictures the camera function is there,
yeah,
and we program according to that. No, now
yeah,
you do something when these sensors are activated. This should be the function, something like.
yes.
So when we talk about the humans, we say that interpretation is the thought. The sensors will combine to form
Yeah.
this is
Okay.
the thought. Like
Ah,
same mechanism is happening in the robot, but what is a word we can use to decide to explain, or what is a word that we can use in the place of the thought in the robot? I don't know. Am I clear enough?
yeah. We can't say robot things, but artificial intelligence is there. Processors, data, robot, whatever is taken by the sensors are processed by the robot. No?
Yeah.
I
So
so data processing as a and, and conclusion, sometimes command, sometimes
that's what
it
I'm thinking.
response.
Word whether it is
Output, Doctor,
sorry,
output, can we say output?
Yeah,
output. Okay.
yeah,
Output,
but
outcome.
it's a better word, no, doctor?
Dr. Kokil and Surangika, do you have any different views? I don't know. I am not a technical person to explain these things anyway. I was wondering what is the best word to use for that
Yeah, output is okay, I think.
output. Huh? Mm.
But there is a decision taken by the robot also.
Yeah, decision is taken, but can you use the term decision there?
Who cares? Whatever the mental picture you have, you are using a word. If I have no English words, I will use something else. But all the English words we use, or Sinhala words we use, or Tamil words we use, the words we can use any word. Actually, it doesn't necessarily matter. But there is a output in whatever the way, right?
It's actually, yeah, I mean, I remember it's all a program actually, nothing else. You can't say decision there. I mean, you can say decision, but it's not a decision making. We kind of want to imply always something being there, no, kind of like a deciding factor, whereas it's not. I mean, I'll just give an experience long years ago in Sri Lanka, when I was one of my very first jobs. I used to spend a long time in the night with an IT programmer to pay out dividends for shareholders. And I remember each time the checks get printed through the thing, the things were coming in the wrong place, like, you know, the dividend percentages and all have to get printed in this dividend certificate and then on the check. And so she and I used to spend hours in the night, and I used to watch her writing the program. So for every move, I tell her, look, this is how it should be. This is where it needs to be placed. This is the distance you have to keep between writing a particular line on the check and then on the certificate. This is the formula you have to apply with the GST and this, that, and the other. And everything, she writes a program. For everything, there's a line, there's a code, there's a little symbol that she puts. So can you think in that sense for the robo? It's the same thing. Every facet, every nuance, every little tiny weeny decision, alteration, perception, options, alternatives, everything has been fed in to that program. And that program is then churning the results out. So can we then call it a decision? I mean, you can, as Dr. Pokila says, you can say that, but ultimately it's spitting out a result based on the data that has been put. And you can even program it to say, like Sudama said about AI, that despite the certain options that human beings have fed into it, as a machine kind of learning, the machine is able to put further, like maybe if humans put 20 or 50, the machine learning can put another 100 alternative formulas by combining bits and pieces and creating like 100 more, 1,000 more. And from that, they will spit out more results. So it's actually the mind is also something like that, isn't it? Every tiny weeny thing that we have even thought we have forgotten instantly telepathizes when we see something. So the robot will do that, the system will do that. It's just that this is so intricate that human beings for kind of, you know, default into the thing that, oh, like, you know, I saw it, or I heard it, or I invented it, or it's my thought, and, you know, it's my genius that created something. So all, as Sudama said this morning, based on ignorance, isn't it, Sudama? The stories that we weave.
Yeah, that is a good explanation. What you mean that?
Yes.
Yeah, Sudama.
Yeah, it is ignorance. And now I search giving all the data to AI again. Then it's performance only and operational capability, operational capacity. All terms come, never, we can't say it's a thought, but it responds based on the
Data.
program. Yeah, data program, as Sudhamika said. Yeah.
And
As
nowadays, you know that AI, I mean, they use chatbot and all these things, and some of these things have been cancelled because I heard a couple of days ago in one of the insurance companies, there is a problem with one of the AI tools that they have used because it has started hallucinating. So, I mean, that hallucination thing was a risk right from the beginning about it not conforming to the specific data that has been put. meaning if humans want a particular result, it is giving out different things and sometimes incorrect, inaccurate things. So so if you go to rely on that, I mean, if one thinks this human mind is, now Aryan Mansa says, no, that famous example, in one vibration, it came upon that person to kill somebody. And then the following moment, that person was completely horrified by the act that was done. Because he had said, I'm not a person like that. I have never harmed a fly even. So, I mean, there's quite a lot of parallels that can be drawn, isn't it? I mean, it's basically the fact that it just reinforces this system operating.
At the beginning of this Andolanatmaka Deshana, there were a lot of discussions, like thematic discussions, like AI, and those topics were taken and discussed. So at that point also, I think there was a discussion on why AI or robots cannot attain Nibbana. Something was there. Aranase was asking, why do you think that they are all human? I mean, feelings, they can love, but still why they can't attain Nibbana? It will be developed and developed by, I mean, the experts in the engineering field, IT field, but although they are so much human like, why can't they attain Nibbana? Such a topic was there. So now it is obvious it should be due to taints.
Yeah, there's a lot of that's why it's not continued also, no? Now, even things like a tree, why isn't it continued? Because that sasava nature is not there. So that is applicable only to the other living beings and the animals and the humans, or other living beings and you including humans. And the difference, I think it was compared the tree and the animals, or tree and the human beings. Everything else is happening. The growth is there, the reproduction is there, then the manufacturing food is there, sensors are functioning, even though the sensors are not very fast type of things, but there are sensors and they are active. And the growth reaching the kind of the adulthood, and then reproduction, different ways of uh, different natural mechanisms of overcoming the difficulties and going to the next generation. And then illnesses are there, then the death at the end. But only thing lacking is that the sasava nature of the taints. So that is why that also he said that the trees are indifferent to whatever is happening, whereas the other living beings or humans do have the reactions to the things that is happening because of the taints and the defilements that we are having. No? That explanation I
Yeah, there's sense of separation, right?
yeah, yes. Vijnana is not there. Yes.
The consciousness word is really
Not
a
suitable.
magic word. Magic word it is. No, it is a magic word actually. It talks a lot because it can appear as to have consciousness. Because when something moves, people used to believe that there is someone. Now that immaturity is gone. When something have attraction, like a robot can attract to a human, right? And we used to think that attraction is between human beings or beings. So there are so many similarities. That's what Aranhans is saying. An arahant also can't be taken. You can't really understand an arahant also. So it looks similar. The thing is, this samsaric train, so this one vibration taken as real. So this actual touch is not the problem. Actual eye function is not the problem. Actual ear function is not the problem. That vibration which they are trying to maintain this existence is the problem. So the existence perception is something. Trying to maintain the existence perception is another thing. So that one vibration which never ever had a reason to, I mean, it can vanish for 80 kalpas also, still there is a chance for it to come back, right? So that means the vibration is, it appears as it is gone for 80 kalpas. It appears as gone. Why? There has been no reasons for that to vibrate again. But as soon as the reasons are there, again the vibration is back. But with the whole, everything in power, with momentum of all the samsaric vibration, everything is there. That is the beauty of this Dhamma also. Like how looking at a fan, how that just the fan, how it has all this power, the existence, and the power to maintain that existence. How this vibration is continuing. That is not there in the even though it appears to be moving, even though it appears to be having some kind of talking. If we take a genuine, like nowadays robot, it will appear as they are caring also, right? They are fully changeable. So if the owner changes, they are already changed. And they might actually go beyond the input as well. In the future, there may be very robots where the input is something. It's a nice word you put, hallucinating AI. But like that, there can be some changes in the output as well, which is not expected by the one who you suddenly get worried and take the robot to the company that the original company who sold it. They might say, we don't know what has happened. We don't know, it's an error. So yeah, it's a thing, but still this one vibration we are talking about is the important thing that is missing there. And also it gives us an idea how an arahant would be like, because there's no vibration there, this existence vibration. But it is a evolving area. And also Aranansi has told one time how AI can actually say Dhamma. We also say Dhamma. We also say what we can even repeat now. Champa can actually write down and repeat what Aranansi said. How about we actually recite what he said? Like we can recite what Lord Buddha said. No? and we chant it, nothing has happened. We can chant like that. But Aranwansi said, we can actually, by word to word, we can chant it. Yeah, I can also do that. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. So this synchronizing to the non-vibration is initially it is a momentary thing, but after that you become the non-vibration, and then actually Buddha status is equal. So yeah, it's a beautiful Dhamma where our just normal human understanding has to be a bit more wider and broader and like kind of, I don't know what, I don't have words to say anything here. It has to, what is the word we use? Maybe liberation, yeah. But we can use words, but the words are not actually good enough to say anything about this. Lord Buddha said, come and see, that's all he could say even. And he couldn't push anyone to nirvana, as he just said. And whoever who felt it, whoever who not felt it, didn't feel it. Anything to add to that? It's a beautiful word, Suranika, the hallucinating AI. I mean, there are so many patients coming with AI descriptions, and they also now there's a tendency for patients to write a lot of things in using the AI, so they can find about the illness, they can find about everything, and yes, it's wonderful. Not wonderful. It's actually devastating to see how what hallucinating AI would do to people in the world.
Actually, I was listening to the Maharagama Desnava again and talk again, and Maharaj said in one place about closer to death, how you kind of take on the vibration that is to be upon death. And I think he has mentioned the fact that he said all your relatives are in the Niraya, meaning you're gravitating towards Niraya, to the lower realms. And that is why quite a lot of people sometimes towards their death say, I can see fires burning and this, that, and the other, because it's almost like a premonition of what's to come. And when I listened to it today, I remembered, I didn't remember it earlier, but I had a great aunt, I think. So the strange thing is, as far as I can recall, not that we were very close to her, but from whatever that my mother said, she was like an angel, that lady, meaning very kind, not only to her children, but to other people's children and to the cousins' children and all. And my mother had also, when she was small, she had spent holidays and holidays there with that lady's children, and not an ounce of discrimination or anything like that. It's a very kind-hearted lady. But then it was right to her death, I think about 1 year before she died, she had really bad hallucinations and she kept saying, there are people around me, leave me alone, and that kind of thing. And it was really bothering her. So my mother used to go and visit her, and she said, was really sorry, nobody could do anything. There was no medication to give her and all that. So one can't really tell, isn't it, from the life, Dr. Kokila, that particular life that they've led. how that comes about in terms of that hallucination, because as Aryan Master says, how did that occur at that point? So, I mean, when one is in ignorance without the Dhamma, it can come upon at any moment, isn't it? That
Yeah,
kind of calling, that kind of vibration.
yeah, and we don't really call the worm to be so bad, right? We can't imagine a worm attacking another worm, or worm having a really like a exploding idea about killing all the other worms and stuff. So, but still the worm is supposed to be lower realm with the higher vibration. The same thing is this appearance and the way we talk. If it is actually already, the people can train to be. I have a friend who instantaneously changes the way she talks. If she's with normal people like us, in the sense the friends, then she talks normally. Then we know that she's talking normally, but then she changes immediately, like nicely, goes to a very nice tone, very nice attitude. So there's so many roles, so many faces of us, multiple faces. Actually, even the roles also the same: mother role, wife role, sister role. Everything is like that. In each role, in each face, in each thing, we look different, but the actual vibration. Haran Hanse said something very unique I think it's in that. He said, yes, it is in that, because I actually went back to listen to that for a minute also. He said that how after this mind is formed, and each time we are synchronizing to Atma. He said in a nice way. I can't exactly remember how he said it, but he said it in a beautiful way, where he was talking about how this vibration how this self vibration, which we are actually struggling to explain because it's tense, that vibration frequency, how it changes, and how Nibbana is beyond all that. So this of course, this is difficult. But if you actually look into a lot of facets of that, even the kindest animal in the world, like for an example, like Gadavila has no trouble to anyone, right? But still, it is a high vibration. But no, it's still there is no higher mind component to them either. But the thing is, humans, the magic of the human mind is this vibration. As soon as the mind vibration is made, this mind vibration has this magic. That is the beauty of the human mind magic, because that mind vibration has these 31 realms, frequencies. And if someone is actually seeing a Nibbana, even for a moment, you're actually going through all these levels as well, because no one will be actually seeing Nibbana without seeing all these vibrational levels. In the same, not seeing by eyes, it's a feel. So that these are really good investigations that someone should be doing. How this one vibration is doing this magic, and these hallucinations near death also. I mean, we talk about that because it's so upset to others. But we don't talk about it now, do we? Now, no one is looking at us and saying, "Are you power?" No one tells like that, right? No one will come from the door and to tell me now, "Are you power me kokila power?" No one will say that because they don't know. But near death experiences, everyone is like looking at that from a different angle, and so they will say that. But I think from Arananse's point of view, I think the way the Arans would look at is like Lord Buddha's how Lord Buddha would look at us would be how sad it is in every moment, isn't it? But those moments, near-death experiences, are really very vivid and very special to others also. So they get actually understand of that and feel sorry, but they don't feel sorry for themselves, right? They don't, because they don't understand that it is happening here and now at this moment also. This because it's comfortable. No one actually go beyond that, and so we readily flow into the lion's mouth without any understanding. Our parents, everyone actually go like that without knowing, and that's the sadness. Every human being has to have a human right to know what is happening and feel what is happening. What does it mean to call the mind? What is this moment and what happens in death? Isn't it? What do you think, Suranka? Yeah, it's a beautiful thing you said.
Yeah, I mean, right till the very end, even the elderly people also you can see, isn't it? I mean, you must be seeing such a lot of people as patients. But I mean, particularly even in parents, when you have elderly parents, or even when you encounter elderly people, when you go around, especially in these countries, you can see how right till the very end they want to satiate themselves, isn't it? The senses. They don't think it's a senses, no. They think it's enjoyment. It's almost
Oblivious,
like
right? Oblivious.
completely oblivious to it. And I mean, how else can one actually, to use the same senses in another word, how can one actually come to one's senses unless there is Dhamma, isn't it?
Mm.
And the other thing is, even by having access to the Dhamma, or at least hearing it, listening to it, there is a inability to grasp it. Now I remember Aaron was saying recently about the sasara purudda, the habits that one has come, and even the example about not being able to look at a leaf for a long time, and the tendency of the mind to flit, wanting to flit to something more interesting, not being able to keep the concentration there. That is also coming from the taints level, isn't it? That's a problem that even there was a lot of contemplation on that one aspect as well. But when one actually thinks about elderly people also, even with the Dhamma, listening to the Bhagavad, and you try to explain it at least as simply as possible, like Aranvasa says that it's just a thought, and think about it as a thought. They say, yes, yes, and then the following moment they've gone back into the dream. So it's very difficult, isn't it? And age can contribute to it. The taints can contribute. I don't know whether the taints and the sasara purudha, are those two the same thing or slightly different?
No, I
Sasana
think the
Purutta is
tense are actually
tense, isn't it?
it
Yeah.
can be one thing. Do you remember the wordings he used to say that, the as soon as the mind is formed in a little baby, how this human vibration, it's a human vibration to start with, the in a zygote, but it's the level of the human vibration, no, the zygote. But as soon as the mind is formed, how this 31 realms story, how the Atma synchronicity to the Atmas happen. Do you remember that? I think it is from that sermon.
Not particularly. But will that form immediately? It gradually starts, isn't it? Now with the child's mind
It is
getting
very
created.
bad towards the end because of the Abhisankana. Yes. Little
Yeah, yeah.
baby don't have that much
Because
problem. No?
yeah, but then even the child also it kind of starts gaining pace as they squabble for the pencil and the eraser and
Yes.
they
Yes.
hit each other. But of course, the staying power of that is less because the children kind of quickly get together and start playing, and the mothers and fathers are the ones who are still holding that grudge, right?
Mm.
So that tendency is there, but the 31 planes going into certain of those planes happens quite systematically, meaning the more the reinforcement, the more the magnification
More
of that.
down it is.
Yeah.
More down it
Mhm.
is. Because it started
Going
with the
down, yeah,
radiant
yeah.
mind. No, yeah.
Going down, but the ability to take it up is also greater.
Yes. It is a possibility every time in a human.
More so in the child.
I couldn't actually go into Trihetiku thing. I didn't really get that point. What is Trihetuka means? Hetuka, what is three there and what is Hetuka? I couldn't
Yes, I also
actually
don't know.
understand.
Maybe Champa or Sudama or someone might know. What is Trihetuka? I was also curious about it.
I don't know, doctor. But when you
Mm.
said that parent thing, Surangika said that's a beautiful thing. The parents, when they see two children are fighting or something, the telepathization may go down to several generations back. Their grandparents did this. That kind of telepathization will happen if they are neighbors or some. But for the kids, it's just that moment only. After a while, they would be quite all right.
Yeah, but
Isn't it?
Sudharma, this telepathization business is not only in that.
Yeah, it's
Telepathization
every.
actually goes much deeper than that, in the frequency level,
Mm,
to which level it is synchronizing. So the telepathization word is actually from thought to thought also it can telepathize, as you say,
yeah,
like um, seeing a school bus, like just seeing a school bus might bring all the school buses, right? But at
mm,
the same time, it it has this perception, existence perception, as well as self perception and the self vibration there, and this vibration, that particular moment, what level that is, and all that is there in that school bus. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. So the telepathization is not only about the bus story, it
yeah.
has much more
The
to that.
two vibrations, also the samanantara, that I mean, in the sense faculty process, also there is telepathization, isn't it? And for one stimulus, so many much other data will also telepathize. So it is, yeah, it is used in several mm,
Aspects.
aspects in Dhamma. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
great.
But the
Trihetsukka thing I
main,
don't know of. Yeah, also
yeah, I don't know much about that. But
Champa,
he's,
yeah, Champa will be able. And Dr. Chandani probably, Dr. Sakuntala.
Sakuntala, I think, disconnected.
Dr. Sakuntala said she wants to go early today.
Okay.
Prihetuka Pratisandhi means, doctor, that I have heard about, that Abhidharma thing, some kind of chitta, that when we do some merit in our previous birth, one of the previous birth, uh, say we are offering something, so we should we should offer it with the mind and the body and the good, pure heartedly. We have to do it. Then the asankarika chitta, I can't remember the other part. That is coming from this Abhidharma. That kind of chittas should be there. Otherwise, people are, that means giving so many alms, giving and things like that, but without heart. That means they just pretending to give, but not with wholeheartedly. We have to do merits wholeheartedly. Then only that trihetuka pratisandhi chitta, that asankarika, some I can't remember the part. That
Yeah,
should be
sankarika, sasankarika, something you get, no?
Yes, not sasankarika. It should be asankarika chitta. Something is coming in the front.
No, I mean, sasankarika is probably the opposite of what you said, isn't it, Champa? Like you're not doing it wholeheartedly. Yeah.
Yes.
Because you have like motivation of taking yourself into some deva realm or something.
Yes. That means we have to give something with wholeheartedly. Then only
Without the self, what am I going to get out of it kind of perception, no?
without craving and aversion and nothing like that. With loving kindness, we have to offer something. Then only that asankarika chitta is creating. And
Yeah, what is the meaning of Trihetuka?
Trihetuka is that I can't remember.
What is Hetu?
It says alobha, desha, amoha.
Amoha, right.
Ah, okay.
Alobha, desha.
Hetu, Pratisandhi,
Alobha,
right.
desha, amoha.
So it must be like the birds that have the tendency for this Dhamma. Ah, right. Okay. That's what he was talking about, asking people about how they felt in the beginning and stuff as a baby.
And doctor, that kind of people in the very early, that means the early young age, they feel something different, right? Very lonely. This world is not belongs to us, or we are not belongs to this world. That type of thing was there from the beginning for me also. That type of things were discussed. So I also told, and Aryan also said, I know. And he didn't allow me to tell that. That kind of uh, thinking pattern is from the very early childhood. Like we are not belongs to this world. That kind of people are having that mindset, it seems.
What were you going to ask, Rangika?
Can't remember now. Sorry, Dr. Bokila. Something about the Trihetuka actually. Yes, remembered. So you know how Aaron Watson says, when you are giving something, the true giving is by actually now other people, lay people give something, thinking that thing is there, no, for real.
Yes.
So only when one comes to the path that one knows that, that is the actual giving.
Yes.
So my question was, can you have had that kind of giving earlier for it? Maybe in a previous
births. Then only we are, that means that is close to
No,
none.
if we take Lord Buddha's life as an example,
Yes.
Surangika,
Mm.
it's, he's a very high feeler. I mean, highest feeler in the world, I think, in the whole time. So his when he was born also, everyone else knew that it is even without knowing who is born also, Asita Tapasuma, everyone knew by something that he could be Lord Buddha. So there must be
At least born for greatness. Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, because you can't really say he can't say he was even Sotapannan. We can't say that.
Yes, yes.
So I don't think it is that kind of thing. I think it was because Lord Buddha's time, before Lord Buddha's birth, Siddhartha, there's so much stories about his genuine
kindness.
Sacrifices.
Those, of course, we don't know. Those are all stories, no?
Yeah, but there must be a reason for those. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, probably. Yes, it's a story. Yes, probably.
The Buddha concept is actually just the Buddha is not having anything in this moment. No, that is Buddha actually.
Yeah, the story even
So
Siddhartha and Mahamaya and
all that
Suddhodana
is also
Aranhanse
just
puts in a beautiful different way.
Yeah, that's a different meaning that he gives to all that, and the fact that we think that 2,500 years ago the Buddha was there is also something learned, no?
Yeah.
2,500
But
years ago
it
is also
actually
thought.
arise. The status arise. Buddha status arise mean it is arising now means it will after 5,000 years it is not arising means there is some kind of non-vibratory power, right? That can be synchronized. So that is there. But which vibrations will synchronize to that is the thing. That is Trihetuka. Something. But I am not sure about this word, meaning of the word.
Yeah, I
That
was
word.
not very clear about that part of it. Yeah.
No, it was discussed in the earlier, that means before joining to Aryan Mahanse's sermons, we have heard more about those things. Because
I have heard from Paramatha Desana also,
because
where they say that without Hetuka you can't get the Dhamma.
Because no, without Trihetuka, we are not listening to this Dhamma. Right? Because Aryan Mahanse told in Maharagama, we are born to some kind of closeness to the non-form level. Whether we are not feeling it, it may be. But we are much closer to the, when we were born in early childhood, we were much closer to the non-form level. That is what Aryan Mahanse was asking that day. Each and everybody who is listening to this Dhamma is closer to the non-form level. Whether they are still feeling or not, that is the situation. Otherwise, other people are not interested in listening to this Dhamma still. If we are...
Yeah, he said that, yeah.
If we are telling them, even nobody's taking not much interest.
And even Lord Buddha's thing, they say, the seeing a dead person, seeing a ill person, seeing a sick person and all that, there has to be some kind of change, because we always see sick people. We always see, I mean, just imagine how many doctors are there in this world. They all see that all the time.
Yes. But Doctor, that some kind of sorrow is coming when we see somebody is suffering, that paining is, we can feel that pain, but most all the everybody is not like that, no. That is what Aryan Vans is telling, no. You should feel the dukkha first, then only you have to come out from that.
Yeah, and go beyond that, actually. Yeah.
Dr. Kohli, I wanted to ask a question. So this, how we talk about sanya, perceptions, and how, being in the house and knowing that there is sun outside, one doesn't go out because of that perception of being burnt in the sun. So like that, how when you go to go get the groceries, there is no thinking, but automatically there is getting into the vehicle, and the vehicle turns towards the home direction of the home, right? So same thing if you go to the gym or wherever it is, automatically the vehicle is being navigated towards the direction of the home, and there is no thinking. Automatically the same roads are taken, the same bend is taken, and automatically the vehicle has arrived at the house. So, that's almost like a given, that sanya, that perception of there being a home in such and such a place. Now, that perception can't be undone, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the burning that is the problem, isn't it? If there is a burning. But in this perception level, the perception can't be removed, no?
No.
Can you analyze that a little bit more, please?
Yeah, actually now, imagine you dying on the way, and you might be still coming home, right? This whole thing, this the actual home, how strong the home perception is similar to the how strong the yomi is. So this strength of the perception equals the me. So the strength of the perception is actually it differs in Dhamma. People who hear Dhamma, if you have fully realized that outside is a thought, the destination, what you see or what you hear or what you actually go and touch, or if you touch your door handle, is my house door, right? But those aspects, if they are fully sure about that, actually this perception will not be a thing. The outside will not be a thing means actual the thought, in the sense, how do I say that? I know, I forgot about that. The thought is when you look at it or when you think about it, thinking about it, it's not a thing. Because you know that it is a mind created one, like we said yesterday, ice cream. Home is, there's nothing called home. So every single sound that is coming, whether it is inside your mind or outside from your universe, whatever, the sound is not true because it just not related to what we are talking about. So especially we have to understand first the outside, then it comes to the inside voice. But then outside, if you look at something and say this is my home, actually that's wrong, because what you're looking at is not your home, because home doesn't exist. That's a mental factor. You can't never actually see a mental factor. What we look at is a actual light satan. What is it? Light outline of a light.
Shape of light.
Shape of light. Yeah, it's a shape of light. It's a shape of light which we have given a mental factor. So the mental factor, you're looking at the house and saying, oh, that's my home. You park there and you go inside. If you are in a different world only, you will be actually, you are thinking something else, or you are actually in a different mode or different subject in the mind only, you will not realize that you have come home. But as soon as you see home, at least when you are reversing to your garage or when you are entering to your garage, you will, as soon as you click the garage button, at least you will know that, oh, I have come, because even if you are thinking something else. So we have to understand with the Dhamma outside, if you are fully kind of has understood Dhamma, the actual home, this is my home, that's a shape of light. But the home is much more powerful, much more heavier thing to us. How is that? That investigation has to happen. But it is much more powerful than a shape of light. Look at the houses all over that village. Do you get that idea? No, you don't, because they are also shape of lights, but you don't get that idea, right? But as soon as you come to at least near that, it has happened to me. Like if you keep thinking about something else, you will see the house and you're like, wow, I have come home also. That's kind of thing, you know. So it's a shape of light, but it has much more meaning than that. All the other houses in the village are immaterial to us. We are not parking there. Of course, we don't park there. But what I'm trying to say is they don't give anything to us. But imagine if someone is really in Dhamma, understands that this word, home, actually doesn't exist. It's a mental factor. And the shape of light is shape of light. Then this power is going to be less. But because of the repetition, now imagine you entered the same house for 10 years. It's a repetition that has this power, not because there is someone here. It's because of the repetition. Now, if the self-view is gone, the repetition has some kind of power. But then, if the actual understanding is there, this mental factor power is not there. That means hitemidena. mental factor power is also 0, then actually that means there will be no power at all. It doesn't necessarily matter whether you're going to your own home or whether you're going anywhere. In that sense, someone else has to look after that system. I think that's what is going to happen. I don't know whether I actually answered your question. Did you get anything from that, Suramika?
Yeah, Dr. Gopla, I was just thinking that one, the part was that, the lesser it becomes a thing, the lesser the external world becomes a thing, and then that the perception also reduces in its significance. Then, that Namarupa Uparujjane වෙනවා. Yeah, the significance, the weightage, the value given to it, the name kind of popping up, all those things kind of diminish, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't mean one loses awareness that one has actually come to the house or home, but I think it's ultimately down to the feel, isn't it?
It's
The
to the feel.
Yeah. The feel that one has come home kind of thing is now diminishing. And as a result, only I think this Namarupa Uparujjana happens. The fact that doesn't hit you in the face, no? So much.
Yes.
That is
Yes.
why I said somewhere
When
also.
someone actually release from the mind also, that means no any single perception, lokasanya, or single worldly perceptions will not fall anywhere. So the house perception is there, Surangika. It doesn't actually fall to that
go.
house. Doesn't necessarily mean anything to that system.
Yeah. So in that sense,
temple would be temple to that monk.
Yeah.
But it's not particularly any significance to that. So the සිතෙන් නිදහස් වෙනවා is a different thing. Outside the නිදහස් වෙනවා is a different thing. So the once you fully realize that the actual thing is not a thing there, it's a mental factor. But actually releasing from the mental factor means it's actually not falling again to anywhere. So that's Vijnana Namarupa thing, that thing, Anyamanya thing, it doesn't happen like that.
So, for example, now the sensual realm is gone, and then the perception level also say it's gone, and say one has gone outstation or something, and then someone calls you and says, that the row of houses got burnt, or there is a danger of, the next door house has caught fire. We just thought we'll call and tell you or something. So it can come up, isn't it? It can.
Yeah,
that doesn't go
he
away.
would.
No, it can come up saying the house might catch fire or something like that.
Yeah, if you have to book another
Do
2
anything
days
about it.
in a if you have to book another someone like another place to stay, or if the kids are in that house, or whether they are out of house, or whether you have to call the insurance, whatever, it doesn't necessarily matter though. So it's all in the field side, as you said.
Yeah, then the other thing was, so this recent example about Aranma saying about the plaster of Paris vase, and every perception, every vibration since then has also telepathized into the vase that we see now, not necessarily the vase that we saw only in childhood. So in that particular case, I mean, obviously we knew all that, but it's good that Arinvasi says those things. It's really beautifully put. So now for a arahat, say they meet a person who they have like met in childhood and now grown up, but not associated, but somehow they know that this person, although they lost contact, has now become maybe like a big mudalali or some retail big shot or corporate person or something. So all those kind of perceptions, either through other people or whatever it is known to this arahat. So when that arahat meets this person who was a long time ago childhood friend, all those things come up, isn't it? All those,
Yeah.
yeah. And
The
then
perception, nothing has happened to the perception.
yeah.
Right localization is there. You're not comatose, you're not forgetting, you're not dementic, nothing. There's no problem in that.
Yeah.
It's just
So
that the
then,
self-perception doesn't come up. This is the miraculous part that we keep missing.
yeah, it's a self thing that doesn't come up. And then at that point, say, for example, the person has become a murderer and has got done jail time and got out and all that kind of thing. So that, as Swarnamali says, the right, the wrong, the judgmental thing that lay people do when they meet that person, how they alter their stance with that person. They become either stiff, they become tense, that such a person has actually stopped by even to talk to them, because how lay people don't like to be seen sometimes talking to such a person. You get all kinds of things like that. No? So none of those things apply, isn't it? Because of that right and wrongness is not there. No?
No, because
So
it's going by the feel.
Going by the feel, yeah.
Anyway, this next thing power is not there means a different story. Everything else is normal. Common sense is there, everything is there. But the main thing, when the next one is not there, this system safety is also not taken into consideration. So everything is about how the other person is feeling and how to help him. So metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha. Even I hear people talking about metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha as they are like normal things. I don't think this Dhamma perspective, metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha is without a self, and proper metta, karuna, mudita, upeksha is, I think, from non-vibration. Because if a vibration is there, you can't really talk about becoming the other person and trying to solve the problem. I mean, we can be kind to. It's slightly different. I mean, not slightly, I think vastly different, because from Buddha's perspective, from Arya perspective, I think is when there is no self-perception.
Yeah, true. Thank you, Dr. Hokila. Maybe others can say, contribute a few more minutes to go.
Yes, 5 minutes more.
Yes, Dr. Aryamata said no. When a fully realized person only can provide the fullest metta, karuna, mudita, but up to that position, we can in each and every step we can actually increasing the things. That means metta, karuna, mudita is increasing.
Yeah.
Yes, increasing. And Doctor, that chitta, I remember now, that is jnana samprayukta asankarika chitta.
Mm-hmm.
For the lay normal humans should have that kind of chitta to come to listen to this kind of Dhamma.
Jnana Samprayukta Asankarika. I'm not sure what is Asankarika and Sasankarika means even. I haven't learned Abhidhamma.
No, not much, but we were discussed these things with other gurus. Our
Yeah, I'm not sure about the word meaning, but that's fine.
Asankarika might be, Dr. Kokila, like Asankate. And
right, okay.
yeah, so in that sense that the world is not real thing is there. Like now R.N. Vansa himself had this total rejection of it, mundane society's norms and rituals and things. There was a rebelliousness within that could not be explained. So that is the asankata kind of thing, right?
Asankarika, yes, it
Towards the non-form.
Going towards non-vibration, yeah. Pulling there more than anything, yeah.
Mm. But there are tricky things because some time back there are, Mehin Hanses who actually liberated with so much not liberated, sorry, went to Sasana with so much happiness, even about like in young age.
Yes.
Who has never heard much Dhamma, but keep sitting down and meditating. So that if they miss the actual non-self Dhamma, so that risk is there, isn't it?
Now slowly they are coming, Doctor. Recently I heard someone calling like in Andolanatmaka Deshana. Day before.
Yeah, because there are people who like to meditate. There are people who like to be alone. There are people who like to go to Sasana at young age, which we didn't even think about. So there are so many aspects to this.
Yes.
Which still I can't understand how they may miss Dhamma. And
because
in some ways
they are looking for this non-form level, I think, Doctor. But still, if they can't listen to this Dhamma, it's in vain. Yes.
So not all non-form is getting Dhamma as such. Even R.N. Vahanse took long time to understand that what he was looking for in non-form wasn't Nibbana.
Yes. Because at that time society didn't have Dhamma, Doctor. Now only he is revealing us the path.
Yeah.
But so many people are searching, Doctor. Oh, I can remember.
So not all people towards non-form gets the non-vibration.
Yes. That is up to their ability and everything like that.
No, some people, lots of people genuinely looking for the correct Dhamma.
Yes.
But can't get over the mental obstacle that they can hear the correct Dhamma from a person who is not in the robes.
Yes.
It's incredible. I mean, I have friends who are very open-minded on lots of things, but they can absolutely not get over the thing that someone else. I mean, the Dhamma can come from an Aryan Mahansa.
Yes.
And not from a monk. So it's like completely, and that thing alone is stopping them from entering this beautiful path that is here now.
Yes, that is because they are
And,
all.
you can't even talk to them.
Yes.
And even the monastery that I go to, also, the moment you try to say something, they're asking which monk, where, which name, which, whatever, what you call those things, nikayas,
Yes,
this,
yes,
that, and the other. And even sometimes the Thai people, they also try to want to know the connection, like, so
but,
it's,
Mm.
that
but
is,
they may like to listen, I think. Thai people may like to listen, I think, Surangika.
No, they
no, I
also
mean,
have
the
so
thing
much
is,
things.
yeah, the thing is now, uh, for now, so many people listening to Buddothpado, for them, even the village folk, for them, the robe didn't become a thing, no.
Yes, yes,
But then there are so many people who are hung up on the robe.
yes, yes, that is true.
They haven't even heard a word of this pure Dhamma. They are
Yes.
rejecting because of the robe, not having the robe.
Now robes will change in the near future, I
No,
think,
I
by
mean, it's such a waste. That's what I'm saying. I mean, in this era,
waste of time and
mm,
energy and
such
everything.
a waste of all those people seeing the end of their sansaric cycle, isn't it, by that one drushti? And
Yes,
that is why I think Aranvasi says you have to break all drushtis to
yes,
get out of this. And he's hitting and attacking the misconceptions.
yes, really.
Mm.
I think we have come to the end.
Yes, yes. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Dr.
Aranwansa, for your noble guidance. Thank you, Dhamma friends.
Sarna, all the Dharma friends.
Everyone,
Dr. Kokira, Devan Sanai Dhamma friends.
Saranai Dr. Saranai Dhamma. Saranai Radha.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terawan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa. Terawan Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 59. This awareness, or Samma Sati, goes on to develop into Samma Samadhi. At this point of Samma Samadhi, seeing things through the wisdom of Yathabhuta Jnana becomes a normal thing. You let go of all the stimuli that comes from outside and inside. None of them are accepted. Letting go of the outside world and letting go of thoughts that come from inside is what develops into Samma Ditthi. Samma Ditthi is the realization of no self, the destruction of one's self-identity. Mehenin Wahanse, I understood, Honorable Sir. Aryan Wahanse, the moment you realize the pure truth, you also realize that there is no self. The realization of no self is called Sammaditthi. Then all the other good qualities develop automatically with the help of the mindfulness of the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. These good qualities automatically develop once you realize the pure truth, and that is when you are truly on the spiritual path to attain enlightenment. A person who has realized the pure truth automatically falls onto the noble eightfold path, the path leading to the cessation of suffering. All actions and thoughts and speech of a person who has realized the pure truth will be followed by the word Samma, which means selfless or without a self-identity. Samma Vacha, his speech; Samma Sankappa, his thoughts or intentions; and Samma Ajiva, his livelihood. All will be very well executed and conducted according to the Yathabhuta Jnana, without attachments and defilements. Samma Vayama, Samma Samadhi are also good qualities that one automatically develops when one is on the noble eightfold path. Samma Vayama is the effort made of realize the pure truth. Samma Samadhi is the continuous awareness of the illusion, so that one can be on the spiritual path to attain enlightenment. Mehenin Wahanse, you could use the rule of Pratyakshava in everything you do in your life. Mehenin Wahanse, yes, Honorable Sir, everything is clear to me. Aryan Wahanse, Mehenin Wahanse, according to the level you are at now, I feel that you are knowledgeable enough to start practicing wisdom of Yathabhuta Jnana in your daily life. Mehenin Wahanse, Sadhu, Sadhu, Sadhu. Yes, Honorable Sir. Also, if you can explain to me what it means by Kriya Sit, please. Aryan Wahanse, Mehenin Wahanse, these are not very strange things to understand. Once you realize the pure truth, your thoughts will be very pure, without defilements, greed, ill will, and delusion. Then you will not be tricked by the illusion and believe in the stimuli coming from the outside or from the inside. You will not be disturbed by anything. It is when you do things without getting affected by the thoughts. You do not react to thoughts as you already know that they are all an illusion. After you have realized the pure truth, you will do things without giving any value to thoughts. This is a Kriyasita. This state of wisdom or awareness is of the supramundane plane. Mehenin Mahanse, Honorable Sir, when I sweep the garden, I also receive other thoughts apart from the thoughts of sweeping the garden. How should I look at those extra thoughts that I receive apart from the thoughts I need for the action of sweeping the garden? Aryan Mahanse, when you receive thoughts while sweeping, you can adopt the method of vipassana, which means observe your thoughts without judging or expanding on those thoughts any further. Be aware of the thoughts, that they come and go. That is all. You should just be aware that thoughts come and go.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි everybody.
Teruvan Sarnai Aryan Hansa, Teruvan Sarnai all Dhamma friends. Today also we continue discussing the pure Dhamma, the pure Buddhist philosophy, Yathabhuta Jnana. Today especially we touch the topics Noble Eightfold Path and Kriyasit, and what this method of insight meditation, method of Vipassana. So whatever we speak, whatever we think, whatever we do, are we aware of we are living in an illusion? So first thing is to understand the illusion. What is this illusion? Whatever you think, whatever you speak, whatever action you do, the illusion is involved always. If you don't know this pure Buddhism or Yatha Bhujanan. So in order to understand this, today we start with Noble Eightfold Path. So all your actions, all your thoughts, all your speech, are they involved with illusion or are you on the path? So let's start our discussion. So we would like to
Teruvan Sarnai, everyone. We'll start the discussion now. And thank you, Shani, for sharing those statements in the book. So it's very important to understand the right vision. Without right vision, there's none of these things do not matter. So the right vision is where actually we have problems too. So when we actually listen to Dhamma, we have been talking about this right vision for a long time now. But for the English listeners, we will recapitulate. So the right vision is what actually happens here. Because of the delusion, because of the illusory nature of the manifestations, we kind of have the idea that there is a self, and then we have a perception that there is a self, and not only that, we have like a self vibration too, like a kind of a vibration which can vibrate, which can telepathize anywhere. So we do have an issue here, but to change this or to become the non-vibration, we have to start from the thought level. We have to understand how this wrong thought has come, wrong idea or wrong vision. So this is the right vision, is a samadhi. So how did the wrong vision happen? Wrong vision happened because of not knowing or ignorance. So sorry. So then we understand there is a telepathization of self vibration to a human zygote. Yes. So now there is 6 kind of 5 organs first, and then the mind becomes the normality in the child level. So now we have 6 senses as humans. So these 6 senses keep working. Actually, what happens here is we understand that how 6 senses work. and we keep understanding that it has nothing to do with the self at all, that the six senses keep working and working, and that's where the kind of the problem also is, trying to understand this illusion without getting entangled in that. We can have problems in realizing this, but it's okay. But after listening to Dhamma for a long time, how understanding that these five senses, when they vibrate together, we get like a collective vibration which can act as another organ. It's not situated anywhere. So even though we call it organ, so be careful, it's not an organ. It's not a kind of it's not anywhere. It's just that five senses are vibrate. When they vibrate together, the vibrations coalesce into one kind of another vibration, but it has all the features of those five types of vibrations. Actually, it is 8 because the body vibrations are like 4 types, like the fluidity, the solidity, and the cold and the hot temperature. So that's how it becomes 8, because we have smell and the taste and the light and the sound. So this thought vibration, or the mind, it's not situated anywhere, but it keeps vibrating in a different way, in the sense it can vibrate on its own. That's where we tell, I suddenly remembered something. That's how it happens, nothing else. So we understand this automatic process. It fuels itself. But what fed the idea of self is when we take this as happening to someone, or when we take actually this as real. Because these are manifestations, yes, but they are just manifestations where it's just constructed. It can be, so all the things that we have, kind of like the tree, the mother, father, whatever you call it, you name it, they are all mental constructions, mental constructs. So the mental construct part is sometimes it's easy to understand, but we have to understand a few more things too. Even the light is a construct. It's not a mental construct, but it's a construct. It's a construct because of the very fast vibration of the eye. That's why we feel as light is existing. So we keep understanding this. At one particular moment, you will, not you will actually, the words are misleading, the non-vibration will arise. Non-vibration will arise. Then you know how the stimuli arise and subside. So that's where you get all this understanding about how actually things happen, because you never see the subsiding of the stimuli. You never understood that. But to see that one particular moment, you have to feel the non-vibration, because non-vibration is where that the actual stimuli wasn't a thing. Deyak novima in Sinhala. So when we keep understanding this, the one particular moment, if you felt that non-vibration, where you will have the perception will be there, but the feel that you feel that there's, the subjective feeling that you are seeing, it will be not there. It is very specific. We haven't felt this before. So then you this all Dhamma that you have preached, you have understood, you have by hearted, or you have read, everything comes into place because now you have felt it, because you have to feel it, otherwise it's useless. So when you feel it, everything comes into place. You understand that the self-perception is there when there is a thing, but even when there is no thing, or the even the light perception, if it is not a thing, in the sense you don't take it as something happening to you, it is just a high vibration, then you know that you don't get the feel of existence. This feel of existence, you can't explain it unless you have felt the non-existence. So this is very important. The experiences are very important. So then starts the right vision. What is the right vision? There is no self, but we get the self-existent feel because when the stimuli is taken for granted or taken as real, it telepathizes into the self vibration very easily, very swiftly. It just happens. But if it is not a thing, there's no place for the self vibration. There's no place when there is no ignorance. There's no place for tanha or the craving. That same thing. It is the self vibration is the craving. So it's you have to try and understand these, similar wordings. So it's very important to understand then how this is going to develop after right vision. Now this is coming to place. It's like a small light now. You have seen the light. You know that there is no self. But now again you're feeling the self. That's fine. But you know that there is no self. How? By experience. So then the eightfold path starts now, because you do things, you think, there's no self in that. You talk, there's no self in that. It takes some time for you to feel all these things. You work, you don't work with the self there. It was like that before, but due to the ignorance, we didn't know that. Now with the dwindling of the ignorance, you can feel the truth with the Samma, Ditti Samma, Sankappa Samma, Vacha Samma, Kamanta Samma, Ajiva Samma, Vacha Samma, Sati. What is Samma Sati? So the Samma Sati is the one we were trying to talk yesterday, where there is awareness, but that awareness has no self-identity. This is very, very important, because long time in the world, before this Dharma come out, people had wrong vision with the awareness. So you have the wrong vision that there is someone here, kind of, you don't understand any of those things, and you have a full awareness of things. You will be like a security guard, but still it is with the self-perception that you are doing that. Self-vibration will be persistent. Even if you go to asanya, or where there is no perception, still there is a chance of self-perception coming back, self-vibration coming back, because you didn't do anything about that. You have the ignorance. So where there is ignorance, there is always self-vibration. So it's very important. There's two types of everything, kind of, because you can think with the self-perception, then it becomes wrong sankappa. What is this? Wrong. So the right vision, right Now I'm lost. What is the Sankappa? What is the word for that? Can't remember. What was it, Shani? Are you listening? What's the English word they used in the book for the... It's okay. So any of these things, you can have it with wrong vision too. Just wanted to tell you. So the wrong vision can have any of these things. You will be working, you will be thinking, you will be talking, you will be doing everything you will be doing. But here with the samadhi or right vision, everything changes. Everything changes. From the beginning, that starts to happen. It can be in different stages, but it starts to happen. But one has to feel the non-vibration, at least wants to understand this non-self perception. Yes, Sudharma?
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, the words right thought is the word used there, Doctor. Right thought was
Right thought. Okay.
The doctor, I won't be able to still. So, Ms. Ranika is also there. There is some
That's okay.
issue here.
That's okay.
Dr.
That's okay.
Kokila, Theruvan Saranai, I will listen to this. The 8 here in the book, Doctor, it is given as right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, and ultimately right mindfulness and right concentration, right insight concentration.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much.
Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. Theruvan Saranai.
So we I think we have the understanding correctly that how this happens. So I just wanted to reiterate that wrong vision can have the wrong vision. With wrong vision also there's a concentration. You know, everyone can have samadhi with the wrong vision, so there's no problem in that. We are not actually trying to attack that. But what I'm trying to say is you just have to know that there's 2 types, otherwise you don't know. So everyone who is listening to this Dhamma starts to understand this, and the right vision will be a part and parcel of your life. So then the life starts to change. You start to look through that new glasses. Before it was a different type of glass, but the wrong awareness. It's a different kind of. It was a wrong glass, but now you have the correct glass. You see things as they are. You don't see things with the view of me, my, or mine. So that's the main important thing. Then only you go for the other additional 2, which I can't remember now. Sama Vimukti. So this eightfold path only will lead to Sama Vimukti, or the liberation of mind. So it's very important to understand this. Very important to discuss about these things, very important to talk about these things, very important to actually try and understand these things. How these things work. What is right vision? Have you understood this? Sorry. The main thing is to actually feel it. That's the most difficult part, I would say, but to feel it. You can't feel it without knowing it. So you need to know it, you need to listen to it, and you need to try and understand it. You have to think about it, and then you need to do the pratipada also, like the programs, and then you have to feel it too. Once you feel the non-vibration, you know it will be like you are dead, but the actual perception would be there, but it's in a very minute way. It's not significant. So Can someone join? Can Surangika add something? Surangika, are you free to add something, please?
Therwan Sanai, Dr.
Therwan
Kokila.
Sanai.
Therwan Sanai, Dharma Friends, Therwan Sanai, Aryan Mahamsa. I'm not quite sure about the Eightfold Path, how to explain itself. It seems to be a bit hazy, but one of the things I thought maybe I should ask you is, I know Sudharma said right thought, but it's Samma Sankappa. Sankappa in Sinhalese is like Sankalpanava, and if we look at it from the Arya Satya angle, it's right, maybe reflection might be the appropriate word. And then the reflection is about the Satyajnana, true Dhamma philosophy, isn't it? The right view, as you quite rightly explained at the beginning, Dr. Kokila. What that right view, and that, I mean, and all this is again not sequential, because everything is being practiced concurrently. Would that be right? So if we are practicing concurrently, the ones that Satyajnana is being ascertained or being absorbed or understood, shall we say, with that itself comes the right reflection, because we are not reflecting on wrong things, as you said, not what do you call that, mundane sammaditthi or something like that, because one can reflect on the wrong things also in the name of so-called Buddhism. There have been teachings in the past, and that is why this is so valuable, because now we have come, as Aryan Mahamsa has promulgated the core teachings and the correct teachings of the Buddha. So before that, also people have been reflecting, thinking that they are reflecting on the correct teachings, but and the reason why there has not been any progress towards liberation of mind is because they have not actually understood the whole core concept of there not being an external world, and how this whole self-perception came about. So with this true Dhamma, the right view, comes the right reflection, one can say. And then with that, the right livelihood, the right effort, all the other aspects. Isn't that so, Dr. Kokila?
Well, this can be misunderstood also, because the right word is misunderstood already, because right and wrong is there. We are not talking about the right and wrong, because it is already used now in English language. It is already used. There are things that are right, there are things that are wrong. But here in Lord Buddha's Dhamma, it's actually about the self-perception and non-self-perception. So it is very important to understand that what is right view, because it's not, it is right too. Yeah, it is correct one too. But the wrong view, the right view, when we say that, it's actually about the truth. What happens here? What happens actually here? There is only a vibration of the six sensory organs. That's all. Five sensory organs with the mind vibration. So the kind of the words can be misleading when you say right concepts or right thought or right thinking or whatever. When you say that, it's actually can be told like, I think we can say, as you said too, thinking in the right direction, where true Dhamma is, thinking about right direction is also, you can say, because that's in Marga. So yes, it is okay. I think it is okay. So the thinking in the right.
Sorry, just on that point. So that right thought, the way I was trying to approach it was, so when you say right thought, again, I mean, these words can be misleading because sabbe sankhara anicca, I mean, every thought is a construct, isn't it? Every thought, there is no substance. Every thought is not real, meaning in the sense that it's a construct, as you said, from the speedy vibration of the senses. And in that sense, when you say right thought, it's as if, okay, there are right thoughts and then there are wrong thoughts, whereas that's not the case.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it is
When you say
misleading, the
reflection,
words.
it's much better because then this whole fact that there is no self-perception, which is the cornerstone of these true Dhamma teachings, then can come to the surface, isn't it? Because the right reflection means the view is also that there is no self-perception. That underlying thing is all constantly is there right through the Eightfold Path. The reflection is also that there is no self-perception. And how do you get to that? Through the teachings and so on. And the correct reflection will lead you to understand that there has not been a self here. So then the right action, the right livelihood, and so on. Again, but when you say right thought, then a listener who doesn't have the correct view might think, okay, there are right thoughts that we should be thinking about as opposed to not so right thoughts, isn't it?
Yeah, and you have to remember that this starts when a mundane world person understands Dhamma or enters Dhamma. So there's Sotapanna Marga also, like in this, when you hear Dhamma, there is like a path. So you're in the path. So when you are in the path, there are like kind of this evolves slowly. These things evolve. So, but if someone actually feels no self perception, at least even for for one stimuli, even if it's a very, very small time, it doesn't matter. But then that particular system, it is already kind of, there is a thing that person, the self-thought, or any thought in that sense, chair, mother, father, whatever that, that the outside doesn't really matter then. The outside in the sense, it's the kind of the thought level directed towards the outside or projected towards outside. I mean, it's very difficult to explain this, but what I'm trying to say is, then already the self-thought is shattered, or it's kind of upside down now, because as Aranwanse is saying in the Sinhala sermons, the fish only knows about the sensation of water. But if there was an event that happened that the fish was able to jump up and feel the air, then fish have an experience of what is different to what is normality to the fish normally. It's normal is the water. So for us also, the normality was the self-perception. In the sense, it is. The normality is the self-perception. But for a second, if you, in the sense not you, but that non-self-perception arises because that stimulus was not taken for granted, or stimulus wasn't a thing, then what happens is the non-self-perception, it's an experience. So then the complete the michaditti, or that thinking that there is a self always, is shattered. It can't function normally like before, because that was like concrete, like, I am here, yes, I am here, you are there, what are you telling? Like we kind of confront, Yes, I'm standing near a tree. What are you telling? I can see the tree. But then, with this no self-perception arises, and then now there is a new normal, because person can't actually say that very confidently anymore, because that person has felt it. So that's a very, very, very important part of this path, where everything, so this evolves, as I was trying to say, this eightfold path evolves into, that's how it evolves, like that, and ends up in Sama Vimukti, because it evolves, keep evolving, it getting improving, it keeps improving. So as you said, we can't actually like separate them from one another, but the way you look at the life changes, the way you look at even the thoughts changes, the way you look at the livelihood changes, the way everything changes because of that non-self perception. And it doesn't stop there, because non-self perception, with listening to Dhamma, with the help of the noble friend, it keeps improving. And Lord Buddha assures you, gives an insurance. Yes, if one feels it, that person definitely will end up with the non-vibration, will become the non-vibration, isn't it? So this path is kind of like another program that Lord Buddha put down to explain how this evolves, and that this program itself is not true. I mean, not true in the sense, it's just another way of explaining, like skandha. Skandha is another way of explaining. We can explain it in different ways, so that people keep understanding that it's an evolving process. So if the sammaditthi or right vision is there, it will keep evolving, it will keep improving, it will keep adding to the same abhisankarana will keep happening to the now self vibration too, because that's how you become the no self vibration, isn't it? So it's an evolving process. As you said, you can't say like this will stop here. No, you actually can't say anything like that. But the final outcome would be the liberation of mind. And yeah, Suranka, you can add more to that if it's a very good discussion.
I was just thinking, and you said that, Dr. Thought came to my mind. Few years back, I as well did this meditation and did the jhanas and things like that, thinking that that was the correct thing. But then when I started listening to Paramartha Dharma, and then I was trying to explain to a friend who was still doing concentration meditation about this whole non-self perception. Then he turned around and told me, then who is gaining enlightenment? So I mean, I at that time didn't have there was no answer to say, although deep down there was this thing that if the Buddha taught a non like anatma dharma or a non-self dhamma, then there is some deeper truth that had not been understood at that time, I thought, by myself. And that therefore it was my ignorance that made me unable to explain that to my friend. So that was a few years back. And then fast forward to a few days ago, or just yesterday, even Narayan Vasi has said this so many times. And to your point, it's an evolution, because until such time one understands that there is no self here and has never been a self, one embarks on this journey with a me here and an I here. And it is the I that we bring to the temple. It is the I that goes in search of the Dhamma. It is the I who wants to get out of suffering. It is the I who doesn't want to feel the death of the child and so on. So the I is in search of salvation. But the beauty of it is, as Aryan Vansi said, it's that in this quest, when one starts understanding the Dhamma and one is on the path, practicing it, putting it into practice, then what does one lose? One loses oneself. And when one loses oneself, the quest for the people who seek stages of arahathood, who seek to commercialize arahathood or so on and various things and mislead people, all that falls away. That is the beauty of this Dhamma, because the more one practices it, the more one understands and progresses on the path, that even those shadows of doubt, even those little cobwebs of ignorance that has been plaguing a person, through continuous listening of the true Dhamma, those things get wiped away, those things get dissolved. And what gets dissolved with it? Even the semblance, the wisp of self-perception gradually dissipates, isn't it? I mean, if we think about Kema Kathero, and despite the other monks saying that, surely you have ceased all defilements, surely you have, come to a stage, you must be Arahat. And if Kema Kathero very confidently states that no, there is still the semblance of self-perception, then, to that extent one can understand the understanding of the Dhamma and the understanding of the point at which that understanding lay, which is, there was an understanding that there were still semblances of ignorance which had to be cleansed, isn't it, through the true Dhamma. So it's such a beautiful thing. And as you said, one embarks on this and it is an evolution. There can be thoughts at the beginning, but one of the things Aryan Vansi always says, approach it as you're not approaching like an individual approaching, because you don't discover that this is a non-self Dhamma halfway through. Right from the beginning, that is the core Dhamma teaching itself states right from the beginning that this is a non-soul Dhamma. So make no mistake, there shouldn't be any confusion as to what that is. The self-misconception or the sakkaya drushti will only gradually go away, as you said, through that one light moment where one sees the other side of it and the non-self perception. But until such time, one can be holding on to this purely through ignorance. But still, that because of the association of the noble spiritual teacher, there can be no mistake that the teacher is always going to say to you and nothing else that this is a non-soul Dhamma, isn't it, Dr. Gopila?
Yeah, we keep repeating this. So we keep repeating this Dhamma, we keep understanding, like listening to Dhamma, like discussions, whatever. Then after doing all that, we go into the programs and try to do the Pratipada. So all that is actually helping you to, polish your path. It's actually going to make it so easy with so the noble friend, the importance of noble friend is the remarkable thing here, because there's always caveats everywhere. Like you can fall into small stuff, like you won't understand the next bit, that usually that's what happens. You don't understand the next bit. So it is always very important to come to Zoom discussions and have a discussion. Open yourself and see what happens, and get an idea about yourself and your perceptions or your vibration, because the vibration can't be hidden. the vibration is can be very subtle, like it can get smaller and smaller, in the sense the frequency can get very light, but still whatever the frequency, if it is there, it is there. So until you become the non-vibration, it's very important to be in the discussions with noble friends who can guide you, like Haran Wanse, so that everything is not lost. You know, like in between you can get lost. You can feel like frustrated and you can give up. Things like that. It's very easy to get misled. Easy to give up also, because we are very, very fond of giving up, because we don't give up we don't give up the self-perception, we give up things. So we give up like thinking, oh, this is too difficult for me, or something like that. So because self-perception is the greatest friend of this beings, any being in that sense, whether it is anyone, any being in the 31 realms, the self-perception is the friend, self-vibration is the core. So it can't be easy, but it is easy if you take it in that humble way. So being humble, being truthful, being open, very open, helps actually a lot. And that will make you relax too, because you know, like a small child who will run around in the garden with the butterflies, that child definitely will not understand Sammaditthi, but that child has no much self thoughts. There is self vibration though, but there's no much self thought. The self perception can be mild. So we at least have to come to that level to feel this, because if not, feeling this is very difficult with very thick mind bubble. As I was talking yesterday, the thick mind bubble is a problem, because the more you grapple things with interest, taking things as true or real, makes that bubble of self-bubble or kind of self-thought or the mind bubble, it makes it thicker. So if you are open person, kind of open, humble, and open to discussions, open to criticism, like a constructive criticism. It should be constructive criticism. It can't be like you might feel it as a directed criticism, but actually with RN, or in the sense the people who listen to Dhamma, it should be a constructive criticism, where that you know that the noble friend is criticizing you to do something better. If you don't know, then you can get really agitated and upset if you don't know that it's a constructive criticism. So you have to be careful in every step in here. And if you are not sure, then you have to open up and ask, I felt this. Why did I feel this? Oh, I'm feeling this and I feel uncomfortable. And why am I feeling this? So the constructive criticism part is important for us to understand our self-vibration. And you can do it yourself, but sometimes you need a bit of a, like a push from the noble friend. That push, if you are not in this path properly, like the footing is not concrete enough, or the footing is not, if it is very slippery, you can actually slip away from the path fully and think about the criticism as a very bad criticism directed towards someone. But it's actually not directed towards someone. It is directed towards the self-vibration. Actually, it is difficult. It is difficult to take constructive criticism if you take it, it's directed to you. But if you feel that it is directed to that self vibration, which is a problem to all of us, then you can take it very gracefully. Take it gracefully. Try to take it gracefully. These discussions actually mold you into a beautiful human being where you can feel everything, and the correct view or the right view is the beginning of this path. Until such time, until you see, kind of feel this non-self vibration, we have slippery path. It's a slippery path. You can slip away. You can lose your track. You can run in a different path. You can get lost. You can get blinded by, stuff. So be aware. Be mindful about this slippery stuff. Like it's very easy to lose the track. So it's difficult though, but it becomes easier and easier because now actually if someone is actually in the path, it's a fight between the non-vibration and the vibration. It's just a fight between non-vibration and vibration. So then the constructive criticism actually is taken so gracefully that you feel so happy about that, because that attacks that vibration, isn't it? Whether it's the ego or the whatever, it doesn't matter. It attacks that vibration. And here we are in the fight. Actually, there's no we here, but there is always a problem of or war between no self-perception and the self-perception. So all the Arahants will be trying to try to help someone to understand the non-self perception. That's all. So we kind of understand that it can be someone who hasn't attained the full liberation, but still, even with minute understanding of this path, someone would be trying to give that to someone. So you have to be very kind to that person. Understand that is a goodwill that they try to spread this Dhamma with a goodwill, the really goodwill. So it starts there. Do you have anything to add, Sarangika? Or anyone in that sense? Anyone can actually talk.
Anyone else, if they have anything to contribute. I think the next part of what Shani was reading, Dr. Kokila, was, I think, the action mind. So if you can explain a little bit more on that.
Yeah, action mind also starts from right view. Even that keep evolving, actually, because, even a person who has just, like the fish who jumped out from the water for a fraction of a second, like that, even that person who will have an idea about no self-perception is the self-thought is shattered. The thought that there is someone, which is like carved into our life, like it's dissolving now. It has dissolved now. Actually, if you feel it, it's completely, that thought is not there anymore. But you still perceive it. Self-perception is there until you become an arahant, but the thought is not there. So when the thought is not there, whatever the stimuli, that stimuli will, the power that had with the thought is not there. So it starts there, but it keep evolving because once you the thoughts, the outside is not taken for granted, but still the perceptions will be important, and the person will be inside the mind bubble kind of thing. And sorry. Then even if a person is able to understand that the thoughts are just perceptions, and you kind of get the immune to that problem too, like you don't get, the thoughts are not valid to you, then that it keeps improving, because as soon as the self thought is broken, or the effect of that thought, there's so much abhisankarana, or the kind of propelling effect of this thought. I am there, I am here, I'm the one who has to live next 10 years or something like that. I don't know. We can tell so much things about I. So that propelling effect is not there anymore. So then it's kind of a curiosity from that beginning. Aranwanse has been telling this for some time, but the actual the most effective no self perception moment will be the kriyasita of an arahant. So if you know that that keeps breaking our the system, there's 10 fetters, so the 10 fetters keep breaking. 3 fetters are broken when someone knows that there is no self, who feels that there is no self. It's just a feel, but even that breaks 3 fetters. You stop thinking about in such a way that you keep thinking about everything happened to me, everything is happening, I am doing things, I am the one who is going in this path, and everything is weakened or gone. So in that context also, there is as soon as there is no self thought, the path properly starts actually. So in that there's always but in the 4, the actual the liberation, the moments where you feel this non-self vibration is the actual thing. And properly when we talk about it properly, the arahant has the kriyasita all the time, and because there's no self vibration at all at any time, but it can fluctuate in the path, but it doesn't matter. So it's a bit difficult to explain sometimes. Even in Sinhala, we have this caveats in explaining, but it is something you will keep understanding, because a lot of mothers would say, I did things, but inside the mind bubble, you can't talk about a kriyasita. That is the problem. But if someone has gone out from the mind bubble for a fraction of a second, then starts, we can talk about this. That is the beginning of even we can talk about the kriyasita, because kriyasita actually has been felt by the person. So not sure whether whether it addressed the question, Surangika.
So when this avadiya or super awareness is being talked about, Dr. Kokila, what Aryan Mahanse also says and recently discussed quite a lot as well, is that if in this moment and there's an experience only of this moment's thought, there is no burning, there is no that thought and the object of that thought does not become a thing, then there is liberation, right? So in that sense, when one says that thought, there is no self-vibration because there has been no value given to that thought. And it is at that point, because there is no self-vibration, there is an incapacity to telepathize with the previous vibration, because every moment is a telepathization of vibrations, and that is where the sensory perception is perception. What shall I say? Nasanni kind of thing. Which
but the thing is, this starts from no self vibration as well. That is the thing. If how do I say? If someone has the idea of no self vibration, only you can talk about this thing. So there is always problems in here when we try to talk about that. So, but what we tell in there too, people can actually go in this path and actually go into the level of, with Dhamma, we go into the level of even, very minute, in 31 realms, we know that there is very sukuma. I don't know how to say sukuma, but how do you say sukuma?
Very refined.
Very refined levels,
Yeah.
So your vibration becomes refined anyway. And it becomes refined and refined and refined and refined. There's always the correct view, even though you haven't felt it, there is, you have understood it. So it becomes refined and refined and refined. In one particular moment, if you feel it, you know it. So that's how it will go on. So there's no caveat anywhere in that sense. Do you understand? So that's why we don't interfere with a person who is going to feel that refined status anyway, because that's going to happen, because we keep understanding that the thoughts are not true. Then you actually become, your vibration is going to get refined, so refined, you feel lighter. Doesn't necessarily mean you have felt the non-vibration, but you will be refined. Like in the sense, the vibration will be very, very minute, like very less low vibration. So,
which means that the telepathization is also happening with low vibrations, very refined vibrations, isn't it? Because that is why that the sense of burning and those coarse kind of perceptions do not arise. Because the telepathization doesn't happen, because if there is no heavy vibration happening here,
then we can't talk about getting angry and stuff,
exactly.
But still you feel the existence.
The
feel of existence is there.
One of the last fetters, as you said, yes.
Yeah, so, but there's no problem in that. The main thing is the ability to stay in the path, because sometimes if you are not sure, you can get, you can get weird, you can get, angry about the path, you can get frustrated, you can get upset that why didn't I feel that, or whatever, your mind bubble can get thicker. But if someone is actually feeling this slowly, the mind bubble is not going to get thick, and it's actually going to get thinner and thinner and thinner, isn't it? And one particular moment it will shatter anyway. Did you get the point what I was trying to say? I don't know.
Yes, Dr. Punkila, that was understood. Yeah. And then, as you said, I mean, even the 10 fetters, though we have ignorance right at the top, or the 8th one, as R.M. Hansi quite rightly says, it is that ignorance that gets gradually eroded right from the beginning, isn't it?
Yeah. There's no problem because of that. So the main problem is the hold on there, like we say, hold on, or like, to stay in the path is the problem. But if you actually in the path and you don't give up, because there's so many, in Lord Buddha's time, there's, people who tried for 30 years to feel this.
Yes, that's true.
And didn't give up. So as far as someone is understanding that there can be, delays, it doesn't matter if you don't have any suspicions or like weird, deviations, then you can handle this. And one particular moment, this mind bubble should rupture. I would say, I don't know whether I'm talking in sense, but I think it should rupture, because it can't sustain. This is such a strong Dhamma, it can't sustain.
But when there is that progression on the part of the Kokila, the sense that that perception, self-perception needs to, melt away. There is more to melt away. One kind of there is an awakening to that, isn't it? Like, how
you have to feel it. That's what Aranwanse is trying to say.
Unknown kind of thing. That means that feeling emerges that there is more.
If you're in the field, it's really, really easy then. It's really easy because it becomes very easy for this path if you feel the things like more than think, because we have the tendency to think about stuff, but the feeling we have lost because it's covered with thoughts. We have the feel. Everyone has the feel. Everyone has even the non-vibration. It's just that we can't telepathize to that. But the feel is always there. It's covered with so many thoughts that it's masked, like it's covered. You can't really feel it. But if you actually understand there's no validity of the thoughts, because the validation was given by the self. And then when the self-thought is getting shattered, the validity given to thoughts, like any thought in that sense, is slowly dissolving. And the mind bubble, the thickness is dissolving. And you feel more and more, day by day, you feel more and more.
And that is why I think sometimes the problem with that is also one's life experiences, isn't it? The whole reason for that field to get so submerged and not come to the fore is that I think we've heard several mothers on the Zoom talk, and that is why Aranwanse says, turn the light towards oneself and see who is this so-called person that you have, created, this egoistic person. And it can be even a person who has been suppressed due to life's experiences, had a bad childhood, had a bad marriage, had a bad, and because of that, some people, the mind, the psyche, human psyche is such that they have naturally become submissive. They have naturally ignored the fact that there is a self here, and given priority to family, given priority to other things, given priority to putting food on the table. And as a result, when they come to the Dhamma, that turning the light onto themselves and finding where are the fallacies, where are the defilements itself is a very challenging thing. And it is in that sense only that Aranwan said there's such a great thing by, tuning into that vibration and being able to take them by the hand and pulling them towards the light, isn't it? Because they themselves are drowning. And that is where it is very challenging also, isn't it?
Yes, and it's kind of a protective layer that mundane people have, for the survival, that all the bad experiences are suppressed, and, you put up a great smile and keep saying good morning, how are you, I'm fine, thank you. It's like a puppet, like it's very funny. Even though inside you are like crying, you keep up with a beautiful smile and keep talking nonsense. And half of the day you don't know that you were actually acting. This is not even talking about the acting where we talk about this is different kind of acting actually, because we do act in the normal life too, like kind of, even when you like imagine you are with your sadness, that is also acting. That's why we are saying it's a film. But then in the film we can build up another film where you actually act to show that other people that you are okay. So kind of these things should unmask to actually find you, for you to find yourself. Yeah, true. It's very true. It's such a beautiful thing to feel you, because you don't know you. Once you feel you, then you have to understand it's only vibration of your six senses that was there, because you misunderstood the whole time that there is you. But if you are actually suppressing the vibration, then how can I find the self vibration? It's all, packed and put in a safe, because you are afraid that something will happen to that self vibration. So you put up a brave face, keep doing stuff. You can be the mother, you can be the father, you can be the president of some country, whatever. I think we are running into the next Zoom discussion. I think we had a very good discussion today. We'll continue to have a good discussion. I invite everyone who can speak English to come and join us. We keep talking and hope someone will try to understand and join. Thank you, Shani, for starting, and thank you, Mr. Bernard, for organizing this talk. ආරයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර වේවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ and all Dhamma friends. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි all Dhamma friends.
of not allowing ignorance to trick you in the illusion is called avidya ashesha viraga nirodho. Avidya means ignorance. He will not believe in the outside, and he will not believe that there is a life in what you see. When he understands that the outside and the inside me concept is an illusion and that nothing exists, he begins to let go of the things and let go of stimuli that comes to him. This state of letting go is called avidya ashesha viraga nirodho. So now we understand that we design something using sound and image. This designing of something out of nothing is called sankhara. We create sankhara due to our ignorance. Meaning, Mahanse, yes, honorables, Pardon, Mahanse, anything that you feel comes from your seeing, hearing, smell sense, touch sense, and mind consciousness. This feeling is filled by your vijnana, also known as your mind consciousness. When you maintain a constant awareness of the Yathabhuta Jnana, for every feeling or stimulus you receive, your mind consciousness cannot establish itself fully. If you maintain an awareness not to believe the outside, believe the inside, or in the illusory self that we feel, then the mind consciousness has nothing left to design and produce as a thing. When there is nothing, the mind consciousness ceases to exist. At this moment, this is the moment of pure truth. This moment of pure truth is built by your awareness. This realization of the pure truth, which is felt by your awareness, is known as Sandittikai, meaning the pure truth has been realized by you. Nobody can do it for you. Mehenin Mahanse, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aran Mahanse, when you use the wisdom of Yathabhuta Jnanaya in everything you come in touch with, and when you come to the realization of the pure truth, your awareness begins to increase steadily and very fast. This awareness is also called Yoniso Manasikara. Yoniso Manasikara is the awareness that you maintain according to the Yathabhuta Jnana. That is, being aware that the outside and the inside is a lie, and the thoughts too are a lie. This awareness of the Yathabhuta Jnana develops into Samma Satya. Samma is when one is devoid of all taints and defilements, devoid of greed, ill will, and delusion. This state of awareness is a quality of a supramundane plane. Only the one who has realized the pure truth enters the supramundane stages of the spiritual path. Samma Satya means the awareness maintained by looking at each thought. This awareness is devoid of all defilements. Only a person who has realized that there is no self would be on the supramundane, a mental state beyond this mundane world, spiritual path. Samma means that he has already realized the pure truth, and he has already realized that there is no inside self and that there is no outside. He has already realized there is no such thing as a thought either, that both inside and outside are an illusion and they do not exist. Thermal sign everybody.
Teruvan Sarnai, Aryan answered. Friends, today also we discuss Yathabhuta Jnana or pure Buddhism, pure Dhamma. So the people all over the world suffer. We always hear that their lamentation, their betterment, and how they react to their catastrophes, different type of sorrow, pain. They experience pain. So They they experience pain due to their ignorance. What is this ignorance? Ignorance is that they think this world is real. Everything they associate, they think they are real, and also they feel, they experience that I am doing this, I am experiencing this, I am undergo these pains. So what we are doing, what we are doing here is to help you, to explain you, to get rid of this delusion or illusion and live as a free human being. All these thoughts, whatever that create in your mind, the mental construct, they are not true, they are lies. These lies lead you to ignorance. So you live in darkness, ignorance, and you don't know what is happening. You don't know who you are. At least you don't know a person called I is existing or not. That is also a lie. Everything that comes into your mind as a thought, the mental construct, they are false. They are lies. They are illusions. So today we start our discussion. So how to get rid of this illusion and how to experience freedom of mind. Let's start our discussion today. Teruvan Saranai, my friends, Dr. Kokila. First, I would like to invite you to join this conversation and explain how to uh, realize the illusion and how to get rid of this pain and live as a free person, free human being. Teruvan Saranai.
Actually, we were talking about that all along last few weeks, and it's the main thing we can do is study, or not study, actually go through this truth and see whether we understand that. First, we have to understand that that's the main thing. I think lack of understanding about what really mean, but when we say thoughts are not real, that every perception is included in that. So keep understanding this Dhamma is the main factor, main requisite for this. So, and how we apply it in the normal day-to-day life is the second one, I think, because if we don't know how to apply that, whatever the knowledge is not useful. Some part of the Shan is the discussion, some parts were not heard properly, that because of the internet issues, but the most of it were heard. I will invite someone else to just highlight if there's anything important or any particular part we can talk about, because we talk about this every day, the truth or the Satyajnana. Because I think the polishing or the like improving on the truth is the main part. I mean, that is even with the practical aspect. I think what it is the Satyajnana or the truth which is getting more and more evident, and that is actually the transition from ignorance to prajna, or what is prajna? I'm not sure, but the actual truth about what is happening here. So transition, that's how the transition is happening. Can someone add something so that we can continue to talk about someone who is having the book can add some parts of it that Shani was reading, so that we can highlight, because we are talking about this every day. What is Satyajnana? What is the truth? And where the ignorance keep playing a part in every aspect. Whether we talk about the actual real, like feeling that the tree is outside, or when we feel like that that perception is real, and when we feel that the consciousness are real. So these are the three layers that we talk about every day, every time in every Zoom discussion. We keep talking about these things, how these things bring about the feeling of existence. So the feel of existence is a product of rapid vibration. Feel of existence is due to the ignorance that if we don't know that it is due to the rapid vibration. So this has no one has done this. Not you, not anyone else has is the reason for this vibration or the rapidity of the vibration. So it's very important to keep understanding this truth. Like at one particular point, it's only one stimulus, and there's always like a river. The water is flowing. That is what the river is called. Like the similar phenomenon is happening here. The particular flowing of the stimulus is what is called mind. But actual feel is also what we call consciousness, is also a product of the rapidity of the vibration of our sensory organs. So if we keep understanding this, there's nothing much actually. The thing is, we take this either too seriously or too lightly. We miss things. Can anyone add something to that so that we can keep continuing? Therwan Sannai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ડોક્ટર කොකිලා ආනන්දසේර නමස්කාර වේවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all Dhamma friends. So if we try to look at the key points in this conversation between Menin Wahanse and Aryan Wahanse, so yesterday we focused on 5 levels of awareness. It was given in Pali as Nibbidanti, Viraganti, Nirodhanti, Patinissanu, Assi. Finally, they will attain perfect Nibbana. So I'm just recalling it to connect it to today's section.
Yeah, actually,
So
it was said in the very last part. We couldn't talk about it.
Yes, Dr. Kokila. And here also, what Aryan Wahanse highlights is only key to drive away ignorance or to not to get caught in this illusion is to awaken this awareness. Actually, not awaken, to maintain the awareness. So unless and until one has this awareness, this inside-outside thing is inevitable, because there is no, we can't talk about a moment, I mean, in Arahant stage, there may be, where there is no thought, because always thoughts are occurring. It's nature. So awareness is the only key that we have to liberate from it, because otherwise we always get the feeling of a continuous world. The moment we do not have that awareness, we are caught in that. And then again, there is a phrase in Pali as avidya ashesha viraga nirodho. So that is again what it means is letting go of things, to let go of stimuli. The only way to let go of stimuli is to maintain awareness and to have this clear knowledge of the real nature of the thought, or yatha bhuta jnana. So then otherwise
using the mind. Actually, in the morning, I had such experience. One of my colleagues who is practicing this was telling, today now I am very careful with the occurrence of thoughts. Now I understand all my emotions. I am like very vigilant, or I'm trying to maintain awareness. And what she was trying to do is to prevent the occurrence of thoughts. She was telling, my husband said something and I got really angry. So I'm trying to not to have such aversion or anger, or uh, trying to get rid of that, to not to let such thoughts occur, so which cannot be done. That is not actually what Aryan say is telling us. And in all Zoom discussions also, just like once we open our eyes, the process of seeing happens. If your ear is functioning, the process of hearing happens. If your body is, if it is not like under certain drug, you are that anesthesia, under anesthesia, not under anesthesia, anesthetic drug or something, the body, the feeling, if body perceives uh, heat, cold, hardness, softness, and knows the same. Taste buds of the tongue, they also perceive the taste. Similarly, the mind may uh, recognize, or the thoughts occur in the mind. That is another organ, another faculty. So being there like a watcher, and to and to identify, okay, now I feel angry, I should drive it away. Oh, I feel sad, I should drive. Then now Dr. Kokila might explain it better. The person is trying to, the self is there, who is having a, like we say, like some weapon, and trying to attack the mind, or trying to chase away the thoughts. It's that is again, Aryan Maharshi says, not to take Dhamma as you take the tail of the tail of the serpent, or whatever. So these instructions in these sermons also, we have to take them wisely and very carefully. That's why I really appreciate when these senior practitioners like you all always guide us, always show us, no, it is wrong, this is how, because it's so hard. We realize stuff, but still next moment, in this thought, we are experiencing Nibbana. Next thought, maybe another lower realm. So that is the nature of, because this journey, when we realize this further, we feel the need of the noble teacher, or noble friends, or uh, other practitioners. Their role is very, very important in when somebody um, matures in this path, or tries to to make more realizations. So here, so I was focusing on this awareness, same factor, and then this awareness is again to see the design that we have, this design of combination of sound and color, or the name and form. When we maintain awareness at the beginner stage, when the thoughts occur, Now, first step is to see that everything is the mind. It is chittena niyati loko or salayatana loko, that point. And then the next is to identify what is this design, what is this composition of the thought. So when someone maintains awareness and that true knowledge of true Dhamma or Yatabhuta Jnana, it becomes evident, okay, there is a design, this name and form combination. So whatever we see, whatever we hear, so it is the repetition of everyday Dhamma point that we do not hear the sound of the crow. It is the design, the sound. Now Aryan Hansi says the three beautiful things that open my eyes in very recently are the points when Aryan Hansi says there is nothing called light, there is nothing called sound, and when Dr. Kokila said there is nothing called self vibration, it is also a thought. So those 3 points actually take us to the next level. So what is there to talk about if all of them are designs, part of this design of name and form combination? So again, so in the next paragraph also, it is being highlighted the role of the mind consciousness. So it also makes us believe that yesterday also you beautifully, I think Ms. Surangika pointed out how we believe in the self. At this age I was like this, and after 2-3 years I was like this. Then the people we associate with, our childhood is defined in association with certain people, childhood friends, etc. Then we move to another part of that movie with our maybe teenage stuff, the friends and all those we had maybe boyfriends. So then again we get married to someone, and that family then getting old. Now another film with this spiritual journey. So how we so the thing is, there is a risk. Actually, this is more than a risk. This is what happens. We forget that it's only a thought, until and unless we uh, I mean deeply understand this, discuss our experiences in these Zoom calls or in these Dhamma discussions. We forget that they are also thoughts, and all our past, all the past 54 years or 10 years or 25 years or whatsoever is just a single thought. That is where the ignorance is also, I mean, they are so powerful phenomena. They kind of uh, show the world as real. So that if we have the awareness, if we have actually Aryan Mahansa is one of the sermons, he has done it in 2022. He was talking about Corona also. In that sermon, the entire sermon is about awareness. And he was telling that is the awareness, that is what develops into wisdom. When we maintain awareness, I mean that at the beginner stage we have to make effort. That's where the effort also plays a role in these 5 spiritual faculties, and then in
four bases of Sattva, every other virya or effort comes. So effort is to maintain awareness. But personally, I have this experience as a person who used to have a scattering mind. Mm, it was really hard. Maybe for a day at the beginning, I was able to see the truth of maybe 2, 3 stimulus. Other, in all other moments, I was totally in the dark or ignorant. Everything was real to me. So this also, there we have to make some effort, although at that point the person who makes the effort to maintain awareness may be there, but still with this beautiful knowledge that there is no self, to understand that there is no self, it also takes a lot of time. So it was just knowledge, unless and until you all showed, Aryan once explained this in
I
a
think, Sudharma, I
vibration.
would like to
Yes,
add something there.
please, Dr. Kokila. Yes.
Do you understand that as a normal person, we go back to the prior period that we have never heard Dhamma? Just go
Yes.
back and try and feel 24/7. Our awareness is that we are there.
Yes. Yes.
Have you ever put an effort to know that we are there?
Never. We
Never
never did.
ever. We
Yeah.
never ever had a problem even to remember that we are there. But I think we go back to the child in the cot, and slowly when the child is growing up, maybe that child had a problem about that because we can't think about it now. I think that child may have a problem to remember that this is me,
Yes.
because
Yes.
it's a new phenomena to that baby, that this is happening to me, because it's kind of a new thing to that child. But after some time, there's no need to even remind or to even think. It's registered. It is like in carved in stone. It is there that there is self. So it's really funny. That was the awareness with the ignorance. So when we talk about super awareness, this is completely the other way around. We have a super awareness. Just try and feel this. We have a super awareness that this is not felt to anyone. The film is not real, and also the feelings are not real. It's not to feel felt to anyone. Initially, as you said, like we are talking, the child may have trouble remembering that their self. But likewise, when we hear this Dhamma, initially we have a problem of coming into terms with this new phenomena. Like, as you said once or twice the day that we might remember that, or it might come to your mind that actually there is no self. But it's not like it is actually there. It is something that you practice. But with time, this super awareness, so what is super awareness? Super awareness is about that whatever the film is not real, and whatever the film is not felt to someone or anyone. So in that, when that super awareness is not felt differently, that is Nibbana, because you become the super awareness. Because, you know, like as a normal person, we had an awareness that there is self, and we had never had a problem like that. Arahanta has no problem. It is just the normality for him. Do you get it?
Yes, very clear, Dr. Kokila. So that now it helps us to understand the different levels of awareness Aryan Hansi mentions in this conversation. So this is
Yes, that
very
is
clear. Yes.
Paticca is the
Yeah.
that you have no whatsoever problem in that. It's not even like, it is very clear and no problem. So no, what is it? It's like no
don't get entangled in
don't get entangled in any sense, any sensory organ. Nothing, not at all. Because whatever the feel you have, that is not felt as a different feel. It is the normality. What is the normality is like, as a Pratyajana, or before knowing this Dhamma, we had the normality of feeling that we are here and I am the one who is, something is happening to me and I am dying also. Anything is related to me. None of the things were not felt without me in it. But the normality changes slowly, starting from Nirodhanti, Viraganti, what was the first one? The Nibbidanti. So they are stages. We don't have proper English words for them, but they are stages where we start feeling the new normality. New normality would be the non-perception. Non-self-perception. So the anatma sanya. So atma sanya, or the self-perception, is the normality now. In like before listening to Dhamma, self-perception is the normality, and that is the normal, awareness people talk about. I am aware that I'm sitting on a chair. I am aware about that, isn't it? Child may not be aware. Children are not aware about anything. They will be like falling everywhere. They are not aware about anything that much. They will have problem. Like I'm talking about like a 1-year-old child. But when the baby is becoming bigger, they have the normality of feeling the self-perception as the normal. So that's the awareness with ignorance. But with Dhamma, what happens is this start to change. When does this start to change? That's the most important thing. You enter path where you start learning this. You hear this Dhamma, so that you become enter into the path, marga. So you enter into that. And then you keep listening. Your thinking pattern will change slowly. It takes time. It doesn't matter. But it will keep changing. But still you feel the self-perception, that's fine. But it will keep changing. And one particular time, with the truth, how much truth you have perceived or understood, then you might feel the non-perception, non-self-perception. Then that is the starting point of this new normality, the super awareness. So the super awareness is very important. And when the super awareness is growing bigger and bigger, like that child got to get the self-perception, now this new child, not new child, but new child to the Dhamma, will keep understanding and keep understanding, discussing, listening, thinking, and doing the programs, they will all try to feel the new normality. What is the new normality? That there is no self. So the new normality doesn't happen like straight away. It happens with a pattern, and Lord Buddha explains that in a pattern. Like you don't have to like actually by heart them or like study them, because this is something happening. You first feel awareness, like you don't feel excited about the self-perception. That's the nibbida kind of. You don't feel excited like before. We are very excited to taste something, to smell something, to feel the softness of a toy, or you will be very excited to see something that is beautiful, and or you would be very excited to hear a beautiful song. But now, with the knowledge that this is just bringing about the self-perception, you get wary of, like you don't kind of entertain. The awareness is there that you don't entertain the like previously, and then you actually lose that entertainment. That is viraganti, like kind of. But this may not be the one proper one. I'm just telling what is coming to this process at the moment. So the entertaining will be, because we got like, we didn't feel like entertaining in the Nibbidhanti, but now Viraganti, you don't entertain the sensory organs. And then Nirodhanti is, like actually there's nothing kind of not to entertain also, because it's already, there's no talk of entertaining now, because it's done, like it's fully understood, and there will be no entanglement to any sensory organ, light, any sense. In that sense, any feel, no feel will make you to entertain the self-perception. So it will be the full non-self-perception. And I think that just came now, that is kind of just came to me now. So anyone else can add on to that? I mean, I'd never thought about this even before. So I don't know whether we have better English words for that. Maybe Surangika can add more good words for that. This new normal super awareness. What do you think about that? Anyone having
I would like to make a comment about that, Dr. Kokila.
Yes,
because
yes.
before Ms. Surangika joins, because you answered the question of all the practitioners right now. What they want to know is, what is this non-soul perception, or what is this experience of Nibbana is like. So they try to like define it. But when you said it is just like how you felt the self-perception before, without knowing that you have the self-perception, it is the other way around. And when somebody somebody who listened to Dhamma in Gautama Buddha's era also, he said, it's Swamini, it's like turning something upside down, isn't it? It tallies with that also. So it's really convincing example and an explanation, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvan Saranai. Yes, Miss Surangika will further elaborate on this topic. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and other Dhamma friends. I think what Dr. Kokila said was a really good way of putting it, as Sudama quite rightly pointed out. I hadn't actually thought of that angle. It was very well put. And I think because it was put so simply, it is, I'm sure our listeners would have really appreciated it and well understood it. I mean, that is why even R.N. Mahansa, when he says things so simply, you don't actually need a vocabulary. You don't need these high-flown words in the English language, really. When he conveys something, the simplicity of it itself conveys the truth in such a direct way that one can feel it. So I think that was the effect that was, I think, experienced, Dr. Kokila, by what you said at that point. I remember when you said that some time ago, I don't know whether it was the same simile that was used by R.N. Mahansa. If you can remember, just if you can chip in. One day R.N. Mahansa mentioned about a shirt. He said a shirt or a blouse. He said, look, when you wear a shirt in the morning, you know, you have a shower and then you wear a shirt or a blouse and then you get about your daily activities. And then he said, do you think about the shirt? Do you think about the blouse? No, you don't. You know, but isn't it there? It's there, but do you actually think about it? No, you don't. So I don't know whether he was referring to super-awareness or what it was, but it's almost as if it's there, but it's you don't dwell on it, or there is no it's not like a separate presence as such, something foreign or something, you know, like an object kind of thing that is being put on or something like that. Isn't it? So that's exactly the point that Dr. Kokila said. Just because, just like from our childhood days, we've gradually grown into this, in the Pruthakjana, mundane layperson's world. The person has grown into this whole self-perception and made it almost as if it's part of that person, unknowingly, unerringly, completely unaware that has been happening. In that same manner, that so-called the super-awareness, once one understands the true Dhamma and one progresses and the defilements start to fade, gradually through those different stages of super-awareness that was discussed earlier, that same thing happens, but one transcends from that self-perception to the non-self-perception. And what emerges is that super-awareness. And the other thing that came out quite a lot in the last few Zoom discussions, particularly the Andolanaatmaka Desana, the last few days as well, is that there is a search. And I mean, you know, even I saw myself as well, there is that experience because of ignorance only and nothing else, that there is this searching for the so-called nirvana, and also thinking that there is something out there, and also thinking that that must be so beautiful, that must be because I think R.N. Mahansa said people and mothers have been searching for it for so long. Even if they experience it, they can't believe that that is the experience. That is one thing. And then the other thing is there is this notion that there is a person and then there is nirvana, or then there is liberation. So then that aspect also, there is no person separately and nirvana separately. So there also it is very fine, because I think there have been instances where mothers have said that so I am not feeling, no, I am feeling, or I'm getting that feeling or not getting that feeling or something like that. So that means it's almost as if there is a person here and then that person wants to experience what the nirvana is and then also be able to comment on the nirvana. So these are very, very fine aspects, and maybe Dr. Kokila can talk to some of these
actually,
things.
I would like to add there the point you said is very important. The point is that the starting of the super awareness, where we feel the non-self experience, doesn't happen when you are searching for that. That exact
Yes,
thing
exactly.
is because the sanya, or the form world, or the thoughts, or the mind, you will be in the mind. You can't prevent it. So this mind bubble, as we were talking yesterday, the mind bubble never helps. It's full of the trouble with the self perception, because whatever is in the mind bubble is always associated with self-perception before you understand this Dhamma. Don't think about a person who has already understood Dhamma, so then they will not actually they will be transitioning from the self-perception to non-self perception. So then we are not actually addressing that part. We are addressing actually the initial bit, because that initial bit is the bit difficult part. So when we talk about the initial bit, the transition, that self-perception to non-self-perception, at least transiently, even that to happen transiently, doesn't happen if you don't relax enough, because the mind bubble is so strong. When the mind bubble is so strong, you can't really do anything with that. You will be trapped inside. It's a cage. But what are the factors that will strengthen the mind bubble? They are the ones that we exactly do in this path too. We try to grab them. We try to when we like a piece of cake, we would be circling around the as a child, I mean, not now, but as a child, we used to go around the kitchen table. We wouldn't be even looking at that, but we know that it is there, we keep going around to take one of the pieces. Likewise, we have kind of like a perception that there's something to achieve, and that notion itself makes you to be in more strong cage, more strong mind bubble. So that's the problem that we have to understand, and more you understand that problem, more you relax, because that's where Aranonse always says, can you make a tea and maybe we'll drink that. That's kind of the problem, that stage that he voices, that when we understand that the people are frustrated, and there is I think it's the path. That also is the path, because we don't understand unless we do come to that level. Because if we let it go too prematurely, well before we understand Dhamma, then we don't have a paruva, we don't have a path. So there is always a tricky point. Where am I going to let go of the paruva? What is paruva? What is that?
Kano?
Yeah, it's a simile in Lord Buddha's time, where you are using something to cross the river. So you are on it now. But when am I going to let go? Or actually, it is not letting go. Actually, Lord Buddha didn't tell you to jump into the river. That's not what he said. He said to relax. Because he said, actually, he said it in another one too, Vayam Nokkara, that he was swimming. Can't remember exactly how he worded it, Lord Buddha, because he said it in Vayam Kara swimming example.
Yeah, I think he said don't sit still, or at least don't stand still. I mean, in the water, but don't keep still. Neither should you struggle.
Yeah. That's some. It was not beautifully said in Sinhala. I can't remember now, but the exact thing.
Pihita no sitimin vayam nokaramin.
Vayam nokaramin. Pihita no sitimin vayam nokaramin. So the exact point is, when am I going to do that? That's actually a point of awareness too. Like you, with the help of the noble friend, you will be like, yeah, now how many times I have been listening to him telling, like, isn't it enough? Are you Mongol? Like that, he will tell, and he will be like telling things like when you try to do something that will harm the path, like the thing that you're using to cross the river. So he will be like shouting at you or telling you, don't do unnecessary things. You will either drown or you will drown, so you will not get to the other side. You're not in this side either, so you are in trouble. So it's very, very I think that's why it is getting difficult sometimes, because we don't know to relax. Specifically, we don't know how to let go, especially our own thoughts, our own perceptions. So when to let go, Dhamma, is a very tricky situation, isn't it, Surangika? And we all know that it is the problem. We all know that we have a trouble of giving up the thought bubble or the mind bubble, where we can't relax because of we can't relax. The cage is tightening all the time. The mind bubble the wall is getting thicker and thicker. As soon as you try to do something, even when someone says, keep looking at your thoughts, don't do anything, keep looking at your thoughts, even that they take too hard. So the balance is very difficult, because if you keep looking at your thoughts too hard, then it becomes again a thick-walled mind, because it becomes another like a focus. And so this is the kind of the balance that we are struggling to find. So because relaxation doesn't happen, letting go of doesn't happen without any confidence to let go. We will not let go a rope unless we know that there is something below to, like a mattress or something, that if you fall down that you won't get injured, isn't it? So there's always like a struggle to let go. So you have to have like a super confidence about your noble friend. That's how I feel.
And I think I'll give an example. Dr. Kokila, I think 2 or 3 days ago, I asked you a question, and I didn't know what I was saying. Also, half of it didn't come out properly. But yesterday, this is how really fine this balance is. Yesterday, I think in the Andolnatmaka Som, that Sonamali lady was mentioning to one mother. So you know how this vitakka, the unnecessary chatter that's going on. I mean, as you progress on the path and super awareness is emerging, that chatter reduces, and then there is this silence that emerges from inside. But still, the mind, there is thought. And the thoughts come into the mind is a natural thing, as was explained in that Zoom discussion. But then, for one mother, when that mother had mentioned it, Sanmali, that lady said, your mother, you must understand that the mind sensor is also a sensor. Just like with the help of the eye, light is discerned. With the help of the ears, sound is manifested. And so is it from the mind sensor that thoughts is the natural function of the mind sensor. So Just because one is going towards or getting some experience doesn't mean the thoughts are going to completely come to a standstill. So she said, be friendly with the thoughts, be understand that the thoughts are a natural flow, let the thoughts flow naturally and observe it, but and be a friend to the thoughts. So that was the advice to one mother.
And
Then,
this
yes.
advice also keep changing, isn't it?
Yes, I know, exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing. The question molds the answer. So one particular person who is dragging, like getting sucked into the mind bubble, like a kohola baby. Like, what is it called? I don't know what is the English word for kohola, but that's like a very bad glue. So you are like glued into the mind or the perceptions, then the answer would be different. But when someone says, now I don't have any thoughts, the answer is different, because that's because you are standing there and you are blocking the thoughts.
Yes, there was a mother, I think, who said that as well to
Yeah.
your point, Sudharma, that your friend also was trying to suppress the thoughts. There was a mother who said
So
that.
the answer is
Yeah,
different.
answer is quite different there as well.
Yeah, because it's very difficult to find out what actually the underlying problem, where the underlying problem is, which perception is making you to telepathize into the self-perception, because always there is some kind of perception which is very strongly carved into you. Some perceptions are very strong. Those are the things that actually Sonamel is trying to focus on, like try and teach them that there are things like that, and they are just perceptions. And so the different the answers are different to each person, so you can't really rely on the exact answers. But actually, when you take the whole sense of it, you just realize any perception, whatever the perception, whether it's nirvana, whether it's anagami, whether it's sotapanna, whether it is akampane, whether it is anatma sanya, whatever thought bubble is getting stronger, then only you will relax. That relaxation will not come easily. And then that particular time, that particular moment, when the relaxation is so potent or powerful, then it is very easy for you to, feel it. And whatever you feel is the vibration of a sense. What else can there be? Can there be anything else? You only have 5 senses and the mind sensor. There's nothing else. Whatever crying, whatever needing, whatever urge, we can only sense those 6 things. So that's it. So
I think there was another point that you mentioned. I don't know if it was in the Sinhala Zoom, Dr. Kokila, about emotions. And I think that cannot be even overemphasized. It is so important, particularly for those on the path, that it is okay to have the emotions. It's not the emotions by itself that is the problem. It's the burning sensation if one gets
actually,
it.
taking the emotions so seriously is the problem.
Yeah.
Because you don't really take seriously when the neighbor's son is crying. But when you're crying, you feel like the whole world is coming to an end. So what we were talking about, this self-perception, how it works, like without your even knowledge in the mundane world, if it is here, everything matters. If it's in this side, like my son or my friend or my body, my mind, don't do anything to my mind, don't make me mad, everything is in that sense. But then you relax if it is someone else. So same way, we should be able to treat every emotion as just an emotion. It is an emotion. We can't just deny it. You can't deny it because it's a kind of the human way. If you don't have emotions, you can't be human, isn't it? I mean, if you are a cockroach, you won't have that much emotions. So that's okay for the cockroach. I don't know whether the cockroach has emotions even. I mean, I don't know. I can't remember being a cockroach. But what I'm trying to say is having emotions is part and parcel of being humans. We are humans. So let it go. Don't apply your, the mind perception there. Let it go. Whatever you feel, let it happen. That's where the actual, not bottling things up.
Yeah,
It's
I was
very
about to come to
important.
that point as well, because that's another angle that also suppresses or stunts the person's progress on the path, isn't it?
No, actually, this Dhamma can do that too.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful, very careful, not to do that, like not to bottle things up just because you are on a path. Because if you imagine, it's very easy to do. Like, I'm in the path, I shouldn't be sad. Now someone takes that idea. Now that person is going to act as that the person is not sad. Imagine how the suffering is. That's a different suffering now. Because now the person has to act as not sad. I think this might happen to like monks also. Like they might cry in the dark because they can't cry in the normal situations because they are supposed to be a monk. That's not the thing. But an arahant will be quite different because there's no self-perception at all. That's a very different thing. They are not scared to die because they don't feel that the thing that we feel.
I think a few more minutes, maybe others would like to contribute. Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai. Yes, anyone can discuss. You can add something. So the new normal perception will not actually come unless you break these barriers. Yes, Swarna.
Therwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila. Earlier, we used to believe these emotions are a clear reflection of the self-vibration, self-perception, or whatever.
No, that's the mind perception.
Yeah, mind perception. And
not
then
mind consciousness. Yeah.
Mind consciousness. But when Aryan very recently started to talk about this selfless happiness, selfless anger.
No, he has
So
talked about this about 2 years ago also.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we were not in a
all
position
these,
to.
all these are actually repetitions.
Repetitions. And it's then, doctor, we can't talk about the self in relation to emotions also, no? With this selfless happiness, selfless anger, selfless, because being happy without the person on the other side, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah. But then when
දෙයක්
the
නොවන
nun,
දෙයක් නොවන සතුට, දෙයක් නොවන ආදරය. The emotions.
true.
Yeah.
But because the words are taken, like when if I say something like love, that word is so much taken by the normal mundane world. They all mistakenly take it as someone loving someone, that or someone loving something. So it is very difficult, like to understand that there can be kind of that kindness, kind of that love without the self-perception, that new normal super awareness. How someone can have so much kindness to the whole world. No, it doesn't extend to one person. If it is extended to one person, it is the beginning. If it I don't think it is the correct thing, but it will extend everywhere, because it will extend to the piece of rubble. It will extend to the water. It will extend to the trees. It will extend to the air. It will extend to the humans. It will extend to the animals. It will extend everywhere. So you don't have limits. It will be limitless because there's no vibration here. It can be limitless. It's so beautiful to imagine that. It's so beautiful. So I think I think it's really nice to have a discussion like this, and we invite everyone who can participate. Whenever you have a chance, come and participate. And I thank Shani and Mr. Bernard again for starting this Zoom discussion, and I thank everyone who is joining in the middle, and I worship Aranohanse for so much clarity about the non-self perception, and actually helping everyone to become the non-self perception. It's not an easy task, but it is a doable thing. So we invite everyone to listen to Dhamma. May Triple Gem bless you all, and may Triple Gem bless Aranohanse. Therwan Sanai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි friends.
Thiruvan Sarnari answer, Thiruvan Sarnari are your friends, all the friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sanai Aryan Mahansa. Therwan Sanai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 55. Then the Buddha asked, if the seeing is not permanent, it is an illusion, and if it is a suffering, then can we assign a life to what we see? The monk replied, no hetam bhante, meaning that no, you cannot assign a life to images. What the Buddha teaches us is that this is an anatma dharmaya. There is no life in what we see and feel. There isn't a self either. Idang pachetavaya means that there is nothing exists. This universal law is very complex. Now let us see. Is there anyone anywhere? We think that the image we see in the mirror is me. That is only a thought. Does a thought exist anywhere? Are thoughts true? Now you have to learn to be practical. First, you need to have a knowledge about the universal law. Listening to sermons and acquiring knowledge is called Shrutamaya Jnana. To be practical, you have to maintain an awareness about the thought you receive at every moment. Apply the wisdom of Yathabhuta Jnana, which means you look at the thought and know that this is not something coming from the outside, but it is only a thought from your mind consciousness. Also, know that this thought is also alive. Do not accept any stimuli coming from your six senses as true. Nothing truly exists. There is nothing to believe in. Coming back to your question regarding pratyamokshaya, the rule of contemplation about the four requisites of a monk. Should you contemplate only on the four items, which are the robe, food, shelter, and medicine? What about the rest of the thoughts you associate with? You should contemplate on the food and apply that to the smell, the warmth, to the cold, and to the touch as well. Contemplate and inquire if it belongs to you. Contemplate using the wisdom of Yathabhuta Jnana that there is nothing outside, that it is only a thought, and that the thought too does not exist. It is also alive. See the pure truth in the thought. Mehenin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, little by little, you will begin to feel you seem to let go of thoughts without holding on to them as true. You tend to let go of them little by little. In time, you will realize that you do things without a feeling of self. At this point, while practicing awareness to the thought and seeing them with Yathabhuta Jnana, your Chandaraga or your attachment to these worldly things will totally disappear. You can also say at, that at this point, your attachment and dislike to the thought will totally disappear. Then you will go on to develop a state of awareness called Nibbidanti, Viraganti, Nirodhanti, and Patinissanupasi. These are states of awareness that is dispassionate towards the world with the wisdom that this world is not true. There is a destruction of the concept of self at this point, leading to the perfect Nibbana. Mehenin Mahase, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahase, so coming back to your question, whenever you get an aramuna or a stimulus from seeing an image, a color, you do the pratyakshava. See with the wisdom of Yathabhuta Jnana. Then, when you hear a sound, you do the pratyaveksha. At this point, by applying the wisdom of Yathabhuta Jnana, apply the rule or awareness of pratyaksha to the smell, to the taste, to the warmth, to the cold, and to the feeling of touch as well, and inquire if me feeling can be there. You need not apply the code of discipline only to the four requisites of cloth, food, shelter, and medicine. You can apply the wisdom of Yathabhuta Jnana to each and every thought you receive. Mehenin Mahanse, Yes, Honorable Sir, it should be applied for everything.
Teruvan Sarnai, Aryan answer. Teruvan Sarnai Shani, thank you for reading that portion from book 1, volume 1. So we still, the Aryan Vansi explains how the thought is formed and how we should analyze the thought and understand that there is nobody and nothing in that particular thought, so that we can understand our existence is an illusion and the outside world which we are thinking that is existing, that is also an illusion. So this Zoom discussion or English forum encourages you to understand pure Dharma, pure Buddhism, true Buddhism, and help you to understand the philosophies of Lord Buddhas, and also to help you to practice how this Dhamma, the pure Buddhism, is apply in your practical sessions, and also ultimately you will understand, you will experience your transformation. Finally, you will understand the illusion, how this world is created and how you are created. All these are creations of illusions. So then there is nobody. Then when there is nobody, there is no suffering. That means you experience the freedom, freedom of your mind. So this is how we help you to understand and help you to experience how to become free from all suffering and free from all illusions, and finally you can experience the freedom of your mind. So we'll start our discussion now. We see today our doctor has joined, Dr. Kokila. So I would like to invite her to contribute to this forum. Teruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Theron Sanai. We'll worship our Ananse and we'll start the discussion with Shani's explanation. So Shani was talking about how truth can be practiced with Pratyaveksha. I'm not sure what's the English word for that, but how would you do that? So we can apply this to anything and everything. So that's what the actual meaning is. That what Aranwanse was trying to tell, because it's, imagine a person or a monk would come out of the place that they live and start walking towards the village with the plate or the I don't know what we call that in English, we have how we collect the food.
Baking ball, I think.
The bowl, yeah, the food
Baking
bowl.
yeah.
That we will be walking, and then we would be in. We would hear. I mean, sounds. We would see things. We would feel things. We can see how. If you are actually going in the breakfast time for the food, then you would see how villages are getting up they are trying to make some food. They are, when they see you, they will quickly try to make something, and they will make an effort to do something and offer that to you, and you would hear how morning breeze is coming. You would feel the morning mist, if you are in a misty area, of course, and or otherwise you would be actually feeling the warmth of sunlight. So this is practically the best time for you to feel the Dhamma. So that can be used for Pratyaveksha. That particular time can be used for anything. So because we have so many types of stimuli, but they come only from 5 doors. So the 5 doors would be, as we always say, the eyes, ears, the nose, tongue, and the skin. And there would be one mind, because we always have the mind consciousness where thoughts do happen. So if we are using that time, the time for the breakfast time, we are going out to get some food. We kind of go begging, and then you might not get anything. You may get something, and you will say, "May Triple Gem bless you," and you will be walking back. So imagine this time. This is the most valuable time of you, because you can use this time to feel Dhamma. So you can feel how the 5 senses work. You can definitely, when you feel that the Pratyaveksha would anyway happen, because the moment you step out from the place that you were living, you have had the idea that you would be in Dhamma. So you would feel it everywhere. We have heard how in Lord Buddha's time, how monks went out and heard like a song sung by a lady in the village, not sung for monks, but the lady was just singing, and that song made them to understand how this vibration is made, and how this led to the non-vibration. I mean, non-vibration is anyway there, but that to surface, the vibration should be understood. So Pratyaveksha can be done at any time, any moment, if you know Dhamma. So that's what we are trying to talk in every Zoom discussion, how to bring about this truth. Sometimes we have difficulties in expressing the truth, but we keep trying. And it's very important to understand that how these, the mind consciousness specifically is a bit difficult to understand, because it is associated with emotions. It's very important to understand that the emotions are just a production of the mind sensor. It has nothing to do with a person or a self. But when you take it as real, when one thinks in such a way that I am sad or I am happy, they have lost the plot to understand how the mind sensor works. So as people who listen to Dhamma for a long time, you need to understand how any sensor works, Pratyaveksha, how any sensor would work. How is eye working? How is ear working? So the ear, if we take an example for the ear consciousness can appear or happen at any time. And when we combine it with the the song, because we hear only a song. So when we hear a song, we hear the song, isn't it? Otherwise we would be hearing music. Okay, if for an example I would take Sri Lanka Mata, then that's our national anthem. So if you hear the national anthem, you definitely telepathize that is the national anthem. Is it wrong? It is correct. But that's the thing. But the song itself, there's no song there, is it? Like if you play a music, there's no actual song there or music there, because it's kind of we don't hear music as such. We hear some sound. And when you come to basic sound, is there a sound? Actually, no, because sound consciousness mean it's because of in like very fast vibration of the eardrum makes a sound. So it's like a vibration. So is that happening because there's self there? No, it's just a mechanism. Just happens. But as soon as there is a doer or a subject-object phenomena, everything gets complicated. Well, what happens there is there's just a rising of a ear vibration. And if you see so if you're going for the breakfast in the village, you would see how sun is rising and how beautifully sun would fall on trees. But when you look at that, do we actually see anything like that? The view itself, like the view itself had so many stuff in that, isn't it? The sun rays falling on trees. Isn't that beautiful? It is beautiful. But if someone knows this Pratyaveksha, that knows the truth, need to think about this will actually cease. And one particular moment, you won't be thinking about it. You won't be thinking about anything. Actually, you will be just feeling it. That is what So you're not feeling the sound, actually you're feeling the non-vibration. If you get the opportunity to like see the vibration in that angle. So there is always a chance to do pratyaksha in your life at any time of the day. Anytime when there is a stimulus, there is a chance of doing pratyaksha. I don't know what is the English word for that, but it's like looking at a stimulus in non-vibration way or non-perception way, or understanding that it's just a rising of a stimulus, how that arises. So that's it. So the person who went out for breakfast with the football may have if felt this truth would change the way the way they look at the life. It's like a way. It's different, completely different. It changes the way you look at the life. So emotions. Again, I was trying to tell that, and I get sidelined. My thoughts get jumbled up sometimes. So emotions and thoughts. It's a human ability. It's such a beautiful human ability that we have. If not for that, we will be just like animals, because even animals have emotions, but they are more hormonal than the mind, because the mother, when the animal mother might cry for the cubs for some time, and after that go on with the life as usual. But if the animal is reminded of the cubs again, then cub can get into that mode again. We have seen documentaries where some animals will stay